Part 3 is here guys, like this video, for more upcoming parts. Chapter 115. Only due to the advent of the steam engine, it made the Great Flame Kingdom undergo earth-shaking changes. The country's power increased dramatically. The reform of the power level has made the development speed of the Great Yan Kingdom far faster than before. Conquered 3 other world civilizations in a row. This change, it was something he had never thought about before. And above the statue, Qin Mu smiled slightly, thinking a little. Waved. A line was written on the shrine. This is just the most basic technology. Real technology allows people to communicate as usual even if they are thousands of miles away, even if they are far away from the starry sky. Being able to fly in the sky, and take people around the blue star. Can dive into the deep sea and catch giant beasts in the sea. Being able to travel through wormholes, so close to the end of the world, across endless space. To encourage Yan, Qin Mu wrote a series of technological outlooks. And Yan looked at the oracles handed down by these gods. The whole person stayed on the spot again. Is it possible to make calls even from thousands of miles away? Flying away from the sky, inviting you to visit the blue star in one day? Dive into the deep sea and catch those giant sharks in the sea? Each one was beyond his imagination. How to make a normal call from thousands of miles away? It is impossible for a human voice to travel as far as thousands of miles away. During the July 53 days, how fast does it take to be able to complete the Blue Star Tour? To know. Now, even with a steam engine, it would take a full 2 months for the Great Yan Kingdom to sail around the world. But God said, with technology, you can travel to the Blue Star in one day. And as the Great Yan Kingdom's ships kept going out to sea, the ocean is no longer so mysterious to the Great Flame Kingdom. But the same. Among them, those huge marine creatures were also recognized by Dian. Those ocean giants, sneaking in the deep sea, are impossible for humans to reach. But God said, humans can also dive into the deep sea and capture these marine creatures. A long time after the shock, the aged Yan slammed his head on the ground. In the eyes, there is a strong yearning. Today, I received some teachings from the gods, and Yan Fang knows that there is a long way to go, and what the Great Yan Kingdom has achieved today is very small. He let out a sigh. Subsequently, he took a deep breath and murmured, as written in the divine book, the road is a long way to go, and I will go up and down to search for it. Immediately after, turn around and say goodbye to Qin Mu. Turned around and left the temple, and started to go to the Great Flame Research Institute. He needs to publish new research topics. For example, how to let people communicate thousands of miles away in an instant. How to fly away. How to dive into the deep sea. The 78th year of the Great Yan calendar. Under the crazy mining of the Great Flame Kingdom, all the mineral resources in the 3 other worlds were transported back to Dian. Massive amounts of copper, iron ore, and oil have piled up the Great Yan treasury. It can be expected that in the future, the Great Yan Kingdom will continue to develop rapidly. Shenhuo value has risen to 380,000. Qin Mu hovered above the blue star and glanced at the divine fire that was burning in the sky. The rise of civilization has made the laws of scientific and technological civilization in the universe more and more perfect. Therefore, the speed of Shenhuo's rise is also getting faster and faster. And his ranking on the Taiku Tianjiao list has jumped up, reaching 3,598. Next, it's time to collect the source and extract the land. Take a deep breath. Qin Mu thought about it and opened the other world channel. Step into the magic world. Now this magical world with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers has become a mess. There are pits and pits everywhere. Oil resources were dug up and nothing was left. And the one responsible for mining, it was the 60,000 giants captured earlier. These giants are extremely powerful and can endure hardship very much. It is perfect for being a miner. Extract. Qin Mu stretched out his hand and touched the void. Trace after trace of the source world poured out from all around and gathered together. As the source is extracted, the world begins to crumble. Space shatters. The earth cracked. All vegetation begins to wither and die. The magical world is gradually coming to an end. It didn't take long. Qin Mu extracted 1/3 of the power of the source. And the magical world was completely destroyed. The broken land with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers is full of dead silence. Receive. Subsequently, Qin Mu waved his hand and pulled out this dead land again, filled in the vastness of space. Immediately after, came to the second giant civilization world. In the same way, he received 1/5 of the source. And a land with a diameter of 90,000 kilometers. The last third serpent civilization world. The world is smaller. The source is only less than 1/8. The diameter of the land is only 30,000 kilometers. But in line with the principle that no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. Qin Mu still pulled out the land and threw it into the universe. If you save another batch of land, you can start the star-building movement and create another galaxy. Looking at the dead space, there are pieces of broken and dead land suspended in the dead space. Qin Mu muttered. With the unending expansion of the universe, the diameter of the tech universe, 4 million kilometers have been reached. Up and down all directions. In addition to the Milky Way, there is a lot of empty space. A second galaxy can evolve in the future. Even evolved the second batch of creatures. Hey? The magic fire value has climbed to 400,000 again. Qin Mu suddenly raised his head and sensed his own fire that had skyrocketed. And from beyond the barriers of the world, an invisible golden light shone through. The immemorial Tianhe list was once again displayed in front of his eyes. It shows his real-time latest ranking. 2869. Already in the top 3000. After doing all this, Qin Mu's mind exited the tech universe and returned to the real world. Prepare to rush to the Pavilion of Civilization. Because after 7 days, the 4th round of the group stage battle. It's about to start. Hall of Civilization. In a giant battle room. In this battle room, there are 50 pitch-black passages. In each channel, they all exuded a frightening aura. Feng Ping stood on the high platform and was announcing the rules of the 4th round. The 4th round of competition is not a one-on-one battle, but the assessment of the world's strength and evolution. 50 people stepped forward one after another to introduce the 14th order alien race into your world. In each group, the person who survives to the end will get the qualifying spot, and the rest will be eliminated. During this process, players can stop at any time, and staff will come to help you conquer the 14th order alien race. But doing so is also equivalent to abstention and will be eliminated directly. During the game, the Pavilion of Civilization will conduct a simultaneous live broadcast of each world to prevent cheating. After the rules are read out, people in the whole venue. There was a commotion. FK. How can this kind of difficulty compare? If the aliens of the 14th order enter my world, won't my world collapse in an instant? Terrible. Sure enough, who can last longer than anyone else? Speaking of which, can this alien be able to communicate? What nonsense, the alien race is extremely cruel, and everything you see wants to be destroyed, and there is no communication at all. It's over, what can I do now? The most powerful creature in my world is only the 9th rank. Fortunately, I didn't advance to the 4th round, so I don't have to participate in the competition. Countless people wailed and screamed. Among the 50 people, most of them frowned. Obviously, this round of competition, very difficult. Even those geniuses who are on the Tianhe list don't dare to despise them. 14th order aliens, the destructive power is devastating. Outside the spectator, At this time, a large audience gathered. They are all players who have already been eliminated, or spectators who simply came to watch. Very excited at this time. Great! Can you start the synchronous live broadcast? Does that mean that we can see the evolution of the world of geniuses on the Tianhe list? This is a once-in-a-lifetime learning opportunity. There are 7 players on the Tianhe list who entered the 4th round this time. But I want to see what Qin Mu's world is like. Those technological creations are so exquisite. The prehistoric world that Zhang Daoshan evolved, I heard that it is very scary. It just so happens that I evolved in the prehistoric world. There is no pressure to play. Their expressions were full of anticipation. It is a rare opportunity to be able to observe the world in which these geniuses have evolved. Large battle room. At this time, 50 people from 10 groups had already gathered, standing in front of their respective alien passages. Qin Mu is also among them. He took a deep breath. He pressed his hand on the pitch-black channel. Roar! A trembling aura surged inside, impatiently trying to dash into his tech world. However, boom! The cosmic barrier that was strengthened by the Sifang Tianmen project directly blocked it from the 0.1 door. With the continuous improvement of Shenhuo value, the laws of the world are also getting better and better. The 4 heavenly gates are becoming more and more stable. The Sifang Tianmen, which carries the 4 basic forces, strengthens the infinite barrier of the world. Even the 14th order alien race cannot break through the barrier in a short period of time. This time, Qin Mu learned his lesson. Directly withdrew the Sifang Tianmen. Let this shut-in alien rush into his tech universe. Roar! I saw a dark shadow, and quickly rushed into the technological universe. Travel through endless space. It was surrounded by a terrifying aura of destruction. Trembling. Only. After breaking into the technological universe, the aliens who were planning to do whatever they want and wreak havoc, suddenly stunned. In its induction, the heaven and the earth are dead. It stands in an airless space. There seems to be some kind of force that can lift it up. And all around, it's pitch black. Occasionally a huge sphere can be seen in the distance. The breath of life, it is impossible to see at all. Roar! It roared, and a terrifying 14th order aura erupted. Start traveling through space. Its eyes are constantly sweeping the void. Find the breath of life. Chapter 116. At the same time, Hall of Civilization. Main Hall. 50 screens of live broadcasts light up. One after another extraordinary civilization was displayed in front of the audience. Roar! In the sky above these worlds, a black shadow gradually entered. The black shadow exudes extremely terrifying power, feeding its nose, as if looking for the breath of life. It didn't take long. There are some weak worlds, because they cannot withstand the invasion of this alien race. Land crumbles and space collapses. Actively chose to abstain. 14th order aliens, the destructive power is really amazing. Just its existence is enough to make the ordinary lower god world space unstable and fall into the brink of collapse. Can hold. Most of them are those worlds with large area and stable space. Everyone, look! I saw that the world where Zhang Daoshan evolved has a diameter of 47 kilometers. It is worthy of the prehistoric world. Hey! None of these extraordinary civilizations are weaker than me. If you are weaker than you can still enter the 4th round? I don't know how these extraordinary civilizations can deal with this 14th order alien. This alien race is really too terrifying. At the beginning, 13 people abstained. The audience in the main hall was chattering. They are all looking up at the live broadcasts of the major worlds. The invasion had just begun, and 13 people chose to give up. The staff of the Pavilion of Civilization immediately stepped forward and helped to pull away this 14th order alien. Prevent deeper damage to its world. But the same. This is also destined for them to be eliminated directly in this round. Can't get to the next round. And in the remaining 37 civilizations, the 7 civilized worlds on the Tianjiao list have aroused everyone's onlookers. Zhang Daoshan of Group 1, the evolution of the prehistoric world. Each of the congenital demon gods is extremely powerful. At the moment when the 14th order aliens came, 3008 demon gods emerged. A shocking formation was laid out. Trapped the 14th order aliens in it. It caused a lot of surprises in the audience. Feng Jiao of the second group evolved into the world of fighting spirit. Also on the Tianjiao list, 27 Do De made clever use of the location of the Do Qi world. This 14th order alien was introduced into a rift. This rift carries the source of Do Qi in the entire Do Qi world. Is the best place for repression. 27 fighting emperors sat on the Rift Valley, releasing their power day and night to guard it. Prevent aliens from getting out of trouble. The 4 groups of Longming have evolved into the real dragon world. 17 ancient real dragons, in the first instant, turned into cages. Put this alien town into it. Chains made of 9-day refined iron were born one after another and locked around the cage. Wuklin of the 9th group evolved into the Divine Phoenix world. Among them are thousands of Divine Phoenixes with powerful bloodlines. At the moment of alien invasion, there were dozens of 10th tier Divine Phoenixes, and 2 11th tier Divine Phoenixes were led by them. Constantly spewing flames towards the aliens, displaying supernatural powers. Try to trap this 14th order alien. All in all, in each group, the powerful are all showing their magical powers, trying their best to fight against this 14th order alien. Procrastinate. The combat power of the 14th rank has exceeded their limit. Impossible to kill at all. What they're going to do? It's actually quite simple, it's just procrastination. Who took longer? Who can make it out of this group? Get the only place to qualify for the group and enter the top 10. Good guy. It is indeed the world where the people on the Tianjiao list have evolved. The breath of every creature is so perfect, and the most powerful ones have reached the 11th order. It was suppressed. That 14th order alien was actually suppressed by these geniuses. If nothing else, each group will eventually be made by the most talented people on the list, right? Compared with these geniuses, the gap is still too big. Their world is extremely perfect, and the background is also extremely strong. Could it be that everyone forgot about Death 9? Qin Mu's technology world Sci. Why is Qin Mu's technology world so big? Suddenly, after watching the Tianjiao's suppression of aliens, everyone gradually noticed that all the civilizations present at the scene, the only common civilization, only in this world, the pictures they saw were completely different from the world. Other worlds are trying their best to unite the power of all living beings, trying to suppress the alien race. Pedo. In the technological world of Qin Mu's evolution, the alien race was not suppressed immediately. And it didn't do any damage. Because the world it enters is really too big. Up and down the quartet, boundless. In the endless dark space, it was wandering around dazedly. Find the breath of life. Hey! How big is this world? How do I feel that the diameter has exceeded 1,000,000 kilometers? Only 1 million? I just estimated that in terms of diameter alone, it is nearly 10 times larger than the prehistoric world that Zhang Daoshan evolved. Look! There are many dead spheres floating in the air. Are these spheres land? But there are no living things. The size of the world is so terrifying. Can this be called an ordinary civilization? Don't stop me, I'm going to change my studies and re-evolve scientific and technological civilization. The audience's eyes widened. Keep your eyes peeled. Not even blinking. He has been staring at the places where the wandering aliens have passed. Because this is a synchronous live broadcast, So the perspective has always been shifted according to the perspective of the alien race. Everyone sees. The aliens are constantly shuttled in the endless void. As a 14th grade, this alien moves extremely fast. In just half a day, you can travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers of the world. 18. In Qin Mu's world, it wandered for days. Still haven't found the edge of the world. And in their memory, the normal transcendent world is a round place, and after shaping the space, it continues to extend the land. Expand the size of the world. But there has never been a technological world like Qin Mu's evolution. Up and down the quartet, extremely vast. A large number of spheres are suspended in the middle. Lonely, desolate breath, filled in the vast void. Going up and down, as well as exploring the 8 directions of the south, east, and northwest, are endless spatial boundaries. Compared with other extraordinary civilizations, it is many times bigger. Zhongcheng University. Viewing room. Chu Tianhe was also watching this match. In just over 3 months, the diameter of the world has reached 4 million. Looking at the vast world of technology, Chu Tianhe's mood is very complicated. Although he always knew that the technological universe that Qin Mu evolved, was completely different from other extraordinary civilizations. But never thought. The expansion speed of Qin Mu universe is so amazing. To know. As an upper god, the diameter of the world he evolved is only 1.35 million kilometers. Qin Mu's world is far beyond his world. At the same time, because Qin Mu evolves the universe, both above and below are endless space. The real world area is already hundreds of times that of his median god world. However, the speed of the alien shuttle this time is far higher than the previous 8th order statue, and it will not get lost. At most, it will take a few days to find the whereabouts of the creatures. Subsequently, Chu Tianhe took a deep breath. He frowned, a little worried. 14th order aliens are extremely high level and powerful. The damage caused is even more earth-shattering. If one is not handled properly, it is very likely to cause irreversible damage to the technological universe. At this time, the door to the viewing room was suddenly opened. Feng Ping walked in with a complicated expression. "Old Feng? Why are you free to come to me?" Chu Tianhe said something different. Feng Ping is the head of the competition committee of this battle of civilizations. These competing worlds should now be being monitored to prevent cheating. Did not expect to come here. Feng Ping raised his head and pointed to the vast space on the screen. I couldn't help swallowing. With a complicated expression, he asked, This is the technological world that Qin Mu evolved." Chu Tianhe nodded blankly. 753. But Feng Ping's face was full of unresolved shock. Then he asked, "Didn't you say that his world is 3 million kilometers in diameter when you filled in the information before? Why is this world actually 4 million kilometers in diameter?" Chu Tianhe blinked. He replied, "Didn't I tell you before? This is called the universe, up and down, and it is growing every moment. After so long, it has grown to 4 million kilometers, is it reasonable?" Feng Ping. God is so reasonable. He this time. Originally, it was good to monitor the world of each player in the competition committee office. But after suddenly seeing the technological world of Qin Mu's evolution, he found that the world he imagined was completely different. It was the first time he had seen the full picture of the tech universe. This world. Not a round place. Instead, it is an endless giant spherical space that stretches up and down in all directions. No matter which direction it extends, it is a terrifying diameter of 4 million kilometers. And in the boundless void, there are also dead spheres of land suspended one after another. The large land is even comparable to a small world. 14th order aliens. After entering the technological universe, it has been wandering constantly, trying to find the existence of living beings. Haven't circled the tech universe yet. This world is really too big. While shocked, he didn't care so much anymore and went directly to his old friend Chu Tianhe. But Chu Tianhe's indifferent expression really made him want to beat someone up. Look. It is not the first time that Chu Tianhe has seen this technological world. Take a deep breath. Feng Ping took a long time to calm down his shocking mood, and asked in a deep voice, "Old Chu, tell me honestly, how did such a huge world evolve?" This is what he has always been. Very confusing place. Such a vast space, if it evolves normally. I am afraid that it will take thousands of copies of the power of the source to form it. But obviously, Qin Mu can't have so much source power. Chapter 117. Even the arrogances who are on the Teku arrogance list. It is impossible to have so many source powers. And using the power of the source to expand the space is really a waste. Hearing this question from Feng Ping, Chu Tianhe was stunned. Reminds me of the Big Bang scene Qin Mu made in his graduation project before. Can't help but sigh, the principle is very complicated. Indeed. Very complicated. He also specifically asked Qin Mu to learn about it before. But he could understand the theories that Qin Mu told. But put together, he was like listening to a book from heaven. Earlier, Qin Mu said that the technological universe was born from a singularity with infinite mass and density in nothingness. This point is smaller than the dust, and through a very special method, the Big Bang was born. In this Big Bang, time and space will continue to expand and expand, forming a three-dimensional universe. Actually, he also said that above the three-dimensional, there is a higher level of the universe called the four-dimensional. Chu Tianhe briefly reiterated the theory Qin Mu had explained before. And Feng Ping listened and listened. Suddenly froze on the spot. The brain gradually becomes famous. Singularity? A world with a diameter of 4 million, originating from a single point. The constant expansion of time and space to create a three-dimensional universe? Above the three-dimensional, there are four-dimensional? Isn't that corresponding to the law world of the evolution of the Supreme God above the upper God? He couldn't help muttering to himself. What Chu Tianhe told. It completely shattered his previous rudimentary cognition of technological civilization. He had no idea. In the scientific and technological civilization, there is still such profound theoretical knowledge hidden. The world is born of dust. Time and space are constantly expanding and expanding. The world of science and technology is divided into three-dimensional and four-dimensional, so will there be the legendary five-dimensional in the future? Thought here. He couldn't help swallowing. This technological civilization. More terrifying than he imagined. I didn't expect Yuzhongcheng University, this time, a real dragon was born. A long time. It was only then that he raised his head, looked at Chu Tianhe, and said with emotion. Chu Tianhe held his head high, showing a happy and proud smile. But he still pretended to be modest and said, "Where, compared to other players on the Tianjiao list, Qin Mu is still a lot worse." Feng Ping looked at Chu Tianhe's proud look. The corners of his mouth twitched. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't be too complacent. Aliens are not so easy to deal with. Aliens beyond the 10th rank will awaken their innate supernatural powers. Do you know what the innate supernatural powers of these aliens are?" The voice fell. The smile on Chu Tianhe's face suddenly froze. His expression became serious. Indeed. Beyond the 10th order, aliens will be born with innate magical powers. The innate supernatural powers of alien races are extremely terrifying. Chu Tianhe frowned. Looking at Feng Ping, he asked, "What is the talent of the alien race this time?" The corners of Feng Ping's mouth were raised, and he said lightly, "Void form, immune to siege." He just finished speaking. Chu Tianhe's face became even more ugly. As the upper god, Chu Tianhe knew very well what the talent of void form meant. Mean. This alien, under any circumstances, can be transformed into nothingness. Immune to any formation, restraint, siege. That is to say, no civilization can besiege it. It already has a very strong combat power, coupled with this talent. Will be more invincible. Huge battle room. Wild world. This is the extraordinary world of the evolution of Zhangde, a group of Tianjiao. The internal world structure is extremely complete, and the level of creatures is generally very high. In the center of the world, 3008 demon gods emerged. With all his strength, he is frantically suppressing a 14th order alien. However, it didn't take long to hold back. Roar _. The aliens couldn't bear it any longer and roared angrily. Demonstrated innate talent. The shadow of the figure turned into a state of nothingness in an instant. Killed directly from the siege of the 3000 demon gods. The unbridled slaughter began. Zun and another demon god has fallen, and the sky bleeds. The creatures began to howl. Zhangde face changed greatly when he saw this. Immediately mobilize the 11th order combat power to try to stop the alien race. 16. The strength gap between the 11th and 14th orders is really too big. The prehistoric world can't stop aliens at all. Fighting world. This is the extraordinary world where the two groups of Tianjiao Fengju Yao evolved. The inner world is also extremely complete and well structured. Plenty of fighting spirit. All living beings practice with Do Qi, trying to break through the highest Do Di realm. And in a huge rift, 27 fighting emperors are using various fighting skills to try to quell the alien race. Roar. The aliens were smothered for a while. Finally got angry. Demonstrated innate talent. Straight out of trouble. It turned into a shadow and entered among the 27 Do Di. The slaughter begins. Feng Juyao's complexion also changed drastically, and he tried every means to try to reassure the alien race. However, the aliens turned into nothingness and could not be trapped at all. Even fighting attacks can't cause damage to it. The whole world of fighting spirit begin to face an unprecedented catastrophe. The real dragon world. This is the world where 4 groups of Tianjiao Longming evolved. 17 ancient real dragons turned their bodies into cages and trapped aliens into them. There is also a chain made of 9 days of refined iron, which is placed on the cage. But with the opening of alien talent and magical powers, formless manifestation, the cage transformed by the real dragon was instantly broken through. With the powerful strength of this alien, start slaughtering real dragons. 17 ancient real dragons fought hard, but they couldn't stop the terrifying 14th order alien race. One after another fell. In case of emergency, Longming mobilized the real dragons in the entire real dragon world to display the real dragon formation. But the interracial shuttle is as usual, and it is not hindered at all. Longming's face also became more and more difficult to look at. Divine Phoenix World. This is the world where Wuclan of the 9 groups evolved. At this time, thousands of Divine Phoenix with powerful bloodlines, under the leadership of the 11th and 10th Order Divine Phoenix. It is breathing flames towards the aliens. Put it in a fiery purgatory. Try to use this flame purgatory to trap the aliens and delay time. But along with the innate supernatural power, the appearance of nothingness, aliens escaped from the flames of purgatory. Massacre the Divine Phoenix. One after another, the Divine Phoenix with powerful bloodline fell from the sky. There is no resistance. Hall of Civilization. In the main hall, the audience also gradually discovered the genius of aliens. Looking at the remaining 37 civilizations, the crowd was completely boiling. Damn it! It's crazy. Is the competition committee crazy this time? To set up an invasion of this difficulty level. Even 7 worlds on the Tianjiao list were slaughtered, how can others stop it? Perhaps, this is the real intention of the competition committee. Only in the crisis of destruction can we assess whose world strength is more amazing. Good guy. In the blink of an eye, 4 civilized worlds chose to abstain. Abstaining is the most sensible. Next, we will see who has the strongest world heritage and can last longer. As long as you win the championship, you will have 100 copies of the power of the source. Losing this life is completely worth it. Gradually. In the live screen. More and more players can't stand the pressure of alien wreaking havoc. Abstained. Although the temptation of 100 copies of the power of the source is in front of you. But their world heritage is not enough, it is impossible to play to the end of the group. Instead of completely shattering the world, it is better to take the initiative to abstain. Let the competition committee take back this terrifying alien. Protect the world. Everyone, look. Group 1, and the other 4 all abstained, leaving Zhang Daoshan alone. Suddenly, an audience member pointed at the screen and exclaimed. Everyone realized this. After the aliens displayed their terrifying innate magical powers, carnage comes. The rest of the group of 4 did not withstand the pressure from this alien. Successively abstain. It also foreshadows. In the group, Zhang Daoshan, who was on the Taiku Tianjiao list, was successfully promoted. And soon, the staff of the Hall of Civilizations also took the initiative to enter Zhang Daoshan's prehistoric world and helped him pull out the 14th Order alien race. The audience looked at the shattered prehistoric world in the live broadcast. Also followed with emotion. It is indeed a prehistoric world, with a deep foundation. In the face of the 14th Order alien race who escaped from trouble, countless demon gods have fallen, and they have been able to block it for so long. Sure enough, compared to this kind of perverted arrogance, ordinary players have no chance of winning. If there is no accident, the remaining 7 Tianjiao can all advance. Big brother, I'm afraid you didn't take my Death 9 group in your eyes. Society, I am Qin Shen, there are not many cruel words. In the 9 groups, only Wu Yunlin and Qin Shen are still struggling. People's sight. Gradually transferred to the live broadcast screen of the 9 groups. There are 5, Zhao Lihao, people in the 9 groups who entered the 4th round this time. But with the 14th Order aliens getting out of trouble, the remaining 3. It didn't stop the aliens at all. To prevent the world from being completely destroyed, reluctantly chose to abstain. Only Qin Mu and Wu Yunlin, who was on the Tianjiao list, were struggling. Exactly. It should be Wu Qin who is still struggling. Divine Phoenix World. 14th Order aliens escaped and slaughtered wildly. A statue of the gods fell one after another. But Wu Helen was still clenching his teeth. Hard to support. I haven't reached the limit yet. As long as the Divine Phoenix bloodline is stimulated, I can hold on for a while longer. In his opinion, no one can stop the terrifying 14th Order alien race. At this time, the comparison is who can last longer. As soon as he falls, it's so hot that the others abstain. You can kill yourself from the 9 groups and get the only place that appears. However, I don't know how long it took. Countless Divine Phoenix fell and shed blood. This 14th Order alien was completely insane. He can block the high-end combat power of aliens. Is decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. It is not far from the end of the mountain. But he has not heard the news that the competition committee announced his victory. What the hell is going on? I've been on hold for so long, and there are people who can hold on longer than me. Wu Pinlin was suspended above the Divine Phoenix world. Looking down at this terrifying alien, his face became more and more ugly. Chapter 118. Actually, in vagueness, he had already guessed that his rival was most likely Qin Mu. After all, Qin Mu has already eliminated Zheng Yao and Wang Yueidao 1 or 2 Tianjiao in the previous competition. I don't believe it, in front of such a terrifying 14th Order alien race, he can continue to hold on. Wu Pinlin took a deep breath, staring at the alien in front of him. A gut-wrenching decision was made. All divine phoenixes, all burn blood to return to their ancestors, sniping at this alien. As creator, one of his thoughts quickly spread all over the world. Zun and another divine phoenix raised its arrogant neck, all stimulating its own blood. A powerful force began to erupt. This is also the exclusive secret technique of the divine phoenix clan. By burning blood, the overall combat power can be increased by 20% in a short period of time. Roar! The alien race rushed into the divine phoenix and continued to slaughter. But the divine phoenix after burning blood has temporarily blocked the pace of alien slaughter. That's all. Time passed slowly. Another half-day passed. The divine phoenix blood-burning secret technique was about to disappear. The divine phoenix under Wu linear. Only some top-level high-end combat powers were left, such as the 10th tier divine phoenix and the 11th tier divine phoenix king. For such high-end combat power, he was not willing to let them sacrifice. These creatures cost him a huge price to cultivate. If you sacrifice here, then you will be out of the group stage. He will also have no strength to fight again. Damn it! The competition committee has not announced yet, which means that Qin Mu is still struggling to support 753. Wu Yunlin gritted her teeth. But it was too late to wait for the competition committee to announce the results of the group stage. Continue to resist. I don't believe it. I am on the Tianjiao list and can lose to a mere technological civilization. His eyes swept to all the remaining high-end combat power. Order them to snipe aliens. This is his last chance. He was praying frantically to Qin Mu. Choose to abstain, or be conquered by aliens. Hall of Civilization. Main Hall. Everyone watched the scene of Wu Yun struggling to resist. Suddenly fell into silence. Many people showed sympathy. On the other side, the technological universe where Qin Mu is located is a different story. In the tech universe, at this time, the aliens have been wandering. The vast and boundless universe, the upper and lower areas are endless. There was dead silence everywhere. Aliens spend a lot of time searching for life. Unlike other extraordinary civilizations, as soon as the aliens appeared, they came to the center of the world. Attack damage can be launched at any time. The technological universe is too vast. This Wu Yunlin is probably the most miserable genius this year. Oh, it's just that he was unlucky and was in the group of death. My Qin Shen is really awesome. Including this, I have already eliminated 3 players on the Tianjiao list. Hey! There are 9 players on the top talent list this year, and 3 of them didn't even make it to the group stage. MJU4 NDA2 New Jersey A3 MTE10 DC4 NJC4 OJG equals. Don't worry, there will be a resurrection game next, maybe there will be Tianjiao who can kill from the resurrection game. Everyone's mood was complicated. Scientific and technological civilization, with ordinary civilization, crushed a group of extraordinary civilizations. Among them, there are many top extraordinary civilizations, and there are even the existence of digital talent list. In front of technological civilization and technological creations, all faded away. The crowd stared at the vastness of space in the tech universe. No other world of extraordinary civilization has evolved such an amazing size. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Everyone, look!" The aliens seem to have found the breath of life and become excited. After a reminder, all the viewers noticed. The alien who has been wandering in the lonely space, his scarlet eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light. Speed up and run. And its direction. Impressively, not far ahead, a azure blue planet. This azure blue planet exudes an amazing breath of life. The number is even more terrifying. It's over, it's finally started. I don't know if Qin Mu can stop it. Whether it can be blocked or not, at least the quota is stable. Wu Yunlin can't hold on anymore. How come there are so many creatures on this azure blue planet? Through the live screen, everyone saw this strange planet. A lot of curiosity and doubts arose in my heart. And the breath of these creatures is too ordinary. There are no powerful beings at all. This 14th order alien rushing into it will be a disaster. Seeing that the aliens are getting closer and closer to the blue planet, a strong and heavy voice suddenly appeared in the vast space. Heavenly Emperor has an order, blue star ahead, extraordinary prohibition. The voice is full of majesty and domineering, with an unquestionable tone. However, this 14th order alien didn't take this voice to heart at all. The scarlet bloodthirsty eyes never left Blue Star. Continue straight to the planet. A pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared right in front of it. A very high-speed rotation began. Boom! Endless, mass and gravity are twisted in it. In an instant, devoured it. At the same time, on the edge of the universe, an invisible pitch-black vortex appeared and slowly opened. He spat out the figure of the alien race. Roar! The aliens shook the terrifying atmosphere of the 14th order. He looked around blankly. Suddenly he was in a daze again. In front of it, there is no blue star anymore. It was still a vast silence. Everyone saw this scene. I couldn't help but widened my eyes. Swallowed. Good guy. The Heavenly Emperor has orders? Who is the Heavenly Emperor? Could it be the ruler on the blue star? The whirlpool just now can actually move the alien race millions of kilometers in an instant. Hey! In just a split second, this alien has returned to the frontier of the universe. This method is too shameful, isn't it? If Wu Yunlin knew about it, I'm afraid she would cry. Indeed. Wu Yunlin on the other side was still struggling to resist. Exhausted a lot of world heritage. It can be said that it is about to run out of oil. And Qin Mu here. It's too easy. The aliens finally found their way and discovered the living beings. As a result, the vortex swallowed it and sent it millions of kilometers away. Compare the two. Wu Pinlin had no chance of winning. At the same time, Zhongcheng University, viewing room. Chu Tianhe and Feng Ping were also staring at the tech universe, watching intently. This time the qualifying. In fact, it has basically been determined. Qin Mu's tech universe is too vast. With just 1 point, it has a natural advantage. Old Chu, that whirlpool just now. Could it be a teleportation formation? Feng Ping looked at the aliens who had been moved to the edge of the universe. Resisting the shock in his heart, he couldn't help but ask. In an instant, they moved people millions of kilometers away. This kind of method is simply impossible for the Median God world to have. Because the world of the Median God has never been so perverted as millions of kilometers. But Chu Tianhe's reaction was much calmer. Rolling his eyes, he replied, just now, there was no extraordinary energy that appeared, and it could never be a teleportation formation. If my guess is correct, it should be some kind of weapon of technological creation. Feng Ping's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help raising his eyebrows and said, a weapon created by technology. He is very aware of the characteristics of technological creations. Especially weapons can be reused multiple times. If this is a weapon, does that mean that the consumption of this whirlpool is extremely small and can be used continuously? Chu Tianhe nodded. He continued, yes, Qin Mu told me before, the principle is probably that matter and gravity are intertwined with each other, rotating at high speed, causing chaos in time and space. In the same dimension, the chaos of time and space can instantly connect any place, let alone millions of kilometers, even if it is several light years, it can be reached in an instant. The half-understood Chu Tianhe directly repeated what Qin Mu had said before. But Feng Ping was stunned for a moment. Matter? Gravity? High-speed rotation? Disorder of time and space? Light years? Feng Ping muttered these brand new technical terms. I couldn't help swallowing. Just these terms, he couldn't understand any of them. Not to mention the more advanced theories involved. Pondered for a long time. Feng Ping raised his head, glared at Chu Tianhe, and complained, Old Chu, please translate it for me, make it easier to understand, don't make it so profound. Chu Tianhe's mouth twitched. Shrugging his shoulders and smiling bitterly, Qin Mu said so, I don't understand it either. He is the principal after all. After Qin Mu explained the principle, he couldn't wipe his face and continued to ask. Chapter 119. Anyway, Qin Mu's general meaning. The high-speed rotation of gravity will cause matter and space-time to distort, forming something similar to a wormhole. Therefore, it is possible to make two very distant spaces. In an instant, pull to the nearest. For example, the vortex that devoured the alien race just now. And because this vortex is the extremely high-speed rotation of gravity, it is in a warp state of space-time. Therefore, even 14th-order aliens cannot avoid this whirlpool. Feng Ping saw Chu Tianhe's equally dazed appearance. He could only raise his head and look at the live broadcast screen again. In the live screen, an alien who was exiled to the frontier of the universe, wandered and lost for a while. Then, continuing to sense the position of Blue Star before, dashed away. It has reached the 14th level. Has a strong sense of ability. It is completely different from the aliens who had completed the assessment before. And did not continue to wander aimlessly in the universe. I don't know how long it took. Finally, it saw a huge glowing planet ahead. Near the glowing planet, the fourth planet. It's that azure blue sphere. Roar! See this sphere? His eyes were instantly scarlet, and he rushed over again. This time, it learns to be smart, and at the moment of rushing past, it unlocks its innate magical powers. Formless. Its entire body was completely turned into nothingness. Travel through space. Feng Ping's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He really wanted to know that the vortex couldn't move the alien race out of nothingness. The form of nothingness can make aliens immune to all forms of siege and formation. In a certain sense, this black vortex displayed by Qin Mu is actually a kind of swallowing siege. Heavenly Emperor has an order, Blue Star ahead, extraordinary prohibition. Second warning. When the alien race is about to approach the Blue Star, the majestic voice came out. Drift beyond the Blue Star. And after the aliens heard, the speed did not slow down at all. Instead, there was a hint of healing and playfulness on his face. The bloodthirsty desire is surging wildly in its heart. Since it invaded this world, been in a very distressed state. There is boundless loneliness all over the place. It wandered for a long time before finding such a place full of life. Definitely have a good time. Roar. Relying on the form of nothingness, it ignored the warning and saw that it was about to rush into the Blue Star. A pitch-black vortex emerged out of thin air. Spin quickly, as if distorting all matter, and keep getting bigger. Directly swallowed the alien race. But next, after swallowing the alien race, the vortex did not disappear. Instead, it trembled violently. Aliens in the form of nothingness seemed to be unable to be transferred at all. Die die die. The alien form of nothingness, standing in the whirlpool, let out a laugh. This is bad. Chu Tianhe frowned and his expression became serious. He knew very well what Blue Star meant to Qin Mu. Among them, 30 million living beings of technological civilization have evolved. It is necessary for climbing the realm and perfecting the technological universe. If destroyed by aliens, the technological world will be unstable, and Qin Mu's realm will also be affected. At the same time, Hall of Civilization. In the main hall, the onlookers were also looking at this huge vortex at this time. There should be no way, right? The whirlpool is shaking. It swallowed the alien race before and moved it to the frontier of the universe. I'm afraid it can't be done this time. Void form, immune to any control, this method of sending people directly to the frontier of the universe is probably going to fail. I just glanced at Wu Yunlin again. The world of Divine Phoenix is about to be completely shattered, and he still insists on not abstaining from the vote. It is simply earth-shattering. If he sees the size of Qin Mu's world, he will probably know that his insistence is meaningless. The audience chatted. Not worried about Qin Mu, but worried about Wu Yunlin. After all, the fourth round of the game. Not to see who is stronger, but to see who is more durable. Whoever persists longer under the alien invasion will win. So the group gets out. Even if Qin Mu didn't block the interracial. However, it will take a very long time for the alien race to cause damage to the huge technological civilization. In this game, Wu Qin has no chance of winning. And in the live screen. Because the black vortex maintains the form of nothingness, it has not been connected to the frontier of the universe for a long time. Unable to transfer. Roar. The alien race relied on the form of nothingness and ran out of the whirlpool. GGG. Grim laughter echoed in the void. However, in the next second, a majestic voice came from the sky. If you violate the prohibition of the Emperor, you should be killed without mercy. Immediately after, from the center of the universe, a majestic and shocking giant building is shaking violently. From the whirlpool. Gradually, the figure of this giant building emerged. There are a total of 33 floors, and on each floor stands one steel building after another. Boom! Subsequently, the vortex vibrated violently. This large complex building was directly moved out of the vortex. Located outside the blue star. Blocked in front of aliens. That majestic voice. It is this building that emanates. As soon as it appeared, the originally arrogant alien pupil shrank. Suddenly stopped moving forward. And the audience in front of the live broadcast. He was staring intently at this giant building. The shock in my heart can't be added. FK. So many layers of technological creations. Before it was just a black giant city, but this time, it's better to come directly to the 33 heaven. Outside the first floor, there is an Antian gate. What does it do? Why do I feel that this building is a little different from the Black City? The Black City is gloomy, and this building is majestic and majestic. I don't know how long this building can block aliens. The audience couldn't help but guess. The Black City gave them a big surprise. There is also the Lock Demon Tower behind, which perfectly restrains the demon god civilization. This majestic complex. It's unusual at a glance. Just when everyone was expecting. This 14th order alien stared at the 33rd heaven. At last. Not only did he not launch an attack, but he restrained his breath. Turn around. Leave in the opposite direction. The whole process is very straightforward. Not a little sloppy. Even. He also directly displayed the ultimate speed of the 14th order and left. For fear of staying in place for an extra second. People. All the audience petrified on the spot. This is completely different from the alien race they remember. Generally speaking, aliens are very brutal. There is no tolerance for creatures of different races. As long as they see it, it is massacre. What happened in the world of players from other groups? It's enough to show the ferocity of these aliens. In the tech world, facing the obstruction of the 33 heavens, this alien not only did not make a move, but turned around and left. What just happened? Did this alien meet an old friend? God is such an old friend. Alien races are extremely cruel, only know how to kill. It is absolutely impossible to leave without a reason. There must be something strange. Good guy. That's it. That's it. The aliens gave up the creatures on the blue planet. Isn't this alien roaming the technological world for too long and developing feelings? The expressions of everyone were extremely complicated and stunned. The abnormal behavior of the alien race made them even more confused. For a while I didn't know what happened. And next? In the 33-story building, the majestic and heavy voice sounded again. The Emperor of Heaven has an order to kill the invaders. Helicarrier, go kill it. The voice just fell. On the 30th floor of the giant building, a magnificent palace trembled violently. It rises directly from this layer and soars in mid-air. Countless mechanical components are disassembled in an instant. Then reassemble. A giant ship with golden light shining all over its body and full of technology sense was suspended in space. It looks very domineering. A hull of completely unknown metal structure. There are dozens of weapon grooves all around, and each groove exudes a heart-pounding aura. Boom. Subsequently, transformed into a giant ship, terrifying fuel fluctuations erupted from the tail. The speed increased in an instant. It turned into a streamer and chased in the direction of the alien race. The audience saw this scene, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? I'm dazzled. Just now, a palace was turned into a giant ship, and they said they were going to kill this alien. It's not bad that the aliens don't do damage. What kind of palace, the Sky Carrier, is actually going to hunt down the aliens? Hey! What a speed! This giant ship seems to be serious. Chase down the 14th rank, good guy. Only Qin Mu's tech world can do such a thing. Everyone remembered this round of the group stage. What happened to other players? The mood is even more complicated. Everyone else is trying to stop the alien attack. But Qin Mu is better here. It was difficult to meet each other, but the alien race ran away. And the technological creation is even more outrageous, dispatching a strange giant ship. Go hunt the aliens. At the same time, Tech Universe. Qin Mu is hovering above the 33rd heaven, watching the air carrier chase out in person. Just now, the aliens wanted to invade Blue Star, but they were shocked by the sudden appearance of the 33 heavens. The 33 heavens, which have undergone the point of origin, carry the power of technological creation of the 33 layers. It is a fusion of the 4 basic forces of the technological universe. On combat effectiveness, the strongest in the tech universe. He thought that this alien race would come directly to a wave of fish and nets. But didn't expect. The aliens actually thought so, they didn't even fight, they just turned around and ran away. Without any choice. He can only let the air carrier pursue. The 4 basic forces are also integrated on the air carrier. 17 weapons are mounted inside. Only one step away, it is close to the kind of concept-level weapons. And the whole body is equipped with a gravity removal device. You can travel at extreme speed in the technological universe. It is the most suitable weapon for chasing this 14th order alien. It's about to catch up. Qin Mu looked at the air carrier that was chasing at a high speed, and the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. Chapter 120. In the void. A 14th order alien race is running wild. It senses the approaching air carrier behind it. It doesn't even mean to go back. Actually, when facing the 33 heavens, it felt a force that made it tremble from the ladder. A large number of technological creation weapons are loaded on the 3rd floor. Several of them even made it feel threatened with death. That's right. It's a death threat. As a 14th order alien, it has a keen sense of danger and cannot go wrong. Therefore, at the first moment, it chose to turn around and flee. But the other party actually took an inch, and sent a giant ship to pursue it. Roar! It growled angrily. Keep running forward. There is absolutely no idea of stopping and fighting this giant ship. This giant ship. It was also one of the weapons loaded in that building that made it feel the threat of death. The intruder has been pursued and the target is being locked. And behind the aliens, The air carrier came through the air, and the speed was maintained at a stable high-speed state. Getting closer. An emotionless electronic sound came from the air carrier. At the front of the air carrier, a dark golden device started with a bang. An invisible detection wave was launched from directly in front of it. Instantly enveloped the void ahead. It has been locked and invaded the alien race, and it meets the conditions for killing. The electronic sound continued. But let the alien race rush to the scalp for a while. Roar. It roared again. He exerted his innate magical powers with all his strength, and the void form was brought into full play. Target detected to be out of lock, relocking in progress. 753 and on the air carrier, the electronic sound appeared again. Void form, so that the aliens once again turned into an invisible state of nothingness. Therefore, the air carrier can only continue to try to lock this alien. But interracial after getting out of the lock. Actually, in the first time, he displayed some kind of secret technique. Boost your speed to the extreme. Moment of effort. Fled to the far reaches of the universe. The speed of the air carrier can't catch up for a while. Qin Mu saw this scene. Brows furrowed. It's a pity that the electromagnetic force on the air carrier is insufficient, otherwise even this alien incarnation can be locked directly. The form of nothingness is somewhat similar to the soul. Both transform themselves into an elusive, unrestricted state. Make sure that you are not locked and controlled. The four fundamental forces of the universe are the electromagnetic force. It is the nemesis of this form. Subsequently, Qin Mu raised his head and looked at the fleeing alien race. A little stunned, "Hey?" This alien race actually panicked and ran towards the underworld. At this time, under the pursuit of the air carrier, the aliens flee to the end of the direction. It is a sci-fi version of the underworld created by him. Zhongcheng University viewing room. Looking at the live screen, Feng Ping swallowed his saliva. In his mind, the scene of the 33 heavens that shuttled from the whirlpool has been echoing. Nantianmen Lingxiao Palace, Tasita Palace. Every building in the sky is a top-level technological creation. It can even be compared to the black giant city that appeared before. Especially, he even saw a Cyan Tower in the 14th heaven. That is, in the third round of the group stage. The technological creation that has defeated the Wei Dao and the demon god civilization. And it's just a part of this gigantic building. Immediately after, it is the scene of the aliens turning around and fleeing. It almost made him look dumbfounded. He has held so many civilization battles. This is the first time I have seen aliens invade the world and flee without a fight. A dignified 14th order alien, facing a technological civilization. Not even the idea of fighting. Could this technological creation threaten the 14th order alien race? Feng Ping stared at the sky carrier that was constantly chasing, and muttered to himself. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way to explain the fact that the aliens ran away. There is no way to explain the fact that the helicarrier is actively pursuing it. A long time. Feng Ping took a deep breath. Just recovered from the shock. He turned around and looked at Chu Tianhe beside him. Full of emotion, he asked, "Old Chu, that giant building should be the graduation project of Qin Mu you mentioned before, right?" Chu Tianhe heard the words. There was a look of pride on his face. Not bad. How is it? Top-level technological creations, the principles of technology in them, even my principal doesn't understand. Feng Ping. Hall of Civilization. Main Hall. All other groups are over. All 9 have advanced. Now there are only 9 groups left to play. All the audience gathered in front of the live broadcast of the 9 groups. On the big screen. On the left is Wu Yunlin's Divine Phoenix World, and on the right is Qin Mu's Evolving Technological World. I surrender. At this time, from the left came Wu Yun's almost desperate voice. On the live screen, Wu Lin was standing on the ground that was devastated and on the verge of destruction. Completely gave up persistence. He used up all his heritage. The 11th Order Divine Phoenix, the 10th Order Divine Phoenix. All were buried under the attack of aliens. But even so, I still haven't heard the news of Qin Mu being eliminated. In despair, he can only choose to abstain. Because keep going. The alien race is about to shatter the origin of the Divine Phoenix world, causing devastating damage to the world. So far, the final winner of the 4th round of the 9 groups was also completely decided. Qin Mu successfully emerged from the group of 9 deaths. Become a top 10. And the audience. The mood at this time is very complicated. Wu Yunlin was really eliminated, there is no suspense. The 9 groups are worthy of being the group of death, including Wu Yunlin. 3 geniuses have been eliminated. These 3 geniuses were all eliminated by the technological civilization evolved by Qin Mu. Every battle is either restraint or crushing. Everyone was talking while looking at the last live broadcast of the 9 groups. Enter the alien race of the tech world. It did not show the dominance and destructive power it should have. Has been being pursued by the air carrier. In flight. Performed void form and speeding secret techniques several times. In stark contrast to other worlds. Everyone, look! What is in front of this alien race? Suddenly. In the crowd, someone exclaimed. On the live screen. In the direction of alien advance. A vast complex of buildings sits in the boundless space. The whole body exudes a terrifying aura. The complex occupies a very large area. Endless. Just blocked the path of the aliens. What is this? A new technological creation. It's getting close, it's getting close. The front seems to be a giant city. Why does this city feel familiar to me? Hey! I recognized it. This city is the black giant city that suppressed the spirit body before. Such a terrifying city is actually only part of this complex. As aliens approach, everyone gradually recognized the capital guarding the front of the building complex. The capital is in their hearts. Left an indelible impression. When fighting the Divine Soul civilization, a terrifying shot directly killed the 11th Order Divine Soul body. When fighting against the Basalt civilization, the strange light waves released by the black box cut down all defenses. At the same time, what they were more curious about was the scene behind Fengdu City. Behind Dengdu City. It's a piece of yellow sand. After the sand, there is a meandering river of 800 miles. Above the river, a bridge with an ancient and technological sense stands on it. Further back, it is a series of palaces. As well as the 18 layers are dark and deep, like a small world area. Every color tone is extremely dark. Makes the scalp tingling. Seems to be telling them. Here, strangers are not welcome. When people are stunned. The alien races who kept fleeing had already panicked and rushed outside Fengdu City. Detected the presence of the intruder, according to the order of the Emperor, kill. And the next second. In Fengdu City, the emotionless electronic sound came out later. The complexion of the alien race changed drastically again. Terrified. Because in its perception, the huge building complex in front of him is like a monster that is crawling and ready to swallow people at any time. The threat of death is not only not lifted, but intensified. Boom. Then, Fengdu City rose from the ground. Countless mechanical components are disassembled and assembled in an instant. It turned into a brand new, pitch-black battleship. Suspended in the void. The electromagnetic Star Destroyer has been activated and is locking the target. At the forefront of the battleship deck, a compound cannon that exudes a terrifying aura. Electromagnetic light blooms in it. The terrifying energy is gradually being generated, and the energy intensity is getting higher and higher. The target has been locked, and the composite electromagnetic Star Destroyer is being loaded, ready to launch. A mechanical electronic sound rang out quietly. Make the aliens even more frightened. Not because of this electromagnetic star destroyer. In its perception, the power of this electromagnetic star destroyer is not enough to hurt it. What it really fears is, because of the blocking of this black giant ship, the air carrier behind him is approaching. Roar! It roared up to the sky and roared. The racial secret technique was displayed again. With the talent and magical powers, he broke free from the lock of the Star Destroyer cannon. Prepare to flee in a different direction. It doesn't mean to fight at all. However, after it got out of the lock, on the Quyue Ship capital, a voice came out again. Detected the intruder broke free from the lock and turned into nothingness, and the electromagnetic field was activated. The voice fell from the inside of the warp ship. A terrifying magnetic field is vibrating violently, and its range is constantly expanding. Meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Instant time. It spread for tens of kilometers. It covers the alien race that has entered the void. Immediately after, a shocking scene appeared. With the coverage of the electromagnetic field, all the nothingness in space becomes solid at this moment. Even if it is an alien who has exerted innate magical powers, he couldn't help but widen his scarlet eyes. Although the electromagnetic field opened by the scattered coverage is not lethal. But it directly squeezed its body out of the void. That's right. It's immune to lock, immune to bound void form. Completely failed. After discovering this, it was even more frightened, and ran away to the other side desperately. The void form is broken. The giant black city is mighty. Can even the 14th order alien talent magical power be broken? Just now, the black giant ship seemed to have displayed some kind of field, which made the aliens squeeze out of the void form. The air carrier is catching up, and the aliens have begun to flee again. Everyone watched the live broadcast intently. Swallowed. Alien in another world. They're all slaughtering like crazy. And the aliens in Qin Mu's world couldn't find their way first. After that, he was chased by madness. They even had some sympathy for this alien. At the same time, he is full of curiosity about the combat power of the air carrier. They want to know. This giant ship. In the end, what is the ability to dare to chase and kill this 14th order alien? In the giant battle room, Wu Yunlin walked out in despair. He was eliminated. At the last step, it was eliminated. Unexpectedly, I exhausted my background and still lost. Wu Lin let out a long sigh. He comforted himself, however, the situation in Qin Mu's world is definitely not much better than mine. The destructive power of the 14th order alien race is too terrifying. In his opinion, Qin Mu was able to get through him, and it definitely cost him a higher price. Maybe all the heritage of the world of science and technology has been exhausted. With this thought, when I came to the main hall, I happened to see a scene of people watching the world of science and technology. On the huge screen in the main hall, the scene in the technological world of Qin Mu's evolution is being broadcast live. 0.1. He raised his head. Only at first sight. He was stunned on the spot. I couldn't help taking a deep breath. This. I'm dazzled. Technological creatures are chasing aliens. He saw one after another, 2 giant ships chasing the 14th order alien race. And the 14th order face was full of horror. And the aliens in his impression. Very different. Subsequently, he began to look carefully at the technological world again, wanting to see the damage to the world. Result. The pupils shrank again. Shortness of breath. How could he? His world be so big? The technological universe, up and down, is endless. The alien race ran wildly at extreme speed and ran for a long time, but it still hadn't reached the edge of the world. If this was placed in his divine phoenix world, I'm afraid it's enough to go back and forth a few times. At the same time, he also found that the entire technological world was not damaged in the slightest. He and his divine phoenix world, which was on the verge of collapse, were completely two different looks. What exactly is going on? He swallowed. His face became more and more ugly. Qin Mu's technological world is so terrifying, he has no need to resist. As a result, 90% of the creatures in his divine phoenix world have fallen, and all the high-end combat power has been wiped out. It won't be long. His median god realm will even decline because of the decline of the world. So fall off the list of arrogance. Looking at the scenes in the live broadcast, Wu Yunlin felt more and more that his previous persistence was really ridiculous. He has also been delusional about Qin Mu's failure and voluntarily abstained. As a result, people did not resist aliens at all. On the contrary, he has been chasing and killing aliens. Chapter 121. Zhongcheng University Viewing Room. Feng Ping and Chu Tianhe also saw the full picture of the Sci-Fi version of the Underworld. They looked at each other. The two saw the shock in each other's eyes. Another technological creation complex. It was heaven before, but now, it is Underworld. The building structure is also very complex. It's just the Fengdu city that stands in the forefront. He showed amazing strength in the previous group stage. Heaven, the Underworld, Qin Mu's technology world, it's really surprising. Feng Ping's eyes flickered and he muttered to himself. Chu Tianhe couldn't help but took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, Underworld, this is the first time I've seen it. He has seen Heavenly Court many times. So not too shocked. What he didn't expect was Qin Mu actually created another technological creation during the 3 months of preparing for the Battle of Civilizations. The endless huge black building complex. After the capital, the sky is full of yellow sand, meandering rivers, quaint bridges, 10 halls of Yama, 18 layers of hell. Every building is like a beast of a beautiful woman. It is telling strangers not to enter. Quickly catch up. Feng Ping raised his head and suddenly pointed at the screen. Chu Tianhe was stunned. Just noticed. Fengdu Quyue ship and air carrier, double-teamed from left and right, chasing frantically. The aliens are getting closer. And the horrified expression of the alien also become more apparent. It's like it's coming to an end. Can these two giant ships really be able to kill 14th order aliens? Feng Ping couldn't help frowning, and asked again. He has seen the power of the Quyue ship. At best, it has reached the 12th level. It can't pose a threat to the alien race of the 14th order. So, there is only the air carrier that flew out from the 33rd Heaven 26. Thought here. Feng Ping stared intently at the air carrier, watching it get closer and closer to the alien. The heli-carrier has locked on the intruder and is activating the Doom-class weapon. A cold mechanical electronic sound came from it. Centered on the main ship, the weapons loaded on the air carrier seem to have recovered collectively. Remove vacant, not yet installed weapon slots. A total of 17 destruction-level weapons, all of which are in operation at this moment. Roar! The aliens in front suddenly felt their hairs stand on end. Insanely motivated innate supernatural powers, trying to turn into nothingness again to avoid locking. But Fengdu Quyue ship was on the other side, releasing a huge electromagnetic field. Shrouded a universe. It simply cannot be embedded in the void form. Seeing as impending doom. Roar! This 14th order alien finally gave up escaping. He turned around abruptly, revealing the expression of a dead fish and a broken net. Look protective. Actively launched an attack on the pitch-black Quyue ship. That's right. Even if it wanted to counterattack, it did not dare to attack the air carrier that Lingxiao Palace had transformed into. The smell from the air carrier. It was so scary. Its idea is very simple, destroy the Quyue ship. It can escape into the void form again, get rid of the lock of the sky carrier, and solve the immediate crisis. However, when it is about to approach the Quyue ship, on the Quyue ship, a device suddenly triggered. Detect when the intruder is approaching, open the electromagnetic shield defense system. The sound just fell. An electromagnetic shield suddenly formed, covering the Quyue ship's body. GGG. Alien grinned. Not so much. The 14th Order terrorist attack was displayed, and it smashed directly at the Quyue ship. It landed on the electromagnetic shield of the Quyue ship. Boom. The electromagnetic cover was hit by a huge force, and it went on and off in an instant. The light flickered. The Quyue ship was shaking violently as if it had been hit hard. Seeing that the electromagnetic leather is about to burst. But then, another electronic sound from the Quyue ship sounded, detection of insufficient defense, temporarily deploy the electromagnetic defense of the center of the underworld. In an instant, the underworld far in the sky began to vibrate violently. A core electromagnetic beam soars into the sky. Coming at the speed of light. Immediately landed on the Quyue ship. Boom. The Quyue ship, which received the electromagnetic supplement, instantly stabilized. The electromagnetic device that is about to break is even more integrated. Obliterate all the energy in the alien attack. Boom. 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 When the aliens saw this, they did not give in. Launched an attack like a tidal wave. All kinds of alien supernatural powers, all displayed. He slammed into Quyue ship fiercely. But without exception. The amazing defense after all have been improved by the warp ship. Block it. The Quyue ship floated in the void, blocking the alien race. Like Mount Tai. Xiao Ran doesn't move. Any attack is like a mud cow entering the sea, and it is useless. The beam from the underworld is actually so strong in defense. Feng Ping's pupils shrank slightly. He witnessed this scene. Seeing with his own eyes that the Quyue ship blocked all the attacks of the alien race, he was unscathed. Chu Tianhe also stared at the Quyue ship suspended in the void. Muttered, the central electromagnetic defense of the underworld? Just a beam of light from the underworld is so terrifying. This underworld. Same as the 33 heavens. Surprise him again. Technological creations with different concepts also show the magic of technological creations. At the same time, Tech Universe. Qin Mu was suspended in midair. Looking at the alien race being surrounded, the corners of his mouth couldn't help turning up. With the continuous improvement of the Blue Star civilization, the rules of the technological universe have become more and more comprehensive. The four fundamental forces have passed the precipitation of time. Even more vigorous. Technological creations fight in a technological world. It can even mobilize the four fundamental forces in the entire technological universe in an instant. Overwhelm the enemy with an overwhelming advantage. And below. Boom. The aliens are still attacking tirelessly. The Quyue ship's electromagnetic shield was fully opened, blocking it firmly. The other side. On the left side of the air carrier. A fiery red giant steel pipe slowly lifted. The unknown powerful energy inside is rapidly brewing and generating. Particle boiling cannon. Qin Mu looked at the weapon loaded by the helicarrier and pronounced its name. This is the weapon chosen by the helicarrier under the SMART program. And this weapon. It can also be ranked in the top 5 among the 17 types of weapons loaded by the aircraft carrier. Just one step away, you can enter the category of concept-level weapons. Boom! When this fiery red cannon was brewing, centered on an air carrier, the temperature of the surrounding void is rising sharply. Fire red steel pipe interior. Countless particles. In an instant, it boiled over. At the same time, due to the vibration and boiling of these particles, the particles scattered around the air carrier are driven. It also boils. Particles are shaking faster than the speed of light. Every time it vibrates, great heat energy is generated. 100 degrees Celsius, 1000 degrees Celsius, 10,000 degrees Celsius, 100,000 degrees Celsius, 1 million degrees Celsius, 10 million degrees Celsius, 100 million degrees Celsius. Before the particle boiling cannon was fired, the surrounding temperature climbed to a terrifying value. The space seemed to be melted. World barrier. It was as brittle as thin paper, and seemed to crack at the touch. At this time, the Sifang Tianmen appeared. Begin to reinforce the world barrier and maintain the balance of the world barrier. The electromagnetic field emitted by the Quyue ship. Under the influence of these boiling particles, it shattered. The electromagnetic field explodes directly. And the center covered by particle boiling. This 14th order alien's face was extremely frightened. He is exercising supernatural powers all over his body to resist the increasingly boiling high temperature around him. At the very beginning, it can also resist the high temperature of millions of degrees with the flesh. But after 100 million degrees, the surface of its flesh has begun to crack. The whole body also began to heat up rapidly. Tiny particles in the body. Vaguely, it also boiled over. The particle boiling cannon is loaded and fired. Between heaven and earth. The electronic sound of the air carrier sounded quietly. Cold machinery, without the slightest emotion. Boom! From the fiery red steel pipe, a torrent of particles was ejected. The target is the 14th order alien in the center. Roar! The alien roared. The crisis of death has never been stronger. It is madly displaying innate magical powers, and it wants to incarnate the 753 void form. The electromagnetic field at this time has disappeared. It can already escape into the void again, turning the body into a state of nothingness. Before the torrent of particles arrives, it does incarnate the form of nothingness. But wherever the particle torrent passed, all the particles vibrated and were forced to be involved in this torrent. Its body, although it has turned into nothingness, in the face of the terrifying torrent of particles, there is no resistance at all. Directly involved into the center of the particle torrent, and the temperature of the center, it has risen to billions. Boom! Its breath of life, at the moment when it is involved in the torrent of particles, it disappeared instantly. Completely annihilated between heaven and earth. Zhongcheng University, the battle room. Feng Ping and Chu Tianzhi's eyes widened, staring at this astonishing scene. This was the first real attack from an air carrier. What just happened? Feng Ping couldn't help muttering. Until now, he also had an unreal feeling. 14th order aliens. Seconds and seconds. The torrent of particles just now, and the terrifying high temperature that can be felt through the screen. It was beyond his imagination. In the screen, there is no flame. But it seems that in just a moment, between heaven and earth, endless flames were filled. First, the alien's body surface defense was burned and cracked. Subsequent torrent of particles. It also involved the alien races in the form of nothingness. Obliterated in an instant. I'm afraid there is no pain at all. The whole process takes place between electric, light and flint. It ended very suddenly. A long time. Feng Ping let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "This weapon, let alone the 14th rank, even if it is the 15th rank, I'm afraid it won't be able to handle it." Chu Tianzhi on the side nodded in agreement. After this weird shot was fired, his eyes stayed on Qin Mu all the time, constantly flickering. Before he knew it, Qin Mu had raised the combat power of the technological world to this level. Completely broke history. It has even entered the top 10 in this battle of civilizations. Chapter 122. Still standing out among the 9 groups of strong people like Lin. In this process, they eliminated Zheng Yao, Wang Yu, Wei Deiyi, Wu Yunlin. The last three are all on the Tianjiao list. I didn't expect that Zhongcheng University really found a treasure this time. After the shock has calmed down, the corners of Chu Tian's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but smile. At the same time, the Hall of Civilization, in the main hall. It was silent now. Crowds of people. But there was no loud noise. Everyone is staring at the empty universe in the picture. Over there. There is no atmosphere of the 14th order alien race. Only the empty space after being ignited by the high temperature is left. After a torrent of particles, the temperature in space is slowly fading. But it brought an almost frightening scene to everyone. A long time. Gradually, someone started to speak. If my eyes are right, the 14th order aliens were bombed to death just now, right? 14th order aliens, if they say they die, they will die? It's like paper. In front of the power of the cannon just now, the 14th rank is indeed like a piece of paper. Hey! What an air carrier, how much is this technological creation? I want to make one. In the scene. Every now and then someone made a sound of gasping for air. 14th order aliens were melted directly in front of them. This scene. They never thought of it. To now. They can even understand the reaction of the aliens before. No wonder. After seeing the 33 heavens, this alien turned around and ran away. It is so terrifying just to be pursued by a technological creation. If facing the overall technological creation, wouldn't that melt into slag instantly? A time. Everyone suddenly felt a little sympathy for this alien who was assigned to Qin Mu's world. Other alien races are doing their best, slaughtering wildly, and satisfying their desire to kill. But this alien. But from start to finish, I was terrified. He was also chased and killed by 2 giant ships. In the end, under desperation, I want to break the net. However, he was directly involved in the torrent of particles, and he was killed on the spot. By the way, what is that shot just now? Why do I feel that it is more terrifying than the supernatural powers of the extraordinary civilization? There was no flame just now, but under this shot, the void was cracked. Even the void form is not immune to this cannon, but unfortunately the loading process is too long. If there is no black giant ship to block the aliens, I am afraid that the kill will not be completed. Have you noticed that the terrifying temperature just now didn't blow through the technological universe? The crowd stood still. An excited discussion started. Because of Qin Mu. They have a new understanding of technological creations. Original. Technological civilization can still evolve like this. Has a vast area. There are also technological creations with such amazing power that fully automatically kill the enemy. Not weaker than extraordinary civilization at all. No. Exactly. In this battle, Qin Mu's technological civilization completely crushed all other extraordinary civilizations. Somewhere in the main hall, Zheng Yao, Wang Yu, Wei Deiyi, and Wu Pinlin gathered together. As the strongest within the 9 groups. They knew each other already. Before grouping, it was always thought that the final winner would be decided between the 4 of them. But now, the 4 suddenly felt a sense of pity for each other. Just now, the air carrier shocked the world with a shot. Completely crushed all their fantasies. A long sigh. It sounded quietly among the 4. Our luck is really back. No one murmured in a low voice. The others nodded. In a group with Qin Mu. It's too hard to get out. 33 layers of heaven and earth, so many exquisite technological creations. Drag out 2 more. It's enough to wipe out the world in which they evolved. But for them, not without hope. They all set their goals on the Easter. According to the competition system. Every year in the Battle of Civilization, after qualifying from the group stage, a place will be resurrected from the eliminated ones. From the remaining 390. A brutal fight. Decide who will be resurrected and become the 11th strongest. Among the four, Zheng Yao, Wang Yu, and Wei Daiyi did not lose their fighting spirit, and they were eyeing it. Only Wu Yunlin. He glanced at his world on the verge of being broken. More and more regret. With the air carrier, the 14th Order alien race was killed. It also announced the complete end of the 4th round of the group stage. The top 10 in the Battle of Civilizations also came out. The competition committee soon announced the list of the top 10. Among the top 10, there are 6 people on the Tianjiao list alone. The 9 arrogances who participated in the Battle of Civilization this time. Except for bad luck and being divided into 9 groups, all advanced to the finals. And in Zhongcheng University, only Qin Mu entered the top 10. The rest of Lin Ji and Zhao Qiao all fell to the 4th round of the group stage. After the battle is over, Qin Mu quickly returned to the battle room. Chu Tianhe slowly stepped forward, looking a little excited. This time, only Qin Mu from Zhongcheng University entered the top 10. This score, 2 more short, can break the history of Zhongcheng University. Although there is only Qin Mu alone. But he felt, with Qin Mu's strength, he can completely win the Battle of Civilizations. The combat power of the 33 heavens and the underworld can already crush other extraordinary civilizations. Even if the other party is on the Tianjiao list, it is no exception. Qin Mu looked at the excited Chu Tianhe, nodding slightly. Then he asked, when will the next game be played, and what is the format? As usual, the final format of the Battle of Civilizations changes every year. Many are even ad hoc decisions. Hearing this, Chu Tianhe smiled and replied, after the group stage is over, the qualifying matches will be held next. This time you have a 2-week break to prepare for the next match. Qin Mu nodded thoughtfully. In 2 weeks, Blue Star can spend 14 years. He also has enough time span to help Blue Star continue to climb technology. I only heard Chu Tianhe continue, as for the competition system is temporarily announced every year, and it is still unknown. This is also characteristic of the Battle of Civilizations. Qualifying for the finals. The assessment is different every year. Sometimes combat power is assessed, sometimes the world's perfection is assessed, and sometimes the overall level of the world's creatures is assessed. Qin Mu finished listening. Nodded. The reason why he asked this? Mainly because this time the champion has 100 original rewards. It is of great help to the improvement of the technological universe. Science and technology civilization is good. But compared to other extraordinary civilizations, the speed of eating resources is extremely terrifying. Want to grow fast? You need a lot of resources. At the same time, Hall of Civilization. In the competition committee office, Feng Ping returned here, and immediately called the members of the organizing committee meeting to discuss the next qualifying format. The annual Battle of Civilizations. It was decided on an ad hoc basis based on the situation of the players in that year. I think, should it be the same as last year, continue to focus on the assessment of combat power. I think the assessment of the perfection of the world can be focused on the assessment. In a perfect civilized world, the overall quality of life is also very important. Everyone expressed their opinions and expressed their views. And Feng Ping sat in the first place. Listening to the opinions of everyone, he frowned. These suggestions are a bit old-fashioned. I have used it many times before. Think a little. He said in a deep voice, I have a brand new proposal. Subsequently, he spoke out about the competition system he had been pondering for a long time. The eyes of everyone in the organizing committee instantly lit up. Unanimously passed this new competition system. Zhongcheng University. Dormitory. After the group stage is over, Qin Mu went straight back here. For the first time, I was immersed in my mind and entered the technological universe. Mind a move. Step on the blue star. Time span, 2 years have passed. During these 2 years, the blue star goes up and down, changes with each passing day, and all kinds of great changes happen frequently. One after another, modern steel cities have sprung up, all over the country of Great Flame. Once the steam revolution appeared, it ignited the entire blue star. The power that makes blue star. From animal power and human power, it has risen directly to mechanical power. There are factories everywhere. The steam train network covers the entire Dian. On the road paved with concrete roads, the latest generation of steam cars come and go. Qin Mu was stunned, and even thought that he had traveled back to his previous life. Today's blue star. It is already comparable to the level of development on Earth in the 16th and 17th centuries. At this time, Great Flame Kingdom, the Palace Hall. The ministers bowed down in front of the old Yan, Zhao Lihao, and were doing the latest report on the development of the 3rd quarter of the Great Yan Kingdom. Your Majesty, in the 3 months of the 3rd quarter, the number of inventions and creations across the country has increased by 9.2%, of which dozens of inventions are of great help to the people's livelihood and the military, and are being arranged for practical application. The gross agricultural production in the Great Yan Kingdom has achieved an increase of over 20%, and the current year's grain production can already feed 1.5 billion people. In terms of steel and military output, Dian also achieved a 15% growth, which was an increase from the previous quarter. In the field of sailing, the ministers described the achievements of the Great Flame Kingdom below. And Yan is listening carefully. After all data is reported. However, he frowned and asked, "Is there any progress in the research institute?" He asked. It is the research situation of the research institute on the 3 technologies. 2 years ago, the gods once sent down oracles, telling him the direction of future technological development. Thousands of miles of sound transmission, flying to the ground, and diving into the deep sea. After returning from the temple, for the first time, he listed these 3 things as the focus of developing technology. Ordered the Dian Research Institute to do all the research. When the people from the Dian Research Institute heard the words, they immediately walked out of the queue of ministers. Kneel down on the hall. Go back to your Majesty. Among the 3 technologies, Qin sound transmission is currently the fastest. We have tried 11,643 materials, and finally made some breakthroughs in research directions. Chapter 123. 1,000 miles of voice transmission. It refers to the ability to transmit sound and communicate even if it is thousands of miles away. Put before this kind of thing, the Yan people can't believe it at all. But as the wind of science and technology took root in the hearts of the people, steam engines spread all over the world. Many believe it. As long as the technology continues to develop, the voice transmission can also become a reality. After screening these materials, we've narrowed down our research to focus on finding carrier materials that can conduct sound. People from Dian Research Institute went on to report, as long as we find materials that can transmit sound, we can truly achieve sound transmission over thousands of miles. Yan listened to the reply from the Research Institute and nodded silently. Indeed. Only 2 years have passed. It is very rare to achieve today's breakthrough. After all, in his impression, sound transmission from 1,000 miles could be said to be an immortal method. It is an immortal method that can only be mastered by those in the world of immortal cultivation. Subsequently, Yan took a deep breath. Shen said, "Since the research direction has been locked, let's issue a reward and let the world know. If there is a carrier that is most suitable for transmitting sound, I will definitely reward you greatly, and I will not be stingy if I appoint an official, a prince, and a general." Soon, an imperial decree was issued from the palace. Proclaim to the world. People who are proficient in science and technology have joined the research queue one after another. Find the best carrier for conducting sound. The 77th year of the Great Yan calendar. Great Flame Kingdom, Southern City. With the paving of various steam railway tracks, the southern city located at the transportation hub. Because of its superior geographical location, it has risen rapidly. Became the largest city in the south. In the southern city, there are millions of people. The development of the city seems to have the shadow of the modern city. Cement streets, clean and tidy. The shops on both sides are bustling. This is also a big city with the most complex population structure in the Great Yan Kingdom. Because many of the captives of those extraordinary worlds conquered by the Great Flame Kingdom settled in this city. You can often see warriors, immortals, giants, and magicians here. Only, compared with the people of the Great Yan Kingdom, their personal rights were strictly restricted. Their household registration is not a normal citizen household registration, but captives. In accordance with the provisions of the Great Fire Law, they need to serve 30 years of service before they can become ordinary citizens from captive status. Inside the city, in a dilapidated house, Shen Lian, a cultivator, is concentrating on studying a book. The other immortal cultivators who lived with him saw his dazed look. 753 couldn't help shaking his head. Shen Lian, what's the use of reading these heavenly books all day? Yet, rest early, and get up early tomorrow to lay the railroad tracks. Speaking of which, life in this great flame country is really convenient. It's much better than our original world of immortality. Toothbrushes, wash basins, steam cars, trains, these things are not available in the world of immortality. With assimilation over the years, these cultivators have gradually adapted to the life of Dian. In Dian, all kinds of life are very convenient. And they need to complete the prescribed labor every day, and at other times, they can plan their own time at will. If there is any conflict, you can call the Great Flame Patrol at any time. Don't worry about being jealous of yourself, killing people and stealing treasures. It's here. Life and private property are above all else and inviolable. It is completely different from the world of immortal cultivation where human life is like a mustard. The most authoritative is not any sect, but the Great Yan dynasty. You guys go to sleep first, I went to sleep after reading this physics volume. Shen Lian glanced at his companions and immersed himself in the world of knowledge in his hands. More than 10 years ago, the world of immortal cultivation is shattered. 200,000 immortal practitioners were captured and taken to the Great Flame Kingdom. He is one of them. As a defeated and captive, he thought the rest of his life would be miserable. But didn't expect. The Great Yan nation did not criticize them too harshly. It just stipulates their status and the daily labor they need to undertake. At other times, you can move freely. During these years of life, he witnessed the miraculous flames with his own eyes, as well as the rapid development. Almost every year, there will be earth-shaking changes in the Great Flame Kingdom. He could feel that the Great Flame Kingdom was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The army is strong and the horse is strong, the country is prosperous and the people are strong. And all of this is brought about by the science that Dian believes in. Gradually, he became interested in science. Exactly this kind of stuff. He defeated the way of immortality he practiced since childhood and conquered their immortal world. Then, 5 years ago, he used all his savings from years of hard labor to buy a complete set of 3 volumes of the Book of Heaven from the bookstore. They are mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The above knowledge is extremely esoteric, complex. He went deep into it and taught himself the whole process. I feel more and more that there is a vast amount of knowledge contained in the 3 volumes of the Book of Heaven. It turns out that the principle of the steam engine is derived from the kinetic energy in physics. Converting the kinetic energy into mechanical energy can burst such an amazing speed, comparable to the flight of the sword of a cultivator. Those terrifying principles of cannons and firearms actually came from chemistry, and they defeated our immortal cultivators with these. The volume of mathematics is the most extensive and profound, and all walks of life are inseparable from mathematics. Shen Lian studies every day and has a new insight. As for the spells practiced in the past, he had almost forgotten about it. In the Great Flame Kingdom, all kinds of life are extremely convenient. Ride a steam train and fly faster than their swords. No magic at all. And the law of Great Flame also stipulates that extraordinary people are not allowed to use extraordinary power at will. Violators were punished with caning, or life imprisonment. The next day, Shen Lian finished a day of hard labor. Saw a notice posted on the construction site. It was published by Yan. Inform everyone of Dian, if anyone can find the material that conducts sound. Then you can seal the official Yanju, and greatly reward. Seeing this, Shen Lian suddenly became excited. He was a prisoner. If you find this material, is it possible to get rid of captive status and become a free citizen? Thought here. Shen Lian also pondered, trying to find this kind of material. However, it attracted the ruthless ridicule of the surrounding immortal cultivators. Got well, what can you solve a problem that the Dian Research Institute can't solve? Shen Lian, don't forget, you are an immortal cultivator. Are you going to turn your back on the glory of an immortal cultivator? Study on these things all day long. It's not certain whether the sound transmission can be realized or not, but we can use the magic to achieve the sound transmission of thousands of miles into the secret. 1,000 miles of sound transmission, how is this possible? Yan also said that in order for people hundreds of kilometers away to hear the sound, at such a long distance, at least a 7th-order immortal cultivator can do it. Shen Lian ignored the laughter of his companions. To him, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change your status. Every day thereafter, after completing the prescribed labor, he will try to think and study. Find a carrier that can carry it. In the process, he even began to use the spiritual sense unique to cultivators. Before being captured, he was a 2nd-order immortal cultivator. The senses are very sharp. The perception of sound is more refined. The conductive sound properties of the material can be tested in detail. Gradually, every day he conducts test inductions on dozens of materials. But without exception, all failed. These materials either have extremely high acoustic resistance or do not have the ability to connect remotely. Or it is simply that the speed of sound transmission is extremely slow. It does not meet the requirements of the Dian Research Institute at all. Half-year later, his attempts still made no progress. The rest of the fellow cultivators laughed while laughing. They also persuaded him to give up. Let him be a salted fish honestly. Live the rest of your life in peace. But Shen Lian's eyes were extremely firm, and he was not shaken at all. Still searching with perseverance. The 77th year of the Great Yanli calendar is the end of the year. South City. A torrential rain fell. In the sky, lightning flashed. Torrential rain poured down. Shen Lian, who was testing sound conductivity in the field, had no choice but to interrupt the test. Running back in a hurry. Boom! Suddenly, a strip of white lightning flashed across the sky. Immediately after, the roar of thunder exploded in the air. Seeing this scene, Shen Lian remembered the explanation in the book that the speed of light is greater than the speed of sound. The speed of light is theoretically the fastest speed currently available. Greater than everything in the world. And the sound. In the air, it can reach a propagation speed of 314 m/s. Thought here. Shen Lian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Yan Kingdom's research on these natural phenomena is really unique. Exhaustive study of the principles of nature, the most incisive and incisive natural scientific research. At this point, it is completely incomparable to the immortal civilization. And at this moment, in his mind, as if a little inspiration flashed. The speed of sound and the speed of light, the lightning just now. Shen Lian turned his head and stared at the scene of lightning and thunder in the sky. My heart trembled suddenly. The speed of light surpasses that of sound. And just the lightning. Isn't it the best embodiment of light? If lightning is used as a carrier for sound transmission. Shen Lian couldn't help swallowing. In the pouring rain, his breathing became rapid. It's definitely doable. Because of the phenomena in nature, the feasibility of this has been confirmed. This incident seems to have opened a whole new door for him. After returning to the residence, he hurriedly recorded his conjecture. Every day after that, I continued to refine this conjecture. It's definitely unrealistic to want to use lightning as a carrier of sound. Lightning is hard to come by, and it is extremely difficult to popularize it. So can I figure out a way to store the lightning and use it to transmit sound? Just what can store lightning? Shen Lian thought hard. The direction of research began to turn to how to store lightning. And after the fellow cultivators around knew what he was thinking, they all started to laugh at him. Actually trying to store lightning. No one believed that he could solve the problem of Qinli sound transmission. Gradually, in the entire southern city, they heard that a strange person like Shen Lian appeared among the immortal cultivators. He actually tried to catch the lightning, store it, and use it to transmit sound. The 78th year of the Great Yan calendar. This year, Shen Lian ignored the cynicism of others. Instead, follow the path of your choice and go down firmly. He tried various materials. Finally, found the material of tin foil. He matched the materials with each other and loaded them on the inside and outside of a glass bottle. After a year of observation, lightning can move or not, and when it moves, it can be passed through many objects, and when it doesn't move, it can be preserved. Shen Lian looked at the glass bottle he made in his hand, feeling more and more excited. That's how he made this bottle. Lock the lightning in it. Make it never run out and store as much lightning as possible. Next, we need to wait for a thunderstorm. Subsequently, Shen Lian began to wait patiently. This time, he will prove to everyone in the southern city that you are right. Finally, in a month, a torrential rain swept across the southern city again. In the sky, lightning flashed. Torrential rain poured down. Boom! The roar was incessant. And at this time, Shen Lian walked out of Nanfang City with a strong wind waiting. Came to an empty high slope. On this high slope, stands a huge metal iron pole. Dozens of meters high. And the strong wind prepared by Shen Lian can fly hundreds of meters in the air. After the people in the southern city knew the news, they held umbrellas and watched from afar. Is Shen Lian crazy? Relying on his being an immortal cultivator, to provoke lightning? Isn't he afraid of being hacked to death? If the cultivation base has not reached the third rank, it is impossible to block the lightning. Everyone, look, he placed a big bottle under the iron pole. Could it be that he made a container in an attempt to hold lightning? The people around stood in the distance, laughing and joking. Especially warriors, cultivators, giants, and magicians. They all felt that Shen Lian was trying to die. Boom! The sky thundered. At this time, Shen Lian cast a spell. A strong wind blows. Raise the kite into the sky. Taller and taller. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. At an altitude of 400 meters. Breakthrough. A white light suddenly appeared in the sky. Break through the sky. Drag out a narrow track. Its tail. Pulled by the wind, it fell directly on the kite. When Shen Lian saw this, he was not surprised but delighted. Quickly took a step back. The end of the wind etc. was tied to the iron pole. Boom! Several lightning bolts came one after another. Following the wind and the connection, descended on the iron pole. Finally entered the big glass bottle loaded by Shen Lian. and Shen Lian, who was standing aside. Because the distance is too close. He was also touched by the aftermath of the lightning, and a numbness appeared all over his body. This moment, he couldn't contain his excitement any longer. Towards the crowd in the distance, he shouted, "I succeeded! I successfully locked the lightning in." The crowd in the distance watched this scene. They all widened their eyes. Unconsciously, they witnessed history. Chapter 124. The rest of the cultivators, giants, magicians, and warriors looked at Shen Lian. And the glass bottle he was holding in his hand fell into a deep silence. In this experiment, Shen Lian not only was not struck to death by lightning. Instead, it really introduced lightning into this glass bottle. In the distance, they saw with their own eyes the lightning down the kite and into the glass bottle. And glass bottle. It didn't explode as directly as they thought. Rather unscathed. It seems that, as Shen Lian said, lightning was locked in by him. Really can imprison lightning? Use ordinary instruments to manipulate lightning. He didn't use the lightning method? Didn't he use any magic weapon like a spell? Even our magicians are afraid of such natural disasters as thunder and lightning. These low-level extraordinary people have mixed flavors. The expression is very complicated. Vaguely. They seem to get it. Why was a group of mortals from the Great Flame Kingdom able to break through their extraordinary world and capture them here? After the wind and other experiments, Shen Lian's reputation in Nanfang City is also growing. After successfully capturing lightning, Shen Lian did not stop researching, but start to try how to draw out lightning and use lightning. Lightning can be transmitted through metal, but some items can block lightning. So what is the best material to transmit lightning? This material must reduce the resistance loss of lightning, transmit fast, and be simple and convenient. In addition to daily labor, Shen Lian is pondering these issues. A few months later, he finally found an item from among the many materials, the most suitable for delivering lightning. That's copper. And he himself twisted the copper wire into very fine lines. Simple and convenient. At the same time, to prevent lightning from hurting people when it runs through the copper. From the batch of materials that can isolate lightning, he found a type of soft object, plastic. Wrap the copper wire with it so that it will not be damaged by lightning. Since this copper wire can transmit lightning, it is called a wire. Shen Lian looked at the copper wire he made and gave it a name. Immediately after, Shen Lian continued to try to use wires to transmit sound. The speed at which lightning travels through wires is astonishing. Not weaker than the speed of sound at all. Using it as a carrier to transmit sound can definitely meet the requirements of the Dian Research Institute. When lightning passes through the wire, it seems to make different flowing sounds due to fluctuations. Shen Lian quickly found the direction of research breakthrough. It is unrealistic for the human voice to enter the wire. The best method. It is to simulate the sound into the lightning, and let the sound of the lightning flow take it to the other side. The 78th year of the Great Yan calendar. This day, after completing the prescribed labor queen, Shen Lian hurried out of Nanfang City with a large package and an assistant. Once again, it attracted the onlookers of many people in the southern city. The most of them belong to the low-level supernatural beings who are also prisoners. What is he going to do? I heard that he has solved the problem that the Dian Research Institute announced to the world, and the final experiment is going to be carried out today. Really or not? Can he use ordinary methods to transmit thousands of miles of sound? Is it really possible for Qin Li Chuanyan to become a reality? So many researchers have failed, why did he succeed? Among the crowd, there was a lot of discussion. Very noisy. And Shen Lian ignored these voices. Came to an empty area. Together with the assistant, the package was opened and the wires were taken out. It's a 2-kilometer wire. At both ends of the wire, an earpiece and a microphone are connected. At the same time, The whole wire, going through the glass bottle, was lit by lightning. Soon, Shen Lian and his assistant are separated at both ends of the wire. The two were separated by 2 kilometers. Shen Lian stood on the microphone side and saw that the assistant was ready. Take a deep breath. Somewhat into the microphone, he said, "Can you hear me?" After a second, in the handset, there was a clearly audible, equally excited voice, I can hear it." Subsequently, Shen Lian confirmed again and again that no matter how low he spoke, an assistant 2 kilometers away can hear it. This also shows this device he made can indeed transmit sound. Clearly audible. Extremely fast. Arrived almost simultaneously. Thought here. Excited Shen Lian could not help but burst into tears. More than a year, he endured countless criticism and ridicule from others. Finally, prove yourself. He got inspiration from lightning and turned to lightning as a carrier to transmit sound. And with the handset and microphone unit, connected on one side of the wire. Talking into the microphone changes the sound of the current. Use the transfer of current. Bring the sound to the other side of the wire. Truly realize the sound transmission of thousands of miles. In this way, as long as the wire is long enough, not to mention thousands of miles, it is thousands of miles, millions of miles can be transmitted. The surrounding crowd saw Shen Lian excited. They also stepped forward to try this device. The result was astonishing. Really can be heard from 2 kilometers away. Using lightning to transmit sound. With the advent of the steam engine, flying with the sword has become a thing of the past. Now, is it possible that the sound transmission of our immortal civilization will also be eliminated by the times? Unbelievable. Even our magical civilization would not dare to make such a guess. I always feel that something is wrong. Shen Lian is an immortal cultivator. Wow! The crowd was shocked. They all looked at Shen Lian with strange eyes. Good immortals don't go to cultivation, but they come here to do scientific research. And Shen Lian has long been accustomed to this look. After years of study and research, he's completely obsessed with science. Boundless, infinite to explore. There seems to be no end to it. Than a boring cultivator. More meaningful. Because each of its inventions can be popularized and can change the world. After the wire experiment is over, Shen Lian hurried back to his residence. It took 3 days. I wrote out my research and results for more than a year and submitted it to the Science of Catastrophe. The 78th year of the Great Yan calendar. Mid-year. An epoch-making article was published in Catastrophe Science. It is titled about the utilization of lightning and the realization of sound transmission. As soon as this article appeared, it caused a sensation in the Imperial Palace and the Dian Research Institute. After reading this article, Yan, even more surprising, they directly came to the people from the Dian Research Institute. Asked, among the folks, someone actually took the lead in researching the sound transmission over 1,000 miles? Is this idea feasible? Everyone in the research institute swallowed. Look at each other. Then he replied, using lightning to carry sound, this kind of concept is simply unheard of. I have never thought of it before, and we must do experiments to prove it. Yan heard the words. However, with a displeased face, he scolded, the gods said that the way of science is to exhaust everything, and nothing is disqualified. In Lian's opinion, your research spirit is not as good as a prisoner. Everyone in the research institute turned red. The essential. Who would have thought of using lightning to transmit sound? I am afraid that only a madman like an immortal cultivator dares to collect lightning and use it to transmit sound. Subsequently, under the command of Yan, Research Institute Amines started making glass bottles and collecting lightning as described in this article. Make wires. Make microphones and earpieces. Begin to conduct simulation experiments. Result. Your Majesty, it's possible. It's really feasible. This article by Shen Lian is indeed feasible. If you talk about 2 kilometers, even if it is 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, or 50 kilometers, you can instantly convey your voice. Everyone in the research institute kneeled in front of Yan excitedly and reported the good news. Yan stood up abruptly, full of joy. The 3 trans-epical tasks instructed by the gods are to transmit a sound over 1,000 miles, to escape from the sky, and to dive into the deep sea. Among them, Qin Li sound transmission has finally made a major breakthrough. A long time. He calmed down his excitement and looked at everyone in the institute again. Shen Sheng said, Shen Lian should not be buried in the marketplace, let alone become prisoners. Pass my will, specially recruit Shen Lian to join the Dian Research Institute to be in charge of the Qin Li Sound Transmission Research Project. Furthermore, Shen Lian will be exempted from prisoner status and given national status to Shen Dian. Such talents should be treated as state officials. Apart from these, Yan also gave many rewards, such as fields, houses, money, titles, and so on. All kinds of favors, all given. South City. In the construction site, Shen Lianzheng and his fellow cultivators were doing daily labor. In my heart, I have been thinking about how to improve the sound transmission. At this time, the decree arrives. On the construction site, Dian army kneeled down with a pious face. And other low-level transcendents did not dare to neglect. He quickly lowered his head and bowed to the ground. According to His Majesty's decree, Shen Lian studied diligently, studied science, and made a huge contribution. It will benefit the country and the people, and the benefits are endless. He should be treated as a countryman. Specially recruited Shen Lian into the Research Institute, specializing in the matter of sound transmission for thousands of miles, eliminating the prisoner status, and being promoted to the National of Dian. In the decree, various rewards are listed. Shen Lian slowly raised his head. Listen to this amazing reward. Showing disbelief. He had fantasized that he might be freed from captivity. But never expected. You can enter the Dian Academy by yourself. To know. The Dian Research Institute is the most noble place in Dian. It brings together the top talents of Dian. A place that countless people dream of and want to enter. Shen Lian thanked His Majesty for the grace. A time. Shen Lian burst into tears and burst into tears. This year, he is over 40 years old. After the immortal world was destroyed. Like the other 200,000 immortal cultivators, he was captured in Dian. Work hard every day. I never thought that one day I would be specially recruited into the Dian Research Institute. And the low-level supernatural beings on the side. It was also full of shock to look at this imperial edict. Shen Lian, who has been ridiculed by them for a long time, actually turned the salted fish over and got rid of his captive status. Getting rid of prisoner status means that Shen Lian does not need to serve in the future. You can enjoy the same power as the great Yan in various fields. The news of Shen Lian being recruited quickly spread throughout Dian. All over the country. 300 million people know that there is an immortal cultivator named Shen Lian. Because of his research on sound transmission over 1,000 miles, he was honored by the great His Majesty as a national scholar. It was even exempted from prisoner status and specially recruited into the Research Institute. Because of Shen Lian. Unknowingly. Triggered another wave of scientific research all over the world. Science is what the great Yan Kingdom has always admired the most. Those low-level transcendents are encouraged by the example of Shen Lian. They have abandoned their supernatural powers. Embarked on the path of research science. The 79th year of the Great Yan Calendar. Dian Research Institute. This is the second year that Shen Lianti has been recruited into the institute. In this period, Shen Lian made persistent efforts to improve the sound transmission device from generation to generation. The first versions of the telegraph and telephone were produced. In telegrams, the text can be written into currents of various frequencies through the current frequency inside the wire, and then sent to a distant place. In the distance, these frequencies are restored into words according to special rules. This fast text transmission method quickly attracted Yan's attention. Because once it is applied on a large scale, long-distance communication in the future will not require a special messenger to go. A telegram passed, and the entire Great Yan could know the decree issued by the palace in an instant. It can greatly integrate administrative efficiency and improve the speed of office and construction. And the phone. It is the best version of Qin Li Chuanyan. Convert the sound into different current sounds and transmit them to the distance, which can realize real-time barrier-free communication. However, at this point, the institute soon encountered a bottleneck. Shenlian knelt down in front of Yan. Looking at the old and majestic old man in front of him, he said with a wry smile, "Your Majesty, the power of lightning is limited. Even if you store a large amount, you want to supply the whole country. Now, a major breakthrough has indeed been made in Qin Li sound transmission." 16. Basically, it is not universal. Lines can be laid. But without the use of lightning as a carrier, it is impossible to transmit sound and text quickly. And lightning? Not every day, and a limited number. The area of Dian is extremely large, and it is basically unrealistic to want to cover the whole country. The only solution now, the best way is to artificially create electricity. At last, Shenlian said what he had always thought. But Yan was shocked. Artificially create electricity? Artificially create lightning in the sky? Just 4 words. However, a deep shock appeared on his face after the vicissitudes of life. Heart pounding accelerated. With the body of an ordinary human, to touch the unknown realm of gods. Perhaps this is the true meaning of the 3 studies promulgated by the gods. Shenlian took a deep breath, nodded and said, "Yes, only if we find a way to make it ourselves, can we create it ourselves and supply it to the whole country without relying on the celestial phenomenon." Yan bowed his head and looked deeply at the former immortal cultivator under his feet. This captive he pulled up with one hand. In Shenlian's eyes, there is a strong desire to explore. Just like myself decades ago. A long time. Yan waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then do as you say. Within 3 years, I will see that in the territory of Dian, there are wires all over the city, and telegraphs and telephones have been laid in every city." His voice echoed above the hall. With some hope. 1. Chapter 125. Above the Blue Star. Qin Mu looked at the conversation between Yan and Shenlian and showed a relieved smile. Unexpectedly, without my guidance, someone started the research on electricity. Shenlian's sudden appearance was something he didn't expect. The dignified immortal cultivator was actually immersed in science. Out of 30 million people, attempt to use lightning as a carrier of sound. And this method? Undoubtedly the most correct path. In the development of civilization, after the age of steam. Immediately after. It's the age of electricity. Steam revolutionized power and led to the rise of factories. And electricity. It is a more thorough dynamic revolution. Its appearance will overturn all previous production methods and lifestyles. Bring Blue Star to another era of rapid development. Only. For now. Electricity appeared, but was still at the lowest research stage. Still very immature and very immature. It still needs continuous improvement. The 80th year of the Great Yan calendar. This year. Yan is 116 years old. Although he swallowed the medicine made from the elixir of the world of immortality every day. But eat for decades. His body has gradually developed drug resistance. Those low-level elixir are getting less and less effective in prolonging life. His body began to age again. On the other hand, Dian, who was in his prime, was galloping like a fierce horse. 1 year's national strength value is higher than 1 year. Palace, on the main hall. The people from the Research Institute are reporting on the inventions in the past year. Your Majesty, last year, the number of inventions and creations declared and approved exceeded 100,000 for the first time. There are 2,316 items, which have great due value, and the Research Institute is preparing to promote and popularize them all over the country. As for the research on the application of electric power, there are more and more theoretical studies on materials, conductivity, properties, etc. Because of the appearance of Shenlian. Driven by example. The country set off a wave of flocking to electric power research. Various theoretical studies of electric power are often submitted to the science of catastrophe. Although a lot of it is nonsense and has no value. But there are often several bright articles among the folks that delve into the various properties of lightning. Today, the Dian Research Institute has a deeper understanding of electricity. Yanduan sat on the dragon chair and nodded slightly. Then asked, "How is artificial electricity going among the people of the institute?" Shenlian hurriedly stood up. "Go back to your Majesty, the day before yesterday, an article on the causes of lightning published in Dian Science gave me inspiration. This minister has already got his head, and within a year, he will definitely be able to develop an artificial way of making electricity." Yan's eyes brightened, and he raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Shenlian would actually be sure to create lightning. He reads every issue of Cataclysm Science. Of that article, he naturally knew it. The reason why lightning appears is because there are a lot of dust and water vapor in the air, which are rubbed at high speed. Heat and electricity are formed. The electric energy is small at the beginning, and then accumulates continuously and enlarges continuously. Hence the formation of lightning. Therefore, the lightning seen on the ground often needs to be brewed for a period of time before it is generated. This article is well founded, so it was included in Dian Science. The article may be wrong, but it makes perfect sense that lightning comes from friction between particles. In the hall, Shenlian took a deep breath. He went on to say, "As a cultivator, I have sharp 5 senses and can feel that in daily life, friction can generate some kind of electricity, which is very similar to lightning. It's just that the energy is extremely small, so it has not been discovered by the world." After listening to Yan, his eyes became brighter. He also had the feeling that Shenlian mentioned. Especially in autumn and winter, it is especially obvious. He lowered his head and looked down at Shenlian, and said lightly, "Since you have a direction, then speed up the research, there is not so much time for skin." Shenlian's body trembled. "Don't dare to look directly at this fiery-eyed emperor." The ministers hurriedly knelt down on the ground, constantly shouting, "Long live His Majesty!" Only Yan himself knows. The medicine refined by the spirit medicine can no longer prevent the aging of his body. 10 years at most. He may be at the end of his life and return to the ruins of the Lois. The 81st year of the Great Yan Calendar. Dian Research Institute. Under the leadership of Shenlian, everyone is experimenting with an invention that spans the ages. Simple generator. After years of overall research in Dian Kingdom, theories on electric power emerge in an endless stream. On the basis of these theoretical studies, Shenlian took many detours and finally developed a simple friction generator. This is a large box with a length and width of more than 3 meters. Inside there are fuel cylinders, mechanical friction devices, electrical circuits, and electrical devices. Perfect. Light the fuel. Mechanical acceleration. Shenlian gave an order. The fuel ignited, and inside the simple generator, intense friction was going on. And with the sharp 5 senses, it begins to perceive whether there is a familiar electricity generation inside. After 10 seconds, the potential energy driven by friction is getting bigger and bigger, and a very weak energy is generated in it. And as the friction accelerates, it gets bigger and bigger. Finally, it entered the power storage device along the wire. Success! Feeling all this, Shen Lian was very excited. Hastily ordered someone to record the data of this experiment by the side. For example, how many circles of friction, how much fuel is consumed, how much electricity can be generated, and so on. Subsequently, this news was immediately known to Yan. Yan hurriedly came forward. Looking at this large simple generator, I was excited. Continue to improve, launch the most efficient generator, and then implement it all over the country. All the countries in the United States will use telephones and telegraphs. Yan issued a decree on the spot. 2 months later, the ever-improving final version of the generator comes out. The Research Institute is in charge of it, in conjunction with the Ministry of Industry, to promote it to the whole country. In the various cities within the Great Flame Kingdom, all began to build large power plants. Supply electricity. The major factories are keenly aware of business opportunities. The mass production of electric wires has also promoted the laying of electric circuits in Dian. Gradually, the Great Yan Kingdom has undergone earth-shaking changes again. Electric poles were erected one by one, and priority was laid in big cities. With the establishment of power plants, electric wires became popular. Rich people in Dian country. I bought a telephone and a telegraph for the first time and installed it in my home. It is very convenient to be able to communicate with voice over long distances and transmit text silently. The way of life of the people in the disaster-stricken country has changed again. Dian 81 years. Year-end. Palace, on the main hall. The ministers are reporting the general situation of the Great Yan Kingdom this year. Your Majesty, this year, the total output value of the Great Yan Kingdom has reached 11 trillion, an increase of 11% year-on-year. Among them, the fastest growing fields belong to the communication field of telegraph and telephone. As soon as this new field appeared, the total production value reached an astonishing 574.2 billion. After 1 year, 468 large cities across the country have built power plants and laid electric wires. The remaining remote areas are expected to gain popularity over the next few years. As for the administrative office, the imperial court has already planned to rectify the paper decrees and use telegrams to communicate more accurately, save time and improve efficiency. On the dragon chair, Yan was very pleased to hear the rapid development of the Great Yan Kingdom this year. The telegraph and telephone inside the palace were the first to be installed. Now, sitting in the bedroom, he could pick up the phone and call any minister. Any decree can also be issued to the whole world through the Emperor's special telegraph machine. Very convenient. Like a fairy method. This kind of thing. Putting it decades ago, he didn't even dare to think about it. That's the power of technology. He murmured these words. More deeply felt. Under the guidance of the gods, Dian became stronger and stronger. Now even the power of lightning can drive. The 82 years of the Great Yan calendar. In the vast territory of the Great Flame Kingdom, vigorous infrastructure projects are being carried out. Major cities, even remote towns, are trying to lay out electrical wires. Various power plants have also emerged as the times require. The branch is in the territory of Dian. There are thousands of them, big and small. However, soon a surprising problem arose. Although simple generators can generate electricity, they need to consume a lot of fuel such as oil. If supplying the entire Great Flame Nation, it will cause an energy crisis in the Great Yan Kingdom. Because of this problem, the vigorous construction of electric wires was forced to stop. The Dian Research Institute once again invested in intense research. Try to improve the generator and find a better way to generate electricity. Above the blue star. Seeing this scene, Qin Mu couldn't help shaking his head. Even the electromagnetic induction has not found 0.1, and the simple frictional electricity is naturally insufficient in supply. Although the current generator principle of the Great Flame Kingdom can also generate electricity, but the energy consumption is too high, and the electricity generated in this way also very inefficient. Mostly a phone call. Supplying other fields, replacing the steam engine, is simply not possible. The real electrical age. The phenomenon of electromagnetic induction is needed to combine magnetic energy and electric energy and convert each other to be widely popularized on a large scale. The 83rd year of the Great Yan calendar. Under the intense research, the Dian Research Institute still did not make any progress. No matter how they improve the mechanical friction, they can't reduce the energy consumption. And after a year of research, Shen Lian finally realized that the path of generating electricity by friction may be wrong. Begin to turn to other aspects of electricity research. The 84th year of the Great Yan calendar. An astonishing discovery once again shook the nation. In Big Flame Science, published a theoretical study from the folks that electricity and magnetism can actually influence each other. Electricity passing through a magnetic field can cause various disturbances. Even the magnetic field declines, or the magnetic field increases. Shen Lian saw this research theory. The body trembled. For the first time, I thought of a new way of making electricity. Chapter 126. Since magnetic fields can affect electricity, so can electricity be produced by magnetic fields? With such an inspiration, he started to lead the team of the Research Institute to tackle the tough problems in this area. Half-year later, various theoretical research results on magnetic fields and electricity have emerged one after another. Shen Lian also gradually figured out that the magnetic field is a field emitted by objects with magnetic properties. In this field, electricity can be affected. At the same time, with the keen sense of the cultivator, he also found out, with each increase in the magnetic field, a very small amount of electricity is generated. Although these powers are not strong, they do exist. This road is not wrong. If we can find out the real reason why the magnetic field changes to generate electricity, maybe we can make a simpler and more convenient generator. After thinking about this, Shen Lian became more and more excited. Led the project team of the Research Institute to tackle difficulties day and night. The relationship between magnetic fields and electricity is being studied every day. Finally, in the 85th year of the Great Yan calendar, a certain day at the end of the year, in the Dian Research Institute, after a series of experimental demonstrations, a new theory between magnetic field and electricity was born. As long as there is a constant change in the magnetic field, in a closed circuit, an electric current is generated. And what we need to do now is to change the magnetic field. After this theory came out, the pace of exploration and research of the Institute has accelerated again. As long as the magnetic field can be changed on a large scale, the current can be continuously generated into the closed circuit. It is then stored in a storage capacitor. The 86th year of the Great Yan calendar. After several years of research, under the leadership of Shen Lian, the Dian Research Institute finally produced the first simple generator that relies on the conversion of magnetic fields to generate electricity. This generator requires very little fuel, because it does not require a large amount of turboelectricity to be driven by the machine. On the contrary, what it needs to do is to interfere with the magnetic field, so that the magnetic field produces flux changes. Current can be generated. After seeing this generator with his own eyes, Yan delighted. Rewards are given to relevant researchers, and 26 have been awarded various honors. He even wrote an article himself and published it in Dian Science, in recognition of the achievements of Shen Lian and others. He understood very well. This type of generator can produce a large amount of electricity with very little fuel consumption. Power supply nationwide. It will no longer be a luxury. The appearance of telegraph and telephone will bring about a complete change in the way of life in the world. After several improvements to the original generator, Yan issued an order to promote this big Yan generator to the whole country. A time. In the Great Flame Kingdom, the original friction generator in the power plant was completely replaced. Cheap and huge amounts of electricity began to spread throughout the cities of the Great Flame Kingdom. Over the Blue Star, Qin Mu, as a bystander, witnessed all this. With a smile, the electric revolution is about to begin. The theory of electromagnetic induction was discovered. Means the power of electricity will no longer be mysterious. According to the scientific atmosphere of the Great Yan Kingdom, once the power resource appears, it will be studied frantically. Sometime in the future, various theories about the application and development of electricity will spring up like mushrooms after a spring rain. A new era of change. It will start here. The 87th year of the Great Yan calendar. As predicted. As an emerging research field, electric power has produced thousands of research results. These research results, either an in-depth study of electricity, analyzing its positive, negative, AC, DC and other properties. Either a simple application of electricity. Electricity is not only used for telephones and telegraphs. It can also be used on machinery. A factory in Nanfang City has produced the first forging machine that can convert electricity into mechanical energy. After careful comparison with steam forging machines, it was found that the electric forging machine consumes very little fuel, which can greatly reduce the cost. And the kinetic energy generated is far more than that of a steam engine. Subsequently, the factory began to manufacture electric forging machines on a large scale, phasing out old steam forging machines. The mass production factory is chasing the maximization of profit. What kind of machinery is efficient? They use what kind of machinery? Gradually, with the use of electricity, the steam engine, which has been running smoothly in Dian for more than 20 years, has gradually withdrawn from the stage of history. In the face of cheap and huge electricity, steam can be too expensive and inefficient. Also, not only factories, but other fields are also covered by the power revolution. Militarily, various simple communication combat equipment was developed. Armed is used in the Great Flame Army. In agriculture and textiles, the steam-powered textile machine was replaced, as was the steam-powered mill. All replaced with electricity. Yield and efficiency. It has doubled as a result. In the administrative office, because of the coverage of electrical energy, the telegraph can be connected in real time with all areas under the Dian rule. Various matters, decree promulgation, emergency handling, etc. Both can communicate in real time by telegram and telephone. Extremely convenient. Palace, on the main hall. The ministers are making their annual report. Your Majesty, last year, the electricity consumption of the Great Yan Kingdom was 103.2 billion kilowatt-hours, and the electricity in all parts of the country has entered the stage of practicality. Degree is a concept put forward by Shen Lian. A unit of electrical energy used to measure continuous consumption for an hour. The statistics official of the Ministry of Household went on to say, the gross domestic product last year reached 1,032.3 billion. The voice fell. The ministers in the hall were all in harmony. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. Although they can feel the great changes in the Great Flame Kingdom over the past year. But it was totally unexpected that the gross domestic product exceeded 1 trillion. In previous years, the GDP of the Great Yan Kingdom is just over 500 billion. Now, however, due to the emergence of electricity, there has been a surge. And the flames on the dragon chair. He took a deep breath. Staring at the ministers below, it is said in the divine book that the gross domestic product represents the strength of a country's national strength and the depth of its heritage. Electricity has just appeared, and it can lead to a sudden increase in the national strength of the disaster-stricken country, which shows the terrifying effect of this technology. In the next few years, Lian he will focus on popularizing electricity in 27 fields across the country, including navigation, agriculture, military, factories, and mining. Yan's old voice echoed in the hall. The ministers bowed their heads. He looked pious and submissive, without the slightest objection. Soon. The meeting is over. With the help of the attendants, the old Yan left the hall. Back to his bedroom. Your Majesty, there is a telegram from the Dian Research Institute, saying that another research has made a breakthrough. A squire greeted him with a translated telegram. Yan took the telegram and simply read it. Then he nodded his head and commented, "Reply to them, I am very relieved to hear this news. In addition, since the theory has been broken through, it should be put into practice and applied in various fields of Dian, and must not be neglected." The attendant nodded quickly. According to the translation of the telegram, a telegram was sent to the research institute. Muttering. Yan watched this scene all the way. There was a twinkle in the old eyes. Now, as he gets older, many things are being handled by telegraph. In his bedroom, you can directly contact the city guards of the major cities in Dian by telegram and telephone. That's the power of technology. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At this time, outside the palace, it was already dark. Because of the rotation of the blue star, the sun has set, and the hemisphere where Dian is located has entered the dark night. Just like his old body. Yan glanced at the dark night outside. Turn around. Came to the bedroom phone. I called the Ministry of Industry and the Research Institute. I'll give you an hour to prepare, and after an hour, I want to call Dian's 30,000 subjects. The other end. Both the Ministry of Industry and the Research Institute were stunned. But not in the slightest. Quickly convened relevant personnel to conduct nationwide connections. With the popularity of wire networks and electricity over the years, huge loudspeakers were installed on every large street in the major cities of the Great Flame Kingdom. Even in the palace. You can also teach the people of the country. An hour later. In the bedroom. Yan got a reply from the Ministry of Industry and the Research Institute. Stand up straight. Just picked up the microphone. Facing the microphone, he said in a deep voice, "Lian, Nayan, the Lord of Great Yan, Your Majesty the Emperor." Although the voice is old, it has endless majesty. Great Yan, thousands of cities. The huge loudspeaker trembled, synchronizing with the sound of Yan. Countless people were stunned. Immediately, he moved closer to the huge horn at the street intersection. "Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty!" Almost at the same time. Nationwide. 30 million people, men and women, young and old, all knelt down with a bang. Yan reigned for more than 80 years. Contribution to the Great Yan Kingdom is really too much. The popularity among the people is even more unparalleled. All the people looked frantic and bowed to the trumpet. And the sound of fire continued to spread out slowly. This year is the 87th year of the Great Yan calendar, the 87th year of my ascension to the throne. Time goes by, time flies like a shuttle, fleeting. Lian Jin called you today, not to preach, but to have something in his heart that he wanted to tell you. Yan's voice, there is a little loneliness in the old age. Perhaps some people still remember that 87 years ago, a joint army marched into the palace, disobeying Emperor Ji's last edict, and won the throne. In the years when I first ascended the throne, people often scolded the Lian, saying that the Lian was a traitor and a thief, and everyone got it and executed it. Lian didn't need to kill those people, but let them live well. I want to tell them with facts. Speaking of which, Yan paused for a moment. He seemed to be out of breath because of talking too much. After slowing down, he went on to say, I want to tell them that the most capable people in the world will live there. The descendants of Emperor Ji are all incompetent and mediocre people. If the world is handed over to them, they will only stop moving forward. This big flame, if there is no connection, how can it be today's grand occasion? The entire Great Yan territory. 30 million people stopped in front of the loudspeaker and listened carefully. No one dared to refute. Indeed, today's Great Yan, to have today's achievements, is inseparable from Yan. Yan is fully qualified to say this sentence. Even 30 million people all over the world owe him a bow. Since I ascended the throne, I have been sleeping soundly at night, conscientiously working hard, and dare not be neglected in the slightest. Create the great flame army, open up the wilderness, and conquer the ocean. Fortunately, it was favored by the gods, and passed down 3 volumes of the Book of Heaven, leading the great Yan kingdom to the road of science and technology. Lian often recalls in his dreams that 87 years ago, the people of Dian were naked and hungry, exiled in the mountains and forests, frozen to death by the road 753. And now, in Dian, there are no longer people who starve to death and freeze to death. The road, the steam train, connects the whole territory of Dian. There are many factories, all industries are prosperous, and the per capita income has increased dozens of times. Strong soldiers and horses, expeditions to other worlds, and extraordinary prisoners. Under my great flame iron cavalry, the world of warriors, the world of immortals, the world of magic, the world of snakes, and the world of giants have been conquered. In the horn, Yan began to recall the past. Triggered many old people's memories. Among the 30 million people, many have lived through the hard days of the past. There are even a lot of people witnessed the great changes over the past century. At the same time, a deep sense of pride rose in my heart. What about extraordinary civilizations? The same is conquered by the great flame iron cavalry. Those captives of the extraordinary, in Dian, their status is not as good as that of ordinary people. And all this, it's all caused by fire. 87 years ago, who would have imagined that I could travel thousands of miles away and talk to you? But now, I want to tell you that not only can we communicate with you through thousands of miles away, but in the future, we will fly into the sky and travel around the world in one day. Lian has conquered the savage land, the sky, and the deep sea, and it is not far away. Lian, I will work with you to follow the instructions of the gods, embark on the road of science and technology, and build. Speaking of which, Yan's voice became more and more excited, and his panting became louder. 30 million people couldn't help but raised their heads and looked at the horns worriedly. After 10 seconds, Yan's voice came out slowly, weakening a lot. To create an unprecedented prosperity of the past and the present. At the same time, people across the country are also clenching their teeth. Followed up with a roar. Create a prosperous world for your majesty. Prosperity. Prosperity. For a moment, the crowd became more and more angry. Follow in the footsteps of Yan and conquer the sky and the deep sea. Under the prestige of Yan, 30 million people have emerged with endless fighting spirit and motivation. And over the blue star, Qin Mu watched the excited scene of 30 million people. Sigh slightly. The time for inflammation is running out. He probably understood why Yan did this. Yan is worried. Worried that after his death, his will not be inherited. Therefore, he wants to use this dialogue to inspire the great Yan people and gather their strength. Pushing the great Yan kingdom to move forward. Create the prosperous world he wants. At the same time, Palace, Summer Palace. Yan lay on the bed and looked at the worried imperial doctor beside him. He waved his hand. Indifferently asked, "Tell me, how many years are there for this alliance?" Chapter 127. The imperial doctor hurriedly knelt on the ground. He bowed his head and said, "Your Majesty, incompetent's body has at most 3 years left." Hearing this, Yan's eyes flickered. He murmured, 3 years. He just said so many words in one breath, and he was a little breathless. Suffice it to say, his body is getting older. The medicines made from the previous elixir had no effect at all. There seems to be no way to stop the aging of the body. Finally came to the end of life. Unfortunately, the Great Flame Kingdom has not even conquered the sky and the deep sea. The gods even said that the top technology can go out of Blue Star. He is more eager to go to the Sea of Stars and conquer other worlds one after another. But he ran out of time. A long time. Yan Cai took a long sigh and said, I pass on my order to select the heir among the 30 million people. Decades ago, he screened the heirs once. Only that time, after sifting all over the country, he did not find a satisfactory candidate. The heir he wants is not based on blood, but only on knowledge and ability. If you can master the 3 volumes of the Book of Heaven, you will be able to make a huge attack on Dian. Only then can he be qualified to inherit his throne and serve as the Lord of Great Flame. The next day, a decree was issued from the palace. Through the telegraph, it spread throughout the Great Yan. The 30 million Great Flames became anxious and worried. Could it be that your Majesty's body is getting old again? The world cannot be separated from your Majesty. Yan is developing at a high speed. Without His Majesty, who would inherit the throne of Yan? Extension of life, we must find a way to prolong the life of His Majesty. The elixir is useless. Is there any way to prolong His Majesty's life now? Your Majesty is over 110 years old this year. People all over the world began to take the initiative to find a way to prolong life for Yan. Especially in the field of biomedicine. From the cell-dominated doctrine flourished. But doctors all over the world found out after research. With the current medical level, physical aging cannot be reversed at all. And in this year, in the temple, an oracle descended again. 3 days later, there will be a channel to open the other world. After hearing the news, not just inflammation, 30 million people were excited. Attack! Attack! I hope it is a higher level extraordinary world, so that I can take the magic medicine and continue my life for His Majesty. The call for the entire Great Flame Nation to conquer and attack is stronger than ever. Yan was equally excited. Regardless of whether there is a magic medicine to prolong life in this world, I will conquer it. Although he is getting older, his ambition to conquer has never been extinguished. Just see his world. No matter how powerful the opponent is, all must submit to the command of the Great Yan. 3 days later, outside the temple, under the control of Qin Mu, a pitch-black alien channel was created. Yan immediately organized personnel to enter the world to investigate. After a month of understanding, it was found that the diameter of the world reached an astonishing 150,000 kilometers. Mainly alchemy. The population has reached a staggering 1 million. The creatures of this world can obtain incredible extraordinary power through alchemy. Among them, the alchemist, the strongest, has reached the 4th rank. Subsequently, Yan dispatched personnel to form an analysis team. Combined with the strength of the immortal cultivators and magicians who have been captured by Dian, the overall combat power of the world is analyzed. Came to an astonishing conclusion. 4th order alchemists can use magical alchemy to strengthen themselves and obtain amazing defenses. Dian's most powerful cannon can't kill them. At the same time, their alchemy can revive the undead, summon puppets, enhance combat power and more. Under comprehensive, they are more like a complete army. Want to conquer this world, the difficulty is unprecedented. 16. Even so, among the subjects of Dian, no one chose to back down. Because Pioneer Exploration Team, in this alchemy world, found a secret alchemy that can prolong life, even immortality. Conquer the world. Dedicate alchemy to your Majesty. I have 30 million people, how could I not be able to conquer this small country? Your Majesty's time is running out, you must do it as soon as possible. It doesn't even need the spur of the flames. The whole of the Great Flame Kingdom began to actively prepare for the war, preparing to invade the alchemy world. And Qin Mu stood on the blue star. Watch it all develop. This alchemy world, it was just deduced by the system, belongs to a relatively powerful extraordinary world. Among them, there are generally third-order alchemists, and the top alchemists have reached fourth order. The combat power is amazing. I don't know if I can conquer this world. Qin Mu stared at Yan, full of anticipation. This world, for the fast-developing Great Yan Kingdom. Best for training. These years. In the military field of the Great Yan Kingdom, many new types of equipment appeared. A national war is needed to demonstrate the combat effectiveness of these new technological equipment. Exactly at this time, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! The coordinates of a new unowned world have been scanned in the unknown void. Qin Mu frowned. I didn't expect the system to be so powerful this time, and it actually scanned a world coordinate in the sky of the ancient gods. If it's a low-level world, it just so happens that they can be handed over to the Great Flame Kingdom to conquer. Thought here. He directly summoned the system and took out the coordinates of the system's deduction. Light the fire. Open this coordinate. Boom. An alien tunnel slowly opened in front of him. Such a terrifying aura. Staring at the passage in front of him, Qin Mu's pupil shrank. Just across the channel, he sensed the aura emanating from this world, which was extremely terrifying. Far beyond all the median god world. Subsequently, he separated a ray of mind and entered this world. 10 minutes later, some heart palpitations withdrew. Take a deep breath. Good guy. The world of the upper gods? And it seems to be the world of the upper gods that just died. There are actually 20 third-order creatures in it. Just after entering this world, he saw a vast expanse of land. The diameter of the world has reached an astonishing 1.83 million kilometers. Even if the creator is dead. But the origin of the world contained. Still amazing. Zhao Lihao. About 6 copies of the power of the source. The number of creatures among them is about 10 million, and all of them are immortal cultivators. That's right. This is a top-level immortal world. People in this world have been taught the knowledge of immortality since birth. Enter the major gates. Either become an inner disciple or an outer disciple. Inner sect disciples have the opportunity to advance, become core disciples, and obtain the top immortal cultivation techniques in the sect. The higher UPS of the sect respect the suzerain. Above the sect master, there are also the supreme elders. All of them are old monsters who are devoted to cultivation and cannot hide from the world. When he just entered this world, it was almost discovered by a 23rd order immortal cultivator. Although the combat power of the creatures in this world is abnormal, if I devour this world, I may be able to break through to the realm of the upper gods before the finals of the Battle of Civilizations. Qin Mu took a deep breath, feeling a little excited. 6 origin power words. It will be directly enough to upgrade the source of the system. The system's anti-sky function will be unlocked again. Chapter 128. Technological civilization is different from other extraordinary civilizations. Every step of expansion and improvement of scientific and technological civilization requires massive resources and the power of origin. Besides, every time he upgrades the system and unlocks new functions, he also needs the source. The next step to upgrade requires 5 copies of the power of origin. And now there are only 4.5 originals. If you get the 6 origins of this world, you can directly upgrade the system to unlock new features. Now the question is, how can we devour the world? Subsequently, Qin Mu looked at the passage that exuded a terrifying aura in front of him, frowned and thought. In this world, there are dozens of cultivators of the 22nd rank alone. Even the cultivators of the 23rd rank have 3 statues. Whether it is the 33rd heaven or the Underworld. The current combat power has not even reached the 20th rank. If he wants to reach the 20th order, he must require his divine fire value to break through to 1 million. And now, although Blue Star is developing rapidly, the rules of the world are constantly improving. But his divine fire value only reached 600,000. Still a long way from 1 million. At present, the combat power of the heaven and the underworld is not enough. We can only find a way to create a new technological creation that is known for its offensive power. Qin Mu muttered to himself. Decided to change my mind. From another perspective. System, start the simulation game mode. Immediately after, he called out the system directly. A brand new instruction was issued: deduce the technological weapons that are good at mechanical attack power. If the model is to be used, please refer to Xuxian sword formation. In his memory, the immortal execution sword formation of the previous Tongtian cult master was known for its extreme attack power. 4 of the swords. It is a perfect fit for the 4 fundamental forces of the universe today. Ding! The simulation deduction function has been activated. Subsequently, the system shines brightly. Ding! The current universe information parameters are being collected. Ding! The parameters have been collected, and we are now simulating and deducing a technological creation with extreme attack power. The system began to run fast, running frantically according to the algorithm. After a full day, the speed of the system operation slowed down again. Ding! 198,932 technological creations have been deduced, and the strongest technological creations have been screened out according to the strength of the attack. Ding! Its appearance has been modified, and it has been changed to Xuxian sword formation. This technological creation is centered on the ultimate attack methods of the 4 basic forces, and it is a set of combined technological creations. The sound of the system sounded. At the same time, a ray of light flickered and entered Qin Mu's mind. The system has just deduced a series of data parameters, using 753 and evolutionary manufacturing methods. All were accepted by Qin Mu as the manual. As long as he evolves according to this method and pays attention to the parameters of each step, he can create a technological creation of the sword array version. The ultimate attack power. Qin Mu took a deep breath. Started to step into the void, looking for an empty space area. Take out half of the power of the source and ignite the divine fire. Boom! The fire was burning brightly. The power of the source is quickly consumed. Under Qin Mu's feet, a huge platform is slowly being generated. The platform is constructed of various metal materials. Take a unique way of piggybacking. It fits the 4 basic forces of the technological universe. It is the platform that carries the 4 swords of immortal execution, and it can also be called the sword array. After the Xuxian sword formation appeared, Qin Mu continued to manipulate the source, pointing to the east. He shouted in a deep voice, "The immortal execution sword, come out!" Boom! Between heaven and earth, there seems to be light coming out. A giant sword that was several meters long quietly formed. Tens of thousands of dense mechanical components are all cast in it. Full of technology. The whole body flashed blue light. Exudes an unimaginable edge. Strong force, condensation. After Zhu Xianjian appeared, Qin Mu put his fingertips on his eyebrows according to the way the system deduced. Eyebrows. The 4-color godhead is shining like crazy. The strong force, one of the 4 fundamental forces, was slowly pulled away. Condensed towards the immortal execution sword. Boom! With the support of strong force, Zhu Xianjian burst out with more terrifying light and breath. Trembling violently, the sound of sword chirping continued. I don't know how long it took. The jingling sound stopped shaking. And Qin Mu's strong force in the 4-color godhead. Because a large amount of condensed in the Xuxianjian, it became more and more dim. The strength of the entire tech universe. At this moment, it also seems to have dropped by a quarter. At the same time, his originally sturdy burning fire. It also slumped for a while. There was a cliff-like drop in the Shenhuo value. It actually dropped from 600,000 to 500,000. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows and swept to the real-time updated Teiku Tianjiao list. Original. His ranking has risen to 1403. But because of the creation of an immortal execution sword, the divine fire value dropped by 100,000. Tianjiao rankings. It plummeted to 2,779. But in this regard, Qin Mu did not panic. These all are in the process of deduction of the system. The immortal execution sword formation is different from Heavenly Court and Underworld. FO. What is bound is the technological universe, which sits here. One with the tech universe. Therefore, binding the four fundamental forces will not make the universe change. But the immortal execution sword formation is different. This sword formation has the ultimate attack power. It is an independent existence from the technological universe. Once the casting is complete, even going out of bounds, the fighting power will not be weakened in the slightest. Therefore, in the casting process, every time a fundamental force is removed, the universe becomes weak. But Qin Mu didn't need to worry too much. As long as it can devour this huge world of upper gods with a diameter of 1.87 million kilometers, the divine fire value he lost will be replenished. Trap the immortal sword, come out. Qin Mu took a deep breath and pointed to the west of the platform of the Zuxian sword array. Speak again. The source was consumed, and another giant sword with a different color was quietly formed. Jiali is located in the west corner. Equipped with tens of thousands of technical components, there is an indescribable sense of technology. Weak force, condensation. Immediately after, Qin Mu stretched out his fingertips again and tapped on the godhead between his eyebrows. The weak force in it surged wildly. Imbued on the trapped fairy sword, the blade began to vibrate violently. A loud voice resounded throughout the universe. After the weak force installation is completed, the trapping fairy sword is also completely formed. It exudes an aura that is no weaker than that of a fairy sword. And one of the four colors of Godhead. The light is getting dim. The burning divine fire attenuated again. God fire value. From 500,000, crazy drops, down to 400,000. The ranking of the Teiku Tianjiao list is also rapidly declining. And Qin Mu directly ignored this series of chain reactions. Once again, he looked to the north of the platform of the Zuxian sword formation. Shen Sheng said, Extreme Immortal Sword, come out. Boom. The sword array platform trembled violently. Another very different great sword was created, and then it was absorbed into gravity. The four-color godhead dimmed again. Shenhuo value decayed to 300,000. Slaying the immortal sword, come out. At last, Qin Mu looked towards the south of the platform of the Zuxian sword formation and pointed to its corner. Use the rest of the source. The most ferocious slaughtering immortal sword among the four swords. Subsequently, he also incorporated electromagnetic force into the sword of immortal killing. So far, the four-color godhead is completely dim. And the foundation of the entire technological universe is constantly being reduced, becoming weaker and weaker. Shenhuo value dropped to 200,000. Next, it is necessary to continuously upgrade and improve the technological universe in order to restore the damaged four basic forces. Finally finished. Qin Mu stared at the magnificent building in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. A huge sword array platform is suspended in the deep and boundless space. In its four corners. On the other hand, there were four great swords that shone with four colors of light. Boom! Four swords are located in the four directions. After completing the transformation, the four-handed sword shines brightly. The strong force, the weak force, the gravitational force, and the electromagnetic force are madly stirring in it. Their breath gradually rising. 14th grade, 15th grade, 16th grade, 17th grade. Cab, 18th order. After climbing to the 19th level, the breath stopped abruptly and stopped at this stage. This is purely a technological creation that can achieve the strongest combat power at present. This combat power, it is impossible to capture this upper god world. Qin Mu took a deep breath. This situation. In fact, the system has already been deduced. The scheme given by the system. It is to use the source point function to point the four swords of Zuxian one by one. The attunement function can allow technological creations to give birth to true spirits. That is intelligent life. In addition, it can strengthen various attributes of the technological creation and enhance its combat effectiveness. Thought here. Qin Mu took out the only 4 copies of his original source left. There was no hesitation. The system was summoned again. Turn on the origin point function. The system light flickered. Ding! The origin point function has been activated. Please select the technological creation that needs to be strengthened. Qin Mu raised his hand and pointed to the Zuxian sword located on the east of the platform of the Zuxian sword array. Ding! Initiation is in progress. Immediately after, system rays of light shrouded the immortal execution sword. A source of power was quickly consumed, and all of it was integrated into the sword of immortal execution. Subsequently, Qin Mu did the same, turning the trapping fairy sword, killing the fairy sword, and the absolute fairy sword one after another. 294 number. Consumed in an instant. Ding! The true spirit awakens, and the estimated time is 1 day. Qin Mu looked at the 4 swords shrouded in a strange atmosphere and nodded slightly. The construction of the 4 swords of Zuxian is relatively simple. There was no situation where the 33-fold naive spirit was awakened. There is still 1 day left, just in time to see the progress of the Great Yan Kingdom. He glanced at the immortal sword array platform again. Qin Mu turned around and crossed the endless void. The figure appeared in the blue star. The 88th year of the Great Yan calendar. Half a year after the discovery of the alchemy world. After a number of secret negotiations, Yan finally gave the order to invade this world. Outside the temple, Su Shi and Shen Xuanyi stood at the head of the generals and rushed into the alchemy world with a 1,000,000 army behind them. All kinds of new weapons developed by the Ministry of Military Industry, as well as high explosive bombs, were all brought on board. A steady stream of gunpowder depots was transported to the front lines. And in the alchemy world, the sudden appearance of an army of millions quickly aroused the vigilance of the alchemists. After discovering that these people are mortals, a 4th-order alchemist flew in the air, holding a black staff. It came before the army of 1,000,000 people in Dian. GGG has recently refined the undead, and there is a shortage of a lot of strangers for experimentation. You obediently donate 10,000 mortals, and this seat can protect you from attacks by other forces. At the top of his black staff was a human skull inlaid. When speaking, it exudes an eerie aura. Very uncomfortable. And Su Shi quickly received the news. Before arriving at the army formation, he stared at the alchemist. Even though he was separated by more than 10 meters, he still felt the terrifying pressure brought by the other party. 4th-order alchemist? He raised his eyebrows, his expression unchanged. The mortals in the GG building district have some eyesight. Hurry up and select 10,000 strong mortals to come out, otherwise I can only do it myself. The alchemist hunted and laughed, looking down at Su Shi condescendingly. From the beginning to the end, he did not take Su Shi and the millions of Great Flame Army in his eyes. Mortals have more ants. Nor can it be the opponent of the great alchemist. In his opinion, Since the other party knew that he was a fourth-order alchemist, he would immediately donate 10,000 flesh and blood creatures. 2. The next second, Su Shi raised his hand and waved it down. Boom! 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 At the same time, countless cannons roared. Blast towards the alchemist in the air. One after another terrifying explosion sounded in the air. The artillery shells loaded in these cannons are the latest anti-air artillery developed by the Dian army with more powerful power. Not only can it explode on the ground, it can explode in the air, and has huge lethality to the enemy. It is because of the emergence of anti-aircraft guns. Only then did they dare to enter the alchemy world. After their analysis, only the anti-aircraft gun is the only weapon that can kill Tier 4 alchemists. And the alchemist in the air was hit by a sudden anti-aircraft gun. In haste. There was no time to take precautions, and he was seriously injured and vomited blood. He stared at him, furious. An ant. You, still dare to resist? Subsequently, he waved his black staff and began to perform ancient alchemy. Heaven, earth, and earth thorns, listen to my call. In an instant, at the feet of the millions of troops, the earth rises. A piece of soil pierced out. One person after another was pierced through the body. Died on the spot. Just when he thought that this group of troops would be in chaos because of the death of their companions, and they were in a panic. Su Shi gave the order again in a deep voice, "This is a fourth-order alchemist, continue to bombard, and fire a salvo of 800 anti-aircraft guns. The Great Yan army is prohibited from doing so." After receiving the order, the artillery began to fire frantically. Boom! Countless artillery fire exploded in the sky, and the sound boomed like thunder. Directly to this alchemist to be stunned. He can only use alchemy to strengthen his body and resist these strange weapon attacks. But these AA guns are too dense. After half an hour, the magic in his body was almost exhausted. But the roar never stopped. Attack chest surging. More violent. Damn it! These damn ants, is it possible that I, Nicholas White Lantern, are going to die here today? Gradually, the alchemist fell into despair. Because of the intensive attacks, he simply did not have time to use other alchemy techniques to escape. Once the defense stops, his body will be torn to shreds by this strange explosive iron bullet. Chapter 129. After an hour, accompanied by a scream, this fourth-order alchemist, it was directly bombarded into the air and turned into slag, and there were no corpses left. Only the black rod with the human skull in it, fell to the ground. Su Shi stepped forward. Picking up the black stick, his expression was a little dignified. This fourth-order alchemist killed hundreds of people in the Great Flame Army with one thorn. This kind of lethality. It's amazing. Also, in order to kill the alchemist, more than 3,000 rounds of anti-aircraft guns were fired directly. Fortunately, the Great Yan Kingdom is now strong. The arsenal is full of ammunition. This level of consumption can be supplied. Pass the military newspaper back and inform Your Majesty that the Research Institute and the Ministry of Military Industry need to develop defensive equipment as soon as possible to resist the strange alchemy. Su Shi took a deep breath. The result of this battle was passed back to the Great Flame Nation. At the same time, the death of Nicholas White Lantern shook the whole alchemy world. In the alchemy world, there are 8 fourth-order alchemists. All are legendary figures. Now it has fallen into the hands of a group of mortals. This made the alchemists startled and angry. At last, under the leadership of another fourth-order alchemist, more and more alchemists united, formed an alliance, began to slaughter the Great Yan army. Alchemy soon showed its terrifying power. All kinds of bizarre attack techniques caused the Great Yan army to be seriously injured. Only half a year has passed. Nearly 100,000 Great Yan army were buried under alchemy. This has also become the biggest battle loss since Dian nation conquered other worlds several times. Fortunately, after half a year of research and development in Dian, brand new armor equipment was sent to the front line. These equipments are extremely defensive, invulnerable to water and fire, and can largely resist alchemy. Because of the arrival of these devices, the battle has finally stabilized. 16. Overall, in the face of powerful alchemy, the Great Yan army is still at a disadvantage. Alchemy World. Over the sky, Qin Mu watched the battle of the Great Yan army all the way. Shaking his head, facing such an opponent, it is still a bit reluctant. But only against a formidable opponent. To bring about a revolution in technology, war is always the best means to promote the development of science and technology. Only by making new breakthroughs in the field of weapons can it be possible to conquer this alchemy world. At this time, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! The origin point is completed, and the true spirit is about to wake up. Qin Mu's eyes lit up. Mind withdrew from the alchemy world. Returning to the universe of science and technology, he came to the platform of Xuxian sword formation. The four-handed swords guarding the four directions in the south, south, and northwest vibrated violently. Screaming sound. 19th order horror atmosphere. It is also rising. Soon. Reached the 20th level. And the rate of climb has not slowed down. Go straight to the 21st order. At this moment, the combat effectiveness of technological creations has been greatly enhanced. Gradually. 22 steps. Level 23. After reaching the 23rd rank, the overall aura of the Immortal Execution Sword formation platform stopped climbing. Suddenly, the giant sword from the east moved sharply, turned into a streamer, and rose into the sky. Suspended in front of Qin Mu. Zhu Xianjian, meet the Emperor of Heaven. A cold and arrogant voice came from it. Qin Mu nodded slightly. This is the true spirit of the Sword of Immortal Execution, and it is also an intelligent life. Subsequently, the trapping fairy sword from the west also left the guarding area. Turning into a streamer, he came to Qin Mu. The voice was steady, fall into the fairy sword, and meet the Emperor of Heaven. Then go on. The absolute immortal sword from the north suddenly trembled. With an incomparably arrogant attitude, it revolves around the platform of the sword array of immortal execution. It just came before Qin Mu. Respectfully said, Zhu Xianjian, pay homage to the Emperor of Heaven. At last, the true spirit of killing immortal sword from the south also escaped. Suspended in front of Qin Mu and ranked fourth. In the voice, there was a frantic vibrato, slaying the immortal sword, meet the Heavenly Emperor. Qin Mu looked at the four swords of Zhu Xian, Xian Xian, Zhu Xian, and Xian Slaughter in front of him. With a knowing smile. These four swords all gave birth to intelligent life, and they were all good at attacking power, with great formidable power. Even if it does not rely on the platform of Xuxian sword formation. Any sword among them has the strength of the 22nd order. If they form a combined sword formation, they will fight together. Then you can kill any 23rd order creature between heaven and earth. Have them. In terms of combat power, it should be able to crush this upper god world. After swallowing it, the divine fire value he dropped, as well as the weak technology universe, will be supplemented and taken to a higher level. Directly impact the realm of the upper gods. Thought here. Qin Mu took a deep breath. Ignite the divine fire and opened the passage to the world of the upper gods. Boom! A dark world passage slowly opened in front of his eyes. The other side of the world exudes the breath of a higher world. Think briefly. Qin Mu looked at the four swords of Xuxian, and instructed in a deep voice, You four, enter it, find a way to provoke the immortal cultivators in this world, and introduce them into the technological universe. The four swords trembled in unison, but they rang. Follow God's orders. Then it turned into four streams of light and entered the channel of the other world. After they leave, Qin Mu turned around and looked at the platform of the Zuxian sword array under his feet. Want to devour this upper god world? This upper god world is 1.87 million kilometers in diameter and has a population of 10 million. Simply relying on the killing of the four swords of Zuxian. In a short period of time, it is impossible to conquer at all. There are still 3 days before the finals begin, and the quickest way is to introduce these tens of millions of immortal cultivators into the technological universe. The corners of Qin Mu's mouth twitched as he muttered to himself. Use this method. He can do it in one step, and directly empty the massive creatures. And devour the world. This is similar to the method used to deal with the soul world before. Only the 18 layers of hell were used to suppress the spirits of the spirit world. And to suppress these high-level immortal cultivators, the current strength of the 18th hell is simply not enough. The only thing that can suppress them is the immortal execution sword formation platform. Qin Mu took a deep breath. Pointing at the platform of the Zuxian sword formation hundreds of feet below, Shen Sheng said, expand. In an instant, the land that has never been used in the distant universe was teleported across space. Centered on the platform of Zuxian sword formation. Keep filling up. Expand in all directions. A huge land. It is quietly taking shape. 10,000 kilometers. 20,000 kilometers. 30,000 kilometers. 200,000 kilometers. 300,000 kilometers. After reaching 30 kilometers, Qin Mu did not let it expand. It was all the land that he had swallowed before, and had not yet had time to carry out the star-making movement. And in order to adapt to the perception of extraordinary civilization, he did not transform the land into a planetary state. Rather, it is flattened. In the universe with a diameter of more than 4 million kilometers. A platform covering an area of 300,000 kilometers was produced. After doing all this, Qin Mu summoned the Otherworld Tunnel again, set its exit in the center of this land. Then there was a ray of mind. Entered the alien tunnel. Immortal world. This is a huge world with a diameter of 1.87 million kilometers. There are many sects. A total of 9 sects are respected. The sect masters of the 9 sects are all 21st order immortal cultivators. The elders above it are of the 22nd rank. But in addition to these top powerhouses, there are also 3 rank 23 who have been hidden for many years. Eastern region. A pitch-black otherworld channel opened. Scare. Taste. Hey. 4 streamers flashed. The 4 swords of Zuxian entered this world. They are huge and several feet long. The whole body is composed of mechanical components such as steel. Each sword, with the 4 basic forces as the core, is loaded with different weapons. Boss, the Emperor of Heaven ordered the 4 of us to provoke the cultivators and lead them into the technological universe. What should we do next? Trapped on the immortal sword, a calm voice emanated. I saw it blooming with red light, aiming at the sword of immortal execution. And Zhu Xianjian has not spoken yet. Immortal slaughtering sword flashed red, and made a crazy voice, this is not easy. If you kill a world upside down, these immortal cultivators will naturally come to chase and kill us. Its tone was full of bloodthirsty impulses. And Zhu Xianjian also said, I used the scanning function just now, and I noticed that there were several large sects in the eastern region, which happened to wash them. The immortal execution sword emits blue light. Finally nodded, agreeing to the proposal of the 2. This is indeed the best way. It can quickly attract the attention of this group of cultivators. Then, after the negotiation was finalized, the 4 swords turned into 4 streams of light. Start to commit crimes in the eastern region. East Linzong. On a towering main peak. The sect master of Donglan sect is presiding over the great competition of the inner disciples of the sect. Sudden boom, boom, boom. From outside the main peak, red light waves appeared one after another. Continue to attack the main peak. Enemy attack, activate the mountain protection formation. The expression of the sect master of the East Linzong changed greatly. After giving the order, the first time, all the cultivation bases of the 21st Order were launched. Fly out. The source of the red light wave was quickly discovered. A giant sword of several meters suspended in the sky. A sword. As soon as his doubts surfaced, he noticed that the light waves came crashing down. Fell on the main peak. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the mountain protection formation has also been activated. Qin Mu next. The scene of the giant whale in his pupils appeared. After the light wave touched the mountain protection formation, in an instant, it disintegrated the defense of the mountain protection formation. Dozens of light waves crashed down. Boom! The main peak was directly blasted into powder. Those disciples with a lower cultivation base were all buried in the red light. Your Excellency, who is it? When did my East Linzong offend Your Excellency? Need to embarrass us so much? The sect master of the East Lin sect gritted his teeth and glanced around with an ugly expression. Divine consciousness is madly motivated. Try to find someone coming. As for that giant sword, in his induction, it is just a simple dead thing. There is no energy in it. Someone must be secretly manipulating it. I want to destroy their East Linzong. However, he searched for a long time. No trace of anyone was found. On the contrary, there was a red light blooming on the giant sword. Every red light is comparable to his full blow. After destroying the main peak, it even aimed at other peaks in the East Linzong. Boom! 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 Wherever the red light passed, everything was annihilated into nothingness. The mountain protection formation has all failed. Without any choice, he could only say in a deep voice, "Go and invite the elders." The strength of this enemy far exceeds him, and he must have reached the 22nd Order. Only the Supreme Elder can compete with it. His voice just fell. To the east is the base hang underground below the sect master peak. Cracked suddenly. A terrifying aura burst out. A grey-haired old man walked out of the smoke, exuding a terrifying aura around him. Damn! Who dares to disturb the old man's retreat? His gaze was like a prison, scanning the surroundings. Chapter 130. Soon I saw the great sword that was attacking with red light. Hey! It's not like a Ling Bao, without the slightest spirituality and energy, it can actually emit such a terrifying attack? Interesting. His eyes lit up, showing joy. Then, with a flick of the figure, he appeared near the giant sword. Reach out. To suppress the giant sword. Roll. But in the giant sword, there was an arrogant roar. I am the head of the 4 immortal execution swords under the Heavenly Emperor's seat, the immortal execution sword. I will destroy your sect today. The voice is cold and arrogant. The sudden change made the old man not surprised but delighted. More and more happy, I never imagined that there is such a magical thing in the world, and it should be owned by my ancestors in the East. Talking. Then he used the immortal method to suppress the giant sword. However, the great sword began to vibrate violently. Tens of thousands of mechanical components disintegrated in an instant. Regroup in an instant. It turned into a battleship more than 10 feet wide. The structure is exquisite. The whole body shone with a bluish-white cold glow. Seeing this, the old man was even more delighted. Available in the next second. The expression on his face froze. Seeing him, at the front of the battleship, a long and narrow railgun was locking him. A sense of crisis of death emerged in my heart. Don't dare to delay any longer, just take the shot. Demonstrated a terrifying immortal technique, trying to quell the battleship 753 Zuxian. Lock down Vientiane. He is extremely confident in this immortal method he created. Even if the opponent is a 22nd order existence, he will be restrained by his immortal method for half an hour. 16. On the front deck of the battleship Zuxian, a Cyan device suddenly activated. Automatic cracking bomb activated. After sensing the immortal attack in the Cyan device, the particles vibrated violently in it. Finally, a green light was released. Meet the attack of the old man. Boom! Particles spin at high speed. In an inconceivable way, it directly resolved the old man's immortal magic. The old man widened his eyes, looking at the scene of Qing Meng resolving his immortal magic. At the same time, boom! The Orbital Star Destroyer of the Zuxian battleship has been loaded and launched, directly aiming at the old man. The old man only felt a tingling in his scalp, and hurriedly cast the spell, trying to avoid it. However, the Orbital Star Destroyer gun is equipped with an automatic positioning and chasing system. Extremely fast. Reached the limit of the 22nd order. Almost in the blink of an eye, the old man was chased by the Orbital Star Destroyer cannon and hit it precisely. Boom! A mushroom cloud hundreds of meters high burst. The entire East Linzong is under this cannon. With dozens of peaks, they were directly raised to the ground. Remember, to destroy your sect, the sword of immortal execution under the throne of heaven. After one hit, the battleship Zuxian left a sentence very forcefully. It turned into a streamer and galloped away. Disappeared into the sky. Tianhe sect. This is the top sect in the eastern region. There are countless strong people in the sect. There are countless immortal cultivators who have reached the 20th order. Tianhe sect is located in a natural valley. Now, everyone, including the sect master, frowned. Some doubt about life. A bunch of shrunken turtles. Send someone out to fight Laozi one-on-one, otherwise don't blame me for starting the particle boiling cannon. Outside the canyon, an arrogant voice came in. Make everyone's faces change. Not long ago, a strange giant sword flew over and blocked their Taniguchi. At the same time, let out crazy words. Let them send someone out for a heads up. If you win, you can avoid death. At the very beginning, some 17th and 18th order disciples are very interested in this giant sword made of steel. Want to try to subdue. Result: it was melted on the spot by the strange attack from the great sword. Not even the scum is left. Under anger, several 20th order elders rushed out, trying to suppress this arrogant giant sword. Result: also under a few shots, all of them were wiped out on the spot. Only a few sinkholes were left outside the valley. Later, the 22nd order great elder rushed out, and he was not the opponent of this giant sword. Killed on the spot. There are no corpses left. Sect master, what should we do? Several elders swallowed and looked at the sect master. The sect master of Tianhe sect gritted his teeth. He could only look behind him. This sword has a strange origin. I'm afraid some enemy family is here to seek revenge and want to destroy my Heavenly Dao sect, but now the only way is to ask the elders to come out. Talking. He directly stepped into the forbidden area of Tianhe sect. Elder Taishang had ordered that he should not be disturbed in seclusion unless it was the time when the sect was alive and dead. But now, Tianhe sect has indeed reached a critical moment of life and death. The giant sword was blocked in Taniguchi, and it had been clamoring wildly. Soon, he came to the gate of the forbidden area, and respectfully said, "Report to the elder Taishang, my Tianhe sect is in danger of life and death." Not finished yet. A terrifying aura awakened in the depths of the forbidden area. Next second, this breath appeared on his side. Let his body tremble. At the same time, he showed a very happy color. Congratulations to the elder Taishang, who has retreated for 300 years, and his cultivation has reached a new level. However, the old man beside him sneered and said angrily, "The old man is at the critical moment of retreat, if there is no danger of life and death in the section." At this time, Qi Zhang's voice came from outside the valley again, "It seems that you guys are not going to duel. If that's the case, don't blame me for starting the particle boiling cannon." Very loud. Covered the entire Tianhe sect area. Hearing this, the old man frowned slightly. Just now, his divine sense shrouded all around him, and he did not sense the aura of the powerful enemy of the gods. But this voice. But what kind of particle boiling gun did he threaten to use? What it is? Aware of the doubts of the ancestors, the sect master of Tianhe sect quickly explained, "It's like this." A giant sword suddenly appeared outside the valley. After listening to the old man, the doubts in his heart have not been resolved, but have only grown stronger. The giant sword made of steel is not a spiritual treasure, nor does it have the breath of life and energy. But with terrifying attack power? Is there always such a strange thing in the world? Let's go, you'll know when the old man is out of the valley. Subsequently, he stepped forward directly, ready to go out of the valley to see what happened. But suddenly, boom! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The temperature around the entire valley began to rise sharply. After the Guardian formation was attacked, it recovered immediately and released the mask. Try to defend. But it didn't hold back for even a second, and it burst with a bang. And then, a torrent of particles fell from the sky. Accurately fell towards the old man and the sect master of Tianhe sect. In the torrent of particles, the temperature is extremely terrifying. In an instant, it rose to tens of billions of degrees. Under its burning, the void trembled frantically and shattered. The sect master of Tianhe sect hurriedly used the immortal method to try to defend. But in the face of the torrent of particles, any defense is useless. His body was ignited in an instant. The particles all over the body trembled with the torrent, annihilating frantically. "Elder Taishang, save me!" Before the death crisis, he hurriedly shouted. But there was no waiting for help. Before total loss of consciousness, he turned his head and looked to his side. I happened to see the terrified expression of the elder Taishang, who had just been out of the gate after 300 years of hard work. The old man did not escape this disaster. Face the torrent of particles. He took out one self-defense magic weapon after another, but to no avail. The magic weapon instantly annihilated and melted. And the old man's body was ignited in an instant. The whole body, cultivation and body are collapsing and annihilating with the particles. "What kind of enemy did you offend?" He roared angrily, and said the last sentence in a sigh. Floating in the valley. And the temperature of the whole valley at this time also getting higher and higher. In front of the particle boiling cannon, as long as it does not reach the 23rd order, it is impossible to escape the torrent. All Tianhe sect people neither escaped this disaster. Outside the valley, it turned into a sort of absolute immortality in the state of a battleship, scanning its own battle situation. Made a helpless sound. "Let you guys come and fight me one-on-one, but you have to be a tortoise." Incomparably arrogant. Immortal world. With the action of Xuxian Four Swords, the sects in the eastern region were destroyed one by one. Suffered catastrophe. Triggered the anger of the entire world of immortal cultivation. "Four dead things? How dare you be so arrogant? Destroy so many sects of me? We must avenge the dead fellow Taoist. Surround and kill them, and must not let them continue to be rampant. Everyone must be careful, these giant swords are a bit weird, some people say that they can be deformed, and the attacks they display are all kinds of strange and powerful. In the principle of respect for the opponent. This time, the immortal cultivators did not underestimate the enemy, and directly sprayed the elders of dozens of top sects. That is, the powerhouse of the 22nd order. decided to go to the eastern region. Kill the Four Swords. However, this day, the Four Swords also sent out a very arrogant response: I am the Four Swords under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, and today I set up the sword of immortal executioner, who would dare to come and die? The whole world was outraged again. More and more cultivators 0.1 went to the eastern region. I want to witness this battle. The immortal cultivation world has not been so lively for a long time. Eastern region. On a plateau. The Four Swords of Zuxian are standing in all directions, waiting for the arrival of the cultivators. Ha ha ha, today, I'm going to make a big kill it. The slaughtering immortal sword flashed a blood-red light and made an excited sound. On the other hand, Zhu Xianjian was relatively calm, and said, don't underestimate the enemy, after all, we only have 4. The always calm Xiangxianjian also said, Big Brother is right, I have scanned it before, and there are a few breaths in this world that are very terrifying. But Zhu Xianjian made a more arrogant voice, what are you afraid of? In front of the particle boiling cannon, no matter how many people come, there is only one dead end. In fact, I want to go head to head. Sword of Immortal Execution. Trapped Immortal Sword. The Sword of Slaughter trembled violently, but expressed a different opinion: I prefer to fight a group of them one-on-one rather than one-on-one. And in the sky, Qin Mu's mouth twitched as he listened to Sijian's chat. The true spirits of these 4 swords are all generated according to the attributes of the 4 swords of Zuxian. Zhu Xianjian is calm, but seems to like to pretend a little bit. Trapped Immortal Sword is calm, and there is nothing wrong with it so far. Zhu Xianjian is arrogant and likes to duel. Destructor Immortal Sword is crazy and likes to kill. Chapter 131. Each sword has its own character. And the fighting power is amazing. For a short time, the eastern region of the immortal cultivation world was turned upside down. A large number of cultivators came to encircle and suppress it. 10. This is not enough. In this world, the strong are respected, and the 4 swords of immortal execution must attract the attention of the supreme 23rd order old monster. Only he can show the other world channel. Lure 10 million cultivators into the technological universe. Therefore, the 4 swords of Zuxian must become famous in this battle. Bring out the 3 old monsters. Hall of Civilization. Office of the Organizing Committee. Feng Ping called all the members of the organizing committee to discuss the finals in 3 days. This time the final. Under his suggestion, a new competition system was adopted. Prepare to use an all-invasion approach to decide the final winner of the Battle of Civilizations. To this end, he specially selected a high-level world of no Lord Upper Gods. Use it as the test content. 3 days later, the 11 people who have entered the final will jointly invade this Upper God world. Scores are obtained according to the level of the hunted creatures. In the end, the winner will be determined by scoring. This competition system can comprehensively consider the player's ability to fight in other worlds, the ability to adapt to life, and the ability to command. There are still 3 days before the competition. How is the preparation of this high-level immortal world? Feng Ping turned around and looked at his deputy Chen Tu. Deputy Chen Tu hurriedly said, no problem, everything is arranged properly, but the internal world is a little turbulent, and the east is in chaos, but it is normal to cultivate immortal civilization, kill people who like to hunt for treasures, and fight between sections. Feng Ping nodded slightly when he heard the words. Indeed. Cultivation civilization is very different from other civilizations. On the road to immortality, if you are not careful, you will die. Killing people and stealing treasures, and occupying the opportunity of Dongfu, are common occurrences. This world has cost us 11 million world coins. As the world to be assessed, you need to keep more snacks. At last, Feng Ping warned. Chen Tu nodded. After church, he started to light the fire and opened the coordinate channel of Xiaoxian 26 world. Immerse yourself into this world. Consciousness swept over. I happened to see the scene where the cultivators of the whole world were gathering towards a plateau in the east. What's the situation? Just as he was about to find out, he sensed 3 monstrous chi bursting out. Come straight to him. People from outside the realm? Stay and die. These 3 breaths have extremely high cultivation. Directly to the 23rd order. Almost in the blink of an eye, this ray of mind approached him. Chen Tu's complexion changed greatly. Get out of this world immediately. At the same time, the world passage was closed to prevent these old monsters from escaping along the passage. Back to reality. Chen Tu had a lingering fear and smiled bitterly. The old monsters in this world are just too scary. Reached the 23rd level. Only the top gods can shock them. Totu just broke through to the upper god not long ago. He simply did not dare to face the creatures of the 23rd rank. With these 3 old monsters, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Chen Tu dumbfounded and muttered to himself. The creatures of the 23rd order are extremely terrifying. With them guarding the world, there is generally no problem. And the coordinates of this world are only owned by their competition organizing committee. No one else can enter this world. Thought here. He was instantly relieved. At the same time. Immortal world. 3 white-haired old men were suspended in the sky. Looking at Chen Tu and the place where the passage disappeared, his eyes flickered. After the death of the immortal emperor, our world has been discovered. One of them frowned and spoke in a deep voice. The immortal emperor, he said, was the creator of this world. He is also an immortal emperor, who passed down the method of cultivating immortals. Guide the world's spiritual path. Another person showed a look of pity. Unfortunately, this person fled too fast just now, and the breath of the passage was wiped out, otherwise we could find a new world. They have reached the 23rd order. Perception is extremely sharp. Although the world is huge, it has begun to gradually die. In the next few hundred years, with the decline of the world, their realm will gradually decline. Thousands of years at most. This world, it will completely dissipate and go to death. All living beings will wither. Nor can they escape this disaster. We have to find a whole new world. The 3 looked at each other. This is their last hope. Before the immortal emperor died, he told them many things. Among the heavens, there are 10,000 realms. As long as they can find the world passage, you can successfully invade other worlds. Hey? What happened to the east? One of them was a little surprised and noticed a plateau in the east. He found there are a large number of immortal practitioners running towards the plateau. And on the plateau, 4 strange-looking swords are clamoring wildly. The 4 brothers set up this formation. Who can break it? Come and come, if you have the ability, come into the battle and go heads up. You can go up together, as much as you want. I am under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, and I have searched for the Sword of Immortality, but I cannot find a single defeat. Sijian is located in 4 directions of the plateau. The immortal cultivators who have been picking up the surrounding area. The 3 saw this scene. Brows furrowed. These 4 swords are a bit weird. The crafting method is completely different from ours. I don't know what material they are made of. And they seem to be able to speak, but the breath of life around them is completely different from ours. Could it be something outside the world? Over the plateau, there seems to be an aura from the outside world. The eyes of the 3 kept flickering. In their keen sense. Over the plateau, there seemed to be a ray of mind watching just now. Follow them to explore. That ray of mind disappeared in an instant. Most likely is the manipulator behind the 4 swords. Watch what happens. The 3 took a deep breath. Looking at the 4-handed swords on the plateau in the distance, he didn't make a move rashly. On the plateau, as time went by, more and more immortal cultivators came to the vicinity. More than 20 elders from the major sects came. All of them are all 22nd order powerhouses. And the four swords of Zuxian were still clamoring wildly. Finally, some of the elders were also unbearable. Prepare to step into the plateau and start the four swords. But he was dissuaded by others. Be careful, everyone, these four swords are a bit weird. They have already killed a few supreme elders. It's better for me to swarm them. The lessons learned from the destruction of the sects such as Donglan sect and Tiandao sect are still vivid in my mind. The elders' expressions changed slightly and nodded. They're not here to single out. Simply use the thunder method directly to solve the trouble. To prevent any unexpected changes. Then, more than 20 supreme elders joined forces to attack and flew directly into the plateau. First timing. Aimed at the Zhu Xianjian. It says that it is the head of the four swords. It is not weaker than others in its life. It can't be defeated after searching. It should be the strongest. Destroy it first. Everyone's goals are surprisingly consistent. Catch the thief first to catch the king. Kill the strongest first. More than 20 terrifying auras burst out in front of the Immortal Execution Sword. Surrounded by the Immortal Execution Sword guarding in the east. Zhu Xianjian. It is now vaguely regretful. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't say anything. But that's it. It still couldn't help but snorted coldly, come on, even if the whole world is an enemy, what's the fear of my immortal sword? I will sway it with one sword. The voice fell. It directly transforms form. The mechanical components were disassembled and scattered. Reassemble. Transformed into a battleship. Boom. An orbital star destroyer cannon blasted towards the group of immortal cultivators. Tips for carving insects. One of the supreme elders sneered and directly sacrificed a magic weapon. Welcome to this orbital star destroyer. Call. A huge crashing roar sounded. His magic weapon was completely blown apart by the terrifying power of the Star Destroyer cannon. Spread out. The power of the Star Destroyer cannon was also offset by this magic weapon. This sword's attack speed is extremely fast, shoot quickly, don't let it continue to attack. Immediately after. In the crowd, one of the Supreme Elders shouted. More than 20 Taishang Elders began to perform one after another immortal attack. Like a tide, it rushed towards the sword of immortal execution. Mass extinction. The world is falling apart. True words chaos. Every attack carries terrifying immortal magic fluctuations. Amazing power. Finally, Zhu Xianjian didn't dare to pretend anymore. He quickly looked at the other three swords and shouted, "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, come and help me." However, Sanjian saw Zhu Xianjian restrain a group of elders. They have turned into fighting forms. Warships. Slam the other weak cultivators. Boom. Boom. Various weapons roared and the slaughter began. Zhu Xianjian and Slaughter Immortal Sword were even more mad, and they didn't hear the cry of Immortal Execution Sword at all. Only the always calm Xiang Xianjian responded in a deep voice, "Brother, hold on, and we will help you when we have killed all the others." Sword of Immortal Execution. Without any choice. In the face of many attacks from too many elders, the battleship Zuxian could only frantically launch cracking bombs. Fragmentation bomb. It is a defensive weapon unique to Zhu Xianjian. With strong force as the core, it has amazing cracking ability. No matter what type of attack energy it encounters, it can be decomposed in an instant for precise interception. Soon, on the battleship Zuxian, one after another cracking bombs were fired. Block all the attacks of this group of supreme elders. All fairy spells, at the moment of touching the cracking bomb. It dissipated like a cloud of smoke. All energy instantly returns to nothingness. When all the elders saw this scene, their pupils shrank. And on the other side, those ordinary elders and disciples in their section. under the surrounding of the three swords. Broken down. The attack of the Immortal Trapping Sword, Ju Immortal Sword, and Slaughtering Immortal Sword is not inferior to the Immortal Execution Sword. After transforming the battleship, various terrifying weapons were launched. Crazy harvesting of immortal practitioners near the plateau. Elder Tianhe, help! Grandpa, save me! These swords are too fierce, we can't stop them. All kinds of screams were made. The faces of the elders of the Supreme Being changed drastically again. Someone was about to come back to help, but was stopped by other elders. Be careful. This is most likely a plan to surround Wei and save Zhao. They want to attack our disciples and come to save their big brother, I must not be fooled. Not bad. I have already seen through the idea of these three swords. The best way to break the game now is to kill this strongest sword of immortal execution as soon as possible. Everyone, don't keep your hands anymore, use your trump cards, and end the battle as soon as possible. After everyone's discussion, they all stared at the Zhu Xianjian with a fierce look in their eyes. Sword of Execution. 770. Right now, the mood is extremely complicated. The gods surrounded Wei and rescued Zhao. Obviously, the other three swords have gone crazy. The key is, the group of 22nd Order Supreme Elders in front of them were stimulated and began to attack frantically. It's facing a surge of pressure. Even with cracking bombs, it is also difficult to intercept the siege of more than 20 strong men of the same rank at the same time. Soon several attacks landed on its battleship. Fortunately, the battleships covered by strong force are unparalleled in defense. These attacks were instantly annihilated. Good. Very good. It also became completely angry, and the cold and arrogant voice spread around. My Zhu Xianjian has never been weaker than others, even if I am alone and face the world, what is there to be afraid of? Say it. In the center of its battleship, a strong force generator slowly opened. Crashing. Countless strong forces began to condense. All kinds of particles are converging towards the center point and shrinking continuously. And the arrangement and combination of the particles are all replaced by the strong pull of the strong force. The repulsive force between particles is also instantly eliminated by the strong force. Gradually, a drop of colorless and transparent water is quietly formed in the strong force generating device. This is a low-level version of droplets. Not a top detector. However, it has similar performance as a weakened version of the legendary concept-level weapon water droplet. There are countless particles in it, which are pulled by strong forces and aggregated. The particle surface is extremely smooth. There are no bumps. Like a mirror. Die. Zhu Xianjian spoke again, his voice cold. The voice just fell. This droplet came out, shot towards the elder Tianhe in front of him. A drop of water. At the beginning, everyone still had some doubts and contempt. But in an instant, this drop of water shot through the head of a 22nd Order Tianhe elder. Pierce it through. The faces of everyone finally changed. They have sacrificed all kinds of magic weapons to try to resist this drop of water. However, in front of the terrifying water droplets, all the magical treasures are cracked at a touch and collapsed instantly. The firmness of the water droplets is completely beyond everyone's imagination. Almost instantly, another Tianhe elder did not escape the blow of the water drop. Got pierced through the head. The physical vitality was instantly annihilated. Only the spirits escaped. What the hell is this? Faced with such a strange weapon, everyone's faces were extremely frightened. No matter what level of magic weapon it is, it cannot stop the penetration of water droplets. And this drop of water can also turn itself to chase the enemy. Been running around them all the time. Want to pierce their heads. Chapter 132. In terror, everyone started to hold a group and gathered together. trying to gather the power of everyone to resist this drop of water. And at the same time, not far from the plateau, the three immortal old men walked in the air and were also attracted by the water droplets. This thing is interesting, but it is so hard. As expected of something from another world, it is truly miraculous. Looks like they can't stop the water droplets. The three looked at each other. One of the old men stretched out his hand and drew a Taoist technique in the void. The terrifying 23rd order power surged. Far away, water droplets are locked out of thin air. Arrest! The old man whispered a word. The water droplets were wrapped in vast power and moved directly in front of the old man. Ban! The old man said another word. A miniature mask appeared and suppressed it with terrifying energy. The imprisoned water droplets began to vibrate violently. But it was impossible to break through the confinement of the old man all the time. What a strange power! The hardness of this water droplet is even far more than the magic weapon of the 24th rank. The old man felt it slightly. Involuntarily showed joy. But the next second, after being imprisoned, the strong force around the water droplet suddenly dissipated. This drop of water, in front of the old man, it disintegrated in an instant. Returned to its original particle state. Turned into fine dust. Dissipated in the sky. When the three old men saw this, their pupils shrank. Surprised again. At the same time, plateau. The elders who were originally terrified witnessed the bizarre disappearance of water droplets. First stunned. Then he showed joy. It must be the third ancestor who shot. In the world of immortality, the cultivation base of the three ancestors is shocking power. Only the third ancestor can subdue the terrifying drop of water just now. Thinking of the three ancestors helping in secret, everyone was shocked. They turned around and looked at the battleship Xuxian. In his expression, there was a deep fear of fear. This sword is really the strongest existence. Don't worry about the other swords, hurry up and take action. With the three ancestors standing for us, we can't lose. Kill this sword first and then talk about it. As long as you kill their big brother, the other three swords are nothing to be afraid of. The people who were full of fear, once again resolutely decided to remove the immortal execution sword first. Offensive. The terrifying 22nd order energy is constantly surging on the plateau. Sword of execution. It's very frustrating now. Even the strongest attack method, water droplets, was ineffective. Without any choice, it can only look at the other three swords again and shout, "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, come and help me." It's really getting a little unbearable now. 19. Sanjian has completely killed the madness. Especially Zhu Xianjian and Slaughter Immortal Sword. Incarnated as battleships, they used various weapons to slaughter those low-level cultivators. Only the relatively calm Trapping Immortal Sword said in a deep voice, "Brother, you hold on for a while, and we will come to help you when we finish cleaning up these people." The voice fell. Boom! 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 On the plateau, the roar of various weapons sounded. And the sword of execution was attacked unilaterally. One after another spells fell on its battleship. Fortunately, its core is a strong force, which is protected around the battleship and has a strong defense. In a short time, there is no serious problem. But Zhu Xianjian, who had been beaten all the time, was also angry. Angrily scolded the crowd, "You old thieves, if you have more than 20 to fight one, you won't be able to win by force. If you have the ability, come head to head." Everyone was stunned. The movement of the attack in his hand did not stop at all. Still under siege. There are more and more attacks of various immortal methods, and the cracking bombs are unable to block them all. The hull was heavily bombarded one after another. Cracks started to appear. Zhu Xian, who has always been arrogant, is extremely aggrieved by his sword. "Keep calling for the other three swords. But Sanjian, who killed Crazy, didn't pay any attention to it at all. After an hour, half of the hull of the Sword of Immortals was shattered by more than 20 elders. When it looks like it's about to die, Sanjian finally cleaned up the other immortal cultivators. The 3 battleships gathered towards Zhu Xianjian. After seeing the tragic situation of Zhu Xianjian was furious. "Brother, who beat you like this? Slaughtering Immortal Sword couldn't stand it any longer. Brother, tell me, and I will avenge you." Sword of Execution. The calm trap Immortal Sword scanned the entire plateau right away. Shen said, "I noticed just now that the water droplets of the eldest brother have failed. I am afraid that there are 23rd Order powerhouses around. 23rd Order have exceeded their combat power limit." On the broken battleship Zuxian, there was a cold snort from the Zuxianjian, a range formation. After Sanjian heard it, immediately trembled and dispersed. Each guards one side, surrounded by all the supreme elders. "By the order of the Emperor of Heaven, I will kill you here." Zhu Xianjian snorted coldly. At the same time, on the battleship, the strong force generator started with a bang. The strong force began to increase sharply and climbed west. On the battleship that was in charge of guarding the Immortal Sword, the weak force generator was also activated. The weak force is getting stronger and stronger, growing wildly, filling the ship. North. On the battleship Zhu Xian, the gravitational generating device was activated immediately. The gravitational pull of terror is growing rapidly. South. On the battleship Slaughter Immortal, the electromagnetic force generating device erupted with a roar. Electromagnetic force snap sounded. Cover the whole body. The 4 fundamental forces took shape in an instant. Agitate each other. Trapped more than 20 supreme elders in it. Immediately after, from the battleship Killing Immortal, a black box slowly rose. Began to release an electromagnetic oscillation wave. The invisible electromagnetic force vibrated violently in it. Electromagnetic particles are always jumping faster than the speed of light. Turned into a ripple. He swept away towards the more than 20 supreme elders. Everyone's face changed greatly. Defend now. They cast various magic weapons and defensive spells. But before this shock wave, all fail. The spell is instantly dissipated. The magic weapon even collapsed directly with the vibration of particles exceeding the speed of light. Gradually annihilated, turned into nothingness. A time where the shock wave sweeps. Any item with defensive properties have been erased. The whole process is extremely overbearing. It made the expressions of more than 20 supreme elders change greatly. Subsequently, on the battleship Zhu Xian, a giant weapon loaded began to glow red. A torrent of particles began to breed and load in it. Makes the ambient temperature start to soar. Taller and taller. 100 degrees Celsius. 200 degrees Celsius. 300 degrees Celsius. Million degrees Celsius. Million degrees Celsius. 100 million degrees Celsius. The terrifying high temperature enveloped the area wrapped by the 4 swords. Dirt and other substances melted in an instant. Only more than 20 supreme elders released energy frantically and resisted. It doesn't stop there. On the Cyan battleship Zuxian, endless particle traction, strong force launched with a bang. Once again condensed into a drop of water. It made more than 20 supreme elders show a terrified look. He hurriedly shouted, 3 ancestors help. Please also ask the 3rd ancestor to take action. 3 ancestors. They screamed and shouted all around. Under the terrifying siege of 4 swords, there is no chance of them stopping. First, all defenses were cut. Then there is the torrent of particles, igniting the high temperature. And scary water droplets. This kind of combination killing method can only be fought by the 3 ancestors. Even if there are 10 times more supreme elders, it is impossible to stop the four swords' joint means. Ugh! And in the void, a long sigh sounded. Outside the plateau, the figures of 3 old men quietly emerged. Came from the air, step by step lotus. The breath of each statue is very restrained. Just like a mortal. But it made all the elders of Taishang show the joy of the rest of their lives. There are 3 ancestors. This so-called siege formation must be broken. The means of another world are really mysterious. One of the old men stared at the 4 battleships with a cautious look. Sijian, I heard from you, you came here on the orders of the Heavenly Emperor, do you know who the Heavenly Emperor is? The old man standing in the middle raised his forehead slightly and asked. Zhu Xianjian didn't think about it, and snorted coldly, Heavenly Emperor's name is taboo, how do you deserve to know? The 3 old men heard the words. Not angry either. Instead, he chuckled and said, the Heavenly Emperor behind you is out, and with your means, you cannot conquer our world. The voice fell. I saw him raise his right palm and rise up. Heaven upside down. Subsequently, in the sky above the 4 battleships, it seemed as if the sky had collapsed. Xian Wu's breath was shaking. One after another indescribable attack came down. Indiscriminately covers 4 battleships. Boom! 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 Zhu Xianjian quickly launched cracking bombs, trying to block these attacks. But these attacks are just too close. The cracking bombs could not be completely resisted at all. In an instant, the hulls of the 4 battleships were hit. The terrifying 23rd order power is contained in it. The hull gradually cracked. Seeing this, Zhang Xianjian hurriedly admitted, brother, this person is a bit fierce, Zhao Zhao's. Shall we call Tianhe? But Zhu Xianjian refused to admit defeat. He pointed his weapon directly at the 3 old men, and sneered at the same time, escape? The person in the world who can let me escape has not yet been born. The Mad Slaughter Immortal Sword also shouted, that's right. If you don't kill me today, don't even think about leaving here. The voices of the 2 swords were extremely arrogant. I don't know, I thought they had the advantage. I don't know how high the sky is. The old man who took the shot frowned when he saw this. Immediately after, a more terrifying move was displayed. The Great Desolation Sutra. Suddenly, heaven and earth change. The vitality of the surroundings was extracted in an instant and condensed in the hands of the old man. It turned into a powerful energy group. Subsequently, once used by the old man, he directed towards the Zhu Xian sword and killing immortal sword, the most famous weapons. Boom! The power of the 23rd order vibrated violently. The 2 battleships fought back one after another and met the energy group. But the energy in it is simply too vast. It's beyond what they can withstand. Boom! Finally, the 2 battleships suffered from this energy group frontally, and their bodies were split. One shocking crack after another appeared in the battleship body. When the 3 old men saw this, their eyes flickered. Not in a hurry. Seems to be waiting for something. As predicted. Above the 4 swords, a space crack suddenly opened. A dark otherworld channel slowly opened. Chapter 133. Quick retreat. A simplified voice came out from the otherworld channel. Echoed on the eastern plateau. After Sijian heard this, his expressions trembled. Respectfully. The immortal Zhu sword and slaughtering immortal sword did not dare to make it again, and turned into a giant sword again. Taste to a sound. Into the cracks. The 3 old men stared at the otherworld passage in front of them. After looking at each other. Looking a little excited. It's the breath of another world. The origin of that world is sufficient, it is not the world of dying. I have the method of confining the passage passed down by the immortal emperor. When I fix the passage, the 3 of you and I will go to investigate it together. At last. One of them took action, cast immortal magic, and fixed the otherworld passage. Then the three of them entered the otherworld tunnel with Scion. Shuttle away. After a few breaths, three figures came out. Looking at the barren land around him, he immediately began to look at this brand new world. It's 300,000 kilometers in diameter. There is no living being in the world? Sijian is still running away. Could it be that the creatures in this world are the four swords just now? Who is the god of the day? After exploring the world, the three old men were very excited. In their induction, although the area of this world is not as large as that of the world of immortals, it can definitely accommodate 10 million creatures in the world of immortals. At the same time, somehow, they feel the world is alive. Extremely strong. It can fully supply the reproduction of 10 million creatures. If you take over this world, all the creatures of their immortals can survive. Quick! I feel that there is a force that wants to close the world channel, don't worry about it so much, and transfer all the people in the immortal world. Finally, the three old men looked at each other and quickly reached a consensus. Decisively made a 770 decision. By now, they finally found a living world, and they must not let it go easily. The immortal emperor is dead. The world of immortality is destroyed and decayed, and sooner or later it will perish. They end up. Can't escape death. It's better to fight together and migrate to this world with everyone. Anyway, no matter how bad it is, it can't be bad. Then, a voice resonated in the world of cultivating immortals with a diameter of 1.87 million kilometers. All the supreme elders, leading their disciples, as well as the cultivators in the land, come to the eastern plateau and enter the other world. All the cultivators heard this voice. The surviving elders of the major sections. They all know the inside story of the impending decline of the world. After hearing the words, even more excited, he hurriedly organized the people of the sect to start a great migration. More and more people rushed to the eastern plateau. Entered the alien tunnel. A steady stream of creatures appeared on the earth of the Zuxian world. Gradually. 1 million. 2 million. 3 million. 9 million. It took a day and a night. Thousands of cultivators have all entered this new world. The three old men were guarding the whole process, keeping an eye on the changes around them. Four Swords and Heavenly Emperor were always in my heart. Since they came into this world, the silhouettes of Scion and the Heavenly Emperor disappeared completely, and there was no trace of them anymore. And Qin Mu stood in space the whole time. Observe the actions of the three old men. After seeing that they introduced all 10 million creatures into the Zhuxian world, the corners of the mouth could not help but think. After all, they could not resist the temptation of the new world. With all races, he entered the cage specially created by him. Actually, the Zuxian world, Cap, with a diameter of 300,000 kilometers was expanded from the platform of the Zuxian sword array. The four swords of Zuxian return after their return. The first time they return to their square matrix position. It is located at the four corners of the Zuxian sword array platform. Initiated repression. There are four swords in. This seemingly new world has become an indestructible cage. Even the 23rd order. Impossible to break. Subsequently, Qin Mu took a deep breath. Next, it's time to collect the origin of the world. He ignited the divine fire, ignited the source. Opened the coordinates of the Xiaoxian world. Stepped directly into it. The figure appeared on this land with a diameter of 1.87 million kilometers. Once you enter it, you can feel the breath of the source in it. Even if the source is passing every moment. But there are only 6 servings left. Extract. Without hesitation, Qin Mu pointed his finger on the world of immortality. A strand of origin began to converge towards him. Very strong. And with the extraction of the source, the speed of the decline of the whole world is also accelerating. Plants die, land crumbles, space trembles. A doomsday scene. It happened quietly in the world of immortality. It didn't take long. He successfully extracted 6 sources of power. Gather in the palm of your hand. And the immortal world. It has also become dilapidated, and the earth is torn apart. A dead silence. The space is constantly collapsing, causing a chain reaction. And this earth with a diameter of 1.87 million kilometers. Qin Mu also did not let go. Move it directly into the technological universe. Into the empty space. Do it all. Only then did he return to the technological universe with satisfaction, closing the coordinate channel of this world. Boom. At the same time, his fire value. Because it devoured a huge world, it began to burn violently. Blazing flames. It turned into a sea of fire, shaking in the sky above the technological universe. Originally dropped to 200,000 god fire value. Instant work. It exceeded 300,000. The rise has not slowed in the slightest. Instead, it's getting faster. And the entire tech universe. It has also become more and more perfect because of the addition of the new world. 400,000. 500,000. 600,000. 700,000. The Shenhuo value continued to rise, and finally stopped at 870,000. From outside the universe. In the sky of the ancient gods, an invisible golden list shone through. On the list, Qin Mu's ranking. Directly from the previous 4-digit ranking, it became 74th. Into the top 100. Qin Mu frowned slightly. Shenhuo still failed to reach 1 million? He originally thought that this time, he could hit the upper god realm at one time. But now it seems. The tech universe is really resource hungry. Even if it devoured a higher god world. It can't be done in one step. There is still 1 day left, and the finals of the Battle of Civilizations are about to begin, just in time to take advantage of this world to start the star-making movement. Slightly pondered. Qin Mu turned around and looked at a pile of broken land in the endless space. These lands. It's all the world he devoured during this time. Coupled with the vast world of the upper gods, it is completely possible to recreate a galaxy larger than the current Milky Way. Just as the universe continues to expand and expand. The area of the technological universe reaches 5 million kilometers in diameter. Outside the galaxy, all are empty areas. Very silent. Qin Mu recalled the operation steps of the star-making movement. Standing directly in the void. Begin to mobilize the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Gravitational binding. In an instant. Countless pieces of land are centered on the land of the immortal cultivation world, constantly gathering. Boom. Boom. The successive collisions made the land more and more fragmented. It eventually turned into a powder. But in the most central area, the gravitational point pulls wildly. No matter how smashed these lands are, they will always come together. The body is getting more condensed. Hit. Split. Hit. Split again. The process keeps repeating. Finally, after an unknown number of hits, all the land, after integration, into one. It turned into a huge giant sphere. It is suspended in the vast space. Very shocking. Qin Mu took another deep breath. The second step, collapse to the critical value. This is the second step of the star-making movement. It is also the most crucial step. It keeps collapsing until it reaches the critical value. All kinds of celestial bodies will be born from it. Nebulae, gas, cosmic dust, planets, moons, meteorites, etc., are derived from this. Hall of Civilization. Office of the Organizing Committee. Chen Tu stood in front of Feng Ping and was reporting a crucial matter. What? Feng Ping's eyes widened after hearing this. The sound ran directly through the entire office. Chen Tu's face was pale, and he said with a wry smile, "When I checked this morning, I found that this upper god world has been destroyed. His mood is very complicated now. I have the heart to want to die. This high-level god world, the designated invasion world for tomorrow's assessment." Feng Ping gave him the responsibility. But who can imagine? He carefully opened the world coordinates today and entered it to take a look. But the world has completely changed. The space is fragmented, and there is no origin. A completely dead world. The key is, even 1.87 million kilometers of land is gone. Generally speaking, the land of the dead world has no effect. He couldn't figure it out at all, why even the strength of the land disappeared. 10 million creatures, 3 rank 23 exist, a large number of rank 22, and so many high-level cultivators have all disappeared. Feng Ping gritted his teeth and glared at him. It was as if blood was dripping in my heart. This world, worth 11 million world coins. Wherever you put it, it is a huge sum of money. But now, but it all flew. Chen Tu smiled wryly, and added carefully, even the land with a diameter of 1.87 million kilometers is gone. Feng Ping glared at him fiercely. At the same time, doubts arose in his heart. This coordinate was purchased by him at the Civilization Association. Worth 11 million world coins. There can be no second person to know. Could it be an alien invasion? Feng Ping squinted his eyes, and a possibility emerged in his heart. Alien, a race that lives in the sky of the ancient gods. All the time. Wandering outside the world. Brutal by nature, like to invade the world of others. Most likely for some reason. This upper god leaked his coordinates during his lifetime. Attracted the Quyue of the alien race. Only if. To explain this maddening thing. Even the useless land has been scavenged. Who can do such a thing except aliens? Thought here. Feng Ping couldn't help but itch with hatred. Chapter 134. Just think of 11 million world coins. He felt terribly painful. And tomorrow is the final exam. But now even the world of the upper gods in the finals has mysteriously disappeared. Thinking of this, Feng Ping glanced at Chen Tu again. Shen Sheng said, "I'll give you another chance, hurry up to the Civilization Association and buy a brand new world of the upper gods. As for the money..." He paused. He snorted coldly and said, "It will be deducted from your future salary." Chen Tu widened his eyes. He gave a wry smile. At this point, he could only admit that he was unlucky. Who let himself encounter an alien invasion? Tech Universe. On the land of Zuxian with a diameter of 300,000 kilometers. After confirming that there is no danger in this world, the 3 old men of the 23rd Order let the cultivators freely explore the world. Decide your own area and make your home in the new world. At the same time, the 3 also realized the unusualness of this world. Why are there stars all over the sky in this world? I also sensed that the land beneath our feet was moving all the time. Oops! There seems to be a barrier on the periphery of this world, trapping us here. With further exploration, the 3 old men knew more and more, and their faces became more and more ugly. At the very beginning, they thought it was a peculiarity of this world. Therefore, there are stars in the sky, and the land underfoot moves. Can be followed. They discovered an area of vast sky above the world. There is a thick barrier. Locked them in. This barrier is completely different from the world barrier. The world barrier is the outermost defense of the world. But they clearly perceive that beyond this barrier, there is also a wider area. Cage? Could it be that this world is a cage? The 3 old men looked at each other. His expression was extremely solemn. They think of the 4 swords that disappeared mysteriously before, and this strange world passage. instantly understood everything. These may be a game, a bureau that led them into this cage. But their world is about to fall apart. They have no other way but to enter this world with a diameter of 300,000 kilometers. This is their last life. Don't panic, I sensed it just now. The breath of this world is the highest in the world of the median god. One of the old men spoke in a deep voice and comforted him. The other two looked relieved. Indeed, the level of this world is not the world of the upper gods. In terms of firmness, perfection of world rules, life, and so on, they have not reached the standard of the upper gods. With the strength of you and me, we should be able to break this cage. The three took a deep breath. Start to gather the power of the three, shaking the whole body's breath. Fly into the sky. Crazy attack against the cage barrier. Boom. 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 All kinds of terrifying fairy attacks fell. Void vibration. The strength of the 23rd rank, the whole world roared one after another. But on the cage barrier, the streamer shone, unscathed. No signs of being broken at all. Gradually, the expressions of the three became desperate. No matter how terrifying they are. But falling on the barrier of this cage can't make any waves. The barrier is integrated and indestructible. How can the median god world create such a terrifying cage? The three old men stared at the high-altitude barrier and felt their scalps tingle. This cage. All 10 million creatures in their immortal world were blocked in this new world. This cage is too terrifying, unless we break through to the 24th order, it is impossible to break it. An old man said in a deep voice, but the rules of this world, there is no spiritual energy born at all. After coming to this new world, they felt it. The world is vibrant though. But you can't cultivate immortals. In other words, they cannot continue to grow their strength through cultivation. Among the 10 million cultivators, it is impossible for new immortals to be born in the future. Totally apocalyptic age. Try again. The three old men do not believe in evil. Gritting his teeth, he continued to attack. Try to break out of the cage. Escape from this world. The terrifying 23rd order attack fell, and the entire Xuxian world continued to shake. Tech Universe. In endless space. Qin Mu is still on a star-making campaign. Suddenly sensing the change in the world of Xuxian, the corners of his mouth twitched. Looks like they've discovered the truth about the world. The powerhouse of the 23rd rank burst out, capable of shaking the world with a diameter of 300,000 kilometers. Such terrifying destructive power. Of course, he couldn't let this group of cultivators run wild in the technological universe. It must be suppressed in the world of Xuxian. And the current technological universe is still the world of the median god. All properties are relatively weak. Have not been promoted to the upper god world. Couldn't be bothered by this group of people. Fortunately, he used the immortal execution sword formation platform and expanded it into a world. With the four swords guarding the quartet, it is possible to trap these millions of creatures. As long as you can't break through the 24th order, the Xuxian cage cannot be broken. It's time for the third step, evolve the stars. Qin Mu retracted his mind and stared at a rapidly shrinking sphere in front of him. The area of this sphere is extremely wide. Integrate a large amount of land. According to the volume theory of light, it completely surpassed the star-making motion of the Milky Way at the beginning. Pump. Pump. The sphere kept shrinking and beating. Like another heart of the universe. Finally, after its various values reach the critical point, the throbbing stopped. Boom. The explosion happened suddenly. From the inside out. The sphere that has been condensed and collapsed to the extreme is spewed out and split continuously. One celestial body after another was created. Planets, moons, meteorites, dust, nebula, gas. All kinds of celestial bodies are flying towards the edge of the universe at high speed. On the verge of reaching the edge of the universe. Pulled by the 33rd heaven in the center of the universe, the speed is getting slower and slower. Finally stopped in a certain area. It revolves around the center of the universe in a fixed orbit. The scene in front of you. Incredibly shocking. The stars in the sky are born from this. A brand new galaxy, far from the center of the universe, was quietly formed. Its number of celestial bodies far exceeds that of the Milky Way. Nearly 1 million. There are thousands of planets of all kinds, arranged in the outer periphery of the universe. Qin Mu was suspended in space, looking at the more and more rich universe in front of him, nodding with satisfaction. The area of this galaxy is twice the size of the Milky Way. It's time to make stars. Subsequently, Qin Mu waved his hand again and manipulated the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Simulate the birth of stars. Start collecting the massive amount of gas that pervades the space after the star-making movement just now. Bring it together. The gravitational force is constantly constricted, and the gas shrinks and condenses wildly. After gathering, a complex chemical reaction begins to take place. The ammonia gas and hydrogen gas in it blend with each other. The density of this gas planet is also increasing. Inside, it is constantly releasing heat. Make the temperature higher and higher. At last, boom! With the gravitational squeeze of the core, the huge gas planet was completely ignited. A permanently burning planet appeared in the second galaxy. Immediately after, Qin Mu glanced at the large amount of gas still remaining in the galaxy. Do the same thing. Another star was created, blooming with endless light and heat. Suspended in the second galaxy. With the emergence of galaxies, the universe gradually improved. Qin Mu found that his divine fire started to thrive again at this moment. Burning. God fire value. It started to grow rapidly from 870,000, 880,000, 890,000, 900,000, 970,000, 980,000, 990,000. After reaching the value of 990,000, it stopped growing again. 0. The corners of Qin Mu's mouth twitched a few times. Where is it bad to get stuck? But it was stuck at the value of 990,000. Only 10,000 short, he will be able to meet the conditions of the impact of the upper god. At this time, from outside the tech universe, a golden light shone through. An invisible list was also revealed at this time. The 5 characters on the top are impressively Tianjiao list. And Qin Mu's ranking. Also because of this star-making movement, it began to rise rapidly into the top 10. Finally stopped at number 3. In front of him, there are only 2 people whose divine fire value is higher than him. Qin Mu glanced at the Tianjiao list and didn't care too much. This arrogant list. There is no substantive source reward at all. Even if you get to the first. It's just a name. What he wants now is a massive source. Only then can the technological universe rapidly develop and evolve into a vast universe with a diameter of 93 billion light-years in the previous life. For the remaining 10,000, it seems that we can only rely on the Great Flame Kingdom. Qin Mu retracted his gaze. A thought moves into the blue star in the Milky Way. Today's Great Flame Nation is using the power of the whole country to invade the alchemy world. 18. The army composed of alchemists is extremely powerful. It is also able to continuously summon the undead to fight without fear of pain and death. Therefore, in the past 3 years, the Great Yan army has not made any progress. There were even a few near routes. But in the alchemy world, Su Shi also found a piece of news that surprised the Great Yan Kingdom. A 4th-order alchemist in the alchemy world can refine a Black Death medicine. This drug has an amazing life-extending effect. Therefore, the Great Yan Army has always focused on besieging and killing Tier 4 alchemists. Within 3 years, they returned the Black Death medicine they had captured to the Great Flame Kingdom. Let the hospital with the highest medical level conduct research and analysis. A new type of life-sustaining drug was developed from it. Let the aging flames revitalized again. Qin Mu glanced at the current battle situation. Helplessly shook his head. Alchemy civilization is still too powerful for the Great Yan Kingdom. For a short period of time, it is impossible for the Great Flame Kingdom to conquer it. Unless the natural disaster country in the military technology once again made a breakthrough. 1. Chapter 135. Zhongyuan Province. This is the most prosperous one of the evolutionary civilization among the 5 provinces. The headquarters of the Civilization Association is also located in Zhongyuan Province. At this time, in the headquarters, a group of staff were staring at the Taiku Tianjiao list. His expression was full of shock. What happened just now? Another epic genius has risen. Directly rushed into the top 10 and ranked 3rd. Hey! Let's take a closer look. The world he evolved is actually the world of science and technology. Only in the Middle God realm, how did his world reach a diameter of 5 million kilometers? Everyone couldn't help but swallow. It has been several years. The top 10 of the Taiku Tianjiao list has not changed. The top 10 are all those old faces. But this time. But suddenly a person appeared and entered the top 10. Ranked 3rd. Everyone's eyes fixed on the 3rd row of the Taiku Tianjiao list. Qin Mu, located in the eastern province, has a Shenhuo value of 990,000, an evolved technological civilization, and a world diameter of 5 million kilometers. Qin Mu's name came into their eyes for the first time. Among the crowd, Li Quncan, the president of the Civilization Association, took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Check me out, all the information about this Qin Mu." Soon, the staff of the Civilization Association logged into the database on 770. Start frantically looking for information about Qin Mu. A series of detailed results were obtained. Fresh graduates of Zhongcheng University in the Eastern Province. It took less than a year to evolve civilization. With scientific and technological civilization as the graduation project, in the graduation assessment, it became the first in the current session. In the beginning, he was ranked 17,635th on the Taiku Tianjiao list. How did he break into the top 10? Every time after that, his magic fire value will skyrocket a little bit, and his ranking will rise by 1 stage. Hey? What's the situation? A few days ago, his magic fire value suddenly dropped to 200,000, why did it suddenly increase? After Li Quncan read all the information related to Qin Mu, somewhat dumbfounded. There are all kinds of incredible things shrouded in Qin Mu's body. Technological civilization. It actually broke the limit of ordinary civilization and broke through to the next god. Not only the lower god, but also the middle god. Strongly on the Tianjiao list. 004. Even on the Tianjiao list, with his own power, he has crushed countless extraordinary civilizations. This is completely beyond his knowledge. Technical civilization, can it be so terrifying? Li Quncan frowned, his face full of doubts. At this time, another staff member sent a document. "President, this is the latest information on the civilization war in the Eastern Province. This Qin Mu participated in the civilization war." Li Quncan's eyes lit up. The Battle of Civilization is an event organized by their Civilization Association. It is held every year in each province. The video of each battle is in these documents. Thought here. Li Quncan quickly ordered someone to open this information. Several battle footage emerged. The first to appear was Qin Mu playing against Zheng Yao. Technology civilization vs Soul civilization? He actually won. After seeing the information from both sides, Li Yunkan became even more puzzled. Now Qin Mu has entered the final. Obviously, Qin Mu won all these battles in the group stage. But the soul civilization is invisible and intangible, and it is born in an invincible position. He couldn't figure it out at all. How Qin Mu defeated the soul civilization. And as the video plays, a black giant city is located on the battlefield of the two worlds. Full of modern technology. The whole body is built in black, which is breathtaking. The other side. Zheng Yao directly summoned an army of 100,000 spirits. By relying on this thing, I defeated 100,000 spirits? Li Yunkan couldn't help swallowing. Some can't believe it. But the next scene. But he couldn't help but widen his eyes. I saw that on the Black Giant City, the most famous artillery of scientific and technological civilization appeared. Along with the roar, 100,000 spirits were quickly dying out. These physical side technological weapons actually hurt the soul. All of Divine Soul's attacks were blocked by the electromagnetic shield around the Black Giant City. At last, Zheng Yao summoned 100,000 Divine Souls and merged them into a huge 11th Order Divine Soul body. The giant Black City changed its form on the spot. Turned into a black ship. Send a terrifying compound cannon to kill this 11th Order spirit body on the spot. And the battlefields of the two worlds also shattered and collapsed. After watching this fight, including Li Yunkan, all the staff felt unreal. Subsequently, Qin Mu vs Wang Yu. Technological civilization vs Sun Mu civilization. Everyone thought that technological civilization had to be restrained again. But the whole battle is crushing again. After the battlefield between the two worlds collapsed again. Next, Qin Mu played against Wei Dei. Technological civilization vs demon civilization. The blue tower is alive. Collect all the demon gods into the tower and refine them on the spot. His opponent is said to still exist on the Tianhe list. After watching these games, Li Yunkan looked at a staff member beside him. The staff gave a wry smile. According to the original strength, whether it is Wang Yu or Wei Dei, in the Tianhe list, it is not a weak existence. In front of Qin Mu, there is absolutely nothing like the Tianhe list. Instead, it was crushed one-sidedly. President, the fourth round of the group stage has begun. Suddenly, a staff member whispered. Li Yunkan raised his head and looked at the last video. I saw a very shocking scene. The vast expanse of space. The endless universe. A sky of stars suspended in space. It is completely different from the civilized world that has evolved in his impression. After an hour, Li Yunkan watched all the video materials. There was a huge wave in my heart. It took a long time to calm down. Technological civilization, how can it still evolve like this? He muttered Qin Mu's name. A brand new and unknown evolutionary direction opened the door in front of him. Qin Mu's achievements in scientific and technological civilization. It seems to have reached a very high level. If he can break through to the upper gods before the age of 30, he may be specially hired to teach at Quyue University. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Quyue University. Among the 5 major universities, the top universities. All the students among them are the best students in the 5 provinces. Every year, countless outstanding talents are cultivated. Added many worlds of powerful civilizations to the primordial god sky. And as a teacher at Quyue University, the requirements are extremely high, at least if the upper god. At the same time, it is also necessary to break through to the upper god before the age of 30, in order to obtain the qualification to teach. Able to reach the upper god. It shows that it has unique and profound knowledge and understanding in the field of civilization in which it evolves. He thinks. Based on Qin Mu's achievements in scientific and technological civilization. Perhaps at Quyue University, an unprecedented course can be created for the world. Zhongcheng University. In the dormitory, Qin Mu briefly observed the Great Yan Kingdom. The mind retreated and returned to reality. The Great Flame Kingdom's war against the alchemy world has reached a stalemate. If the technology on the weapon side cannot make a breakthrough, it is impossible to conquer the alchemy world in a short time. Subsequently, he walked out of the dormitory and started to go to the teleportation formation of Zhongcheng University. Together with Chu Tianhe, they came to the Museum of Civilization. The Hall of Civilization, the final hall. Feng Ping stands at the forefront, looking at the people below. He opened his mouth and said, "Today, it will be the final of the Battle of Civilizations. First of all, congratulations to the 11 of you for reaching the finals." Qin Mu stood among these 11 people. Glancing around, it was found that most of the people exuded the breath of the median god. Except for 9 groups. All the Tianjiao list existed, and they all entered the finals. And on his left, coincidentally, it was Wang Yu, who had been eliminated from the 9 groups before. At this time, Wang Yu was in a very complicated mood. As the existence of the arrogance list, he almost didn't even make it to the final this time. In the group stage, he was eliminated by Qin Mu. Fortunately, there is a resurrection game. But this Easter is not easy. Zheng Yao, Wei Deiyi, Wu Yunlin and others. The power is terrifying. In this Easter, he tried his best to break out of the siege with extreme difficulty. Won the only resurrection spot. Entered the final. This time, the final of the Battle of Civilizations will adopt a brand new format. And on the high platform, Feng Ping glanced at the crowd, and continued to explain, "In front of you, there is the coordinates of an alien passage. When you ignite the divine fire, you can send creatures into this world. After invading the world, according to the creatures killed by each person, depending on their level, you can get corresponding points." In the finals room. After hearing this, everyone's expressions lit up. This system is very novel. The test is the ability to fight in other worlds. But Feng Ping's next sentence. But it made everyone's face change greatly. This 0.1 world is a high-level god world, which evolved from a demon civilization, which is extremely cruel. The creatures in the world, the highest level is the 22nd order, and are extremely sensitive to the breath of other worlds. Wang Yu and a group of people on the Tianjiao list couldn't help but take a deep breath. The upper god world. 22. And the creatures they have evolved now, the top ones are only the 11th order. This game. Is it possible to be more stubborn than anyone else? Immediately after, Feng Ping also announced a demon level score for killing. You can get 10 points by killing the demon. Kill the 8th order demon, you can get 100 points. Kill the 9th order demon, you can get 1000 points. Kill the 10th order demon, you can get 10,000 points. Kill the 11th order demon, you can get 100,000 points. Kill the 12th order demon, you can get 1,000,000 points. Further up, for every higher level, you can get 10 times more points. But I want to kill the 13th, 14th, 15th order demons. The difficulty is doubled. At last, Feng Ping added another competition system. Since the current world is extremely terrifying, you can form teams freely, hunt together, and distribute points freely. The voice fell. The 11 people who entered the final all raised their heads. Looked at each other. Chapter 136. To be honest, this final is very dangerous. Invading any world, there is the possibility of being attacked by the world. Not to mention that this is a top-level upper god world. Among them, there are even 23rd orders. In the 4th round of the group stage, facing the alien race of the 14th order, they couldn't stop it. Well, this time, it's not a battle within the world, it's a battle outside the world. and it uses the method of hunting for points to settle the outcome. This made many players on the Tianhe list flicker and think about it. They are the median gods themselves, and the evolution of the world is very profound. If the team unites, it is guaranteed to obtain points more efficiently. As long as you find the right teammates, you have a chance to stand out from the crowd. Win this final. Harvest the 100 copies of the power of the source. Also, the 10 people looked at Qin Mu calmly, and their expressions were full of shock. In the fourth group stage, the astonishing combat effectiveness of the sky carrier in the scientific and technological civilization make them extremely apprehensive. If Qin Mu once again sacrificed the air carrier this time, with their sky-defying combat prowess, their chances of winning would be extremely slim. Now, start preparing to invade the world. And in front of the crowd, Feng Ping glanced at the crowd again and spoke in a deep voice. Pointed to a coordinate device in front of everyone. In this coordinate device, this exam question is hidden. Only by igniting the divine fire, can you enter the demon world through this coordinate. Boom! The crowd stepped forward. After obtaining the coordinates, ignite the divine fire. In his evolved world 26, a passage to the demon civilization was opened. Just staring at the aisle, the expressions of the crowd changed greatly. This channel, it exudes an extremely terrifying aura. If you fight alone and don't form a team, they feel. The creatures sent by himself may be killed by the 11th order and 12th order demons as soon as they enter it. The hunted creatures are of higher rank, and the points obtained will be more. They must target those 11th order and even 12th order creatures. Brother, do you want to form a team? I am ranked 9583 on the Tianhe list. It has evolved from a kamikaze civilization, and its attack power is extremely strong. I evolved a demon civilization, and the combat power is even more terrifying than the demon civilization. You can't make it through this final if you don't form a team. The basalt civilization I evolved can cooperate with hunting and block the attack of demons. Fiscal. The people present quickly found their teammates. Lian Wangyu. I also found a person on the Tianhe list as a teammate. Only Qin Mu. Standing there alone. He glanced around and blinked helplessly. He seems to be isolated. But he didn't care too much about it. His mind was immersed in the technological universe. The divine fire was ignited, and a dark otherworld channel was opened. It exudes a very evil aura. The energy level is very high. See. His eyes lit up. If I can devour this demon world again. It devoured a top-level upper god world before. Obtained 6 origins. And the vast land. There is also a huge amount of magic fire value, and the harvest is huge. If I could swallow this world again, you can definitely get enough energy to be promoted to the upper gods. Thought here. He took a deep breath and separated his mind. Start to enter this demon civilization to investigate. The diameter is 1.65 million kilometers, which is smaller than the world of immortals. There are 9 top-level 22nd order demons inside, and their combat power is also weaker than that of the world of immortals. In terms of the number of living beings, there are 50 million demons in this world. Soon, he will find out the situation of this world clearly. This demon world. The area is a little smaller than that of Xiaoxian world. Hell is divided into the Eastern Magic Zone, the Western Magic Zone, the Southern Magic Zone, and the Northern Magic Zone. In various regions, there are thousands of forces, large and small. Demons of the 11th and 2nd order are everywhere. That's right. Everywhere. Occasionally, you can see high-level demons of the 15th or 16th order. In some areas where the population is concentrated, there are often top-level demons of the 20th order. It is very difficult to hunt alone. At the same time, the Hall of Civilization, in the main hall, As the battle begins, the live broadcast is also activated simultaneously. On a huge screen, an extremely huge world was displayed. The audience is behind the scenes. They all took a deep breath. FK. This final is so thrilling. This is the world of the upper gods, right? Invading the world of the upper gods? Good guy. What a big deal. I just glanced around and saw dozens of fourth-order demons. Who dares to invade? Hey. Fortunately, I didn't make it to the finals, otherwise I would definitely choose to abstain at the first time. The expressions of the crowd were full of shock. The final system this time is completely different from the past. The point system is used to decide the winner. That is to say, compete who hunts for more points. Look. Wang Yu from the Tianjiao list has teamed up with Song Hao from the Tianjiao list. Song Hao has evolved a blood civilization tree, and the blood tree has become an essence, which can eat the flesh and blood of living beings. Soon, someone pointed to a corner of the demon world and found Wang Yu and Song Hao who had entered it. Both of them just separated a ray of mind into it. Because the world is so scary. If one fails, it may even cause them to fall here. Boom! In a secluded corner of the demon world. With the opening of the alien channel, a huge Suanmu descended from the sky. And on its huge tortoise shell, there is a blood tree wrapped around it. The roots of the blood tree are constantly entangled in Suanmu. A symbiotic relationship. Wang Yu and Song Hao glanced at each other, and soon aimed at a single 11th order demon not far away. Suanmu roared angrily, his limbs moving. Turned into profit, blazing out. And the blood tree on its back also burst into red light in an instant. The branches keep spreading. Reach out to this 11th order demon. Roar. The demon sensed the crisis and let out a roar. Attempt to summon a companion. But the match between Suanmu and blood tree is very terrifying. Suanmu sacrificed the Suanmu Yuan shield, which blocked most of the demon's damage. The blood tree is responsible for the attack. The rhizomes and branches are entwined around the demon. Start to frantically absorb the flesh and blood of demons. Just under 10 minutes. They hunted down an 11th order demon. Fits perfectly. Okay. These two deserve to be on the Tianjiao list. This tacit understanding and combat tactics are so perfect. How many points are the 11th order demons? I remember it should be 100,000 points. Right. It should be divided into two people's hands, it should be 50,000 points per person. Everyone, look at the ranking list, the data above has started to refresh. On the side of the huge screen in the main hall, a towering light screen also appeared. In the first line above, the names of the combination of Wang Yu and Song Hao appeared. It shows that the two have hunted down an 11th order alien and gained 100,000 points. In the first place. Gradually. It didn't take long. Other Tianjiao list combinations have also entered the demon world one after another. Start hunting demons. One after another made the list. On the points leaderboard, a fierce transposition chase was launched. The time limit for this assessment is 10 days. Changes in flow rate over time. Everyone will stay in the demon world for 10 years to hunt down these points. Time is neither long nor short. So everyone is racing against time. Crazy to find those lonely demons, start hunting. After all, this is just the beginning. The demonic civilization has not yet realized that someone has invaded. If you go further back, when the demon civilization is prepared, the difficulty of their hunting will be doubled. There is even a risk of being killed. But gradually, the crowd found a problem. Hey? Qin Mu's points are always 0? In the last place. No one asked Qin Mu to form a team? The only lone wolf present. The terrifying black battleship, the sky carrier is sacrificed, who can resist it? If I were another Tianjiao, I wouldn't dare to form a team with Qin Mu, and when the time comes to kill the demon, how will the points be calculated? While discussing and communicating, there were also many doubts. Don't know what Qin Mu is doing. At the same time, Zhongyuan Province, the general meeting of the Civilization Association. Li Quncan and others are watching the final of the Eastern Province through a synchronous live broadcast. This Fengping, it's a bit of an idea, actually using such a brand new competition system. Li Quncan nodded slightly. In this way of fighting out of bounds, it can test the respective comprehensive strength of the evolvers. Fighting outside the borders requires not only means, but also methods and strategies. Especially invading such a high-level world. If one is not careful, it is very likely that the whole plate will belong to you. Wang Yu and Song Hao's fighting styles work well together. After seeing the hunting of Wang Yu and Song Hao, Li Quncan couldn't help but comment. The hunting of the other teams also had their own bright spots. But look at it. He suddenly found that Qin Mu's side, there has been no movement. In the world of science and technology, no technological creation has ever invaded. What the hell is he doing? If you don't seize this time, the demon civilization will be vigilant. He frowned, somewhat not understanding what Qin Mu was doing. Now is the best chance to hunt down 11th order creatures. The further you go, the more difficult it will be. The high-level demons of the demon civilization will never sit still, and will even launch a resistance. In his opinion, Qin Mu's technological creation, the combat power has been raised to the 14th order. It is completely possible to make quick shots and accumulate early advantages. But Qin Mu seems to be dragging it a bit. Later, when those 20th order high-level demons appear, there may not even be a chance to hunt them down. At the same time, Tech Universe. Qin Mu was hovering above the world of Zuxian. The reason why he didn't make a move. Mainly, using the source to upgrade the system and unlock the new functions of the system. Chapter 137. Before, he devoured a world of upper gods. Obtained 6 copies of the power of origin. The next stage of the system upgrade requires a full 5 copies of the source. Just in time for an upgrade. After a full day, the sound of the system sounded quietly. Ding! The system upgrade is complete, and the new functional weapon research room has been unlocked. Qin Mu heard this voice. His expression brightened. Every function of the system is extremely against the sky. In simulation deduction, as long as the parameters are sufficient, everything in the world can be deduced. The point of origin can allow technological creations to quickly give birth to spirits, that is, intelligent life. And let the power of technological creations to a higher level. Weapon Research Room, consuming the source, you can study the concept level weapon blueprint. The system quickly explained the new feature. By consuming the source, it can develop the legendary top concept weapons. Drawings, that is, the method and theory of making the weapon. It contains all sorts of higher dimensional mysteries. After reading this introduction, Qin Mu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Concept weapon. Each of them is a heaven-defying existence. In related fields, once it is used, it has the power to destroy the world. A higher dimensional bidirectional foil, for example, can collapse in a lower dimension, turning it into the state of a sheet of paper. I don't know what concept weapons there are. Qin Mu took a deep breath. This function of the system is then activated. In the weapons research room, start looking for the corresponding blueprints. Water drop, research needs to consume a source of power. The cosmic probe, made of strong interaction force, has a reflectivity of 100% for electromagnetic waves, and is absolutely smooth, with the temperature at absolute zero, and the highest hardness in the three-dimensional world. Two-way foil, research needs to consume 5 copies of the power of origin. Destruction-level weapons used on the three-dimensional world can make one of the dimensions shrink from the macro to the micro, and become an absolute plane in 2 dimensions that only has length and area and is deprived of the concept of volume. Neutron star, research requires 10 copies of the power of origin. Continuously compress objects with extremely high mass, so that the electrons in the constituent matter are incorporated into protons and converted into neutrons. 1 cubic centimeter of matter can have a mass of hundreds of billions of tons, and can destroy any object. Check out this series of presentations. Qin Mu couldn't help swallowing. Good guy. These weapons research. Each one is extremely perverted. It is indeed a concept weapon. If he can develop this kind of weapon, the top combat power of his technological universe, you can even break through to the 30th order. That is, the top of the upper gods. Slightly pondered, Qin Mu glanced at the many weapons, and decisively chose the water drop. Mainly other concept weapons. At least 3 copies of the power of origin are required. He has only 1 copy of his current source power, and he can only choose water droplets. The manufacture of water droplets is the ultimate application of strong force. At present, among the weapons loaded by Zhu Xianjian, there is a weakened version of water droplets. But that droplet, and the real concept weapon, there is still a world of difference. Ding! Water drop weapon research is underway, estimated time, 3 days. The sound of the system sounded. His last remaining source of power was quickly consumed. A virtual laboratory emerges out of thin air. Countless top technology theories are stirring in it. Concept-level weapon design drawings and plans. The rapid game study began. Hall of Civilization. Main Hall. As time goes by, everyone's points are slowly rising. After Wang Yu and Song Hao formed a team. With excellent cooperation, the points hit the first place. After the other several Tianjiao united, they have been biting at the back. But gradually, everyone found that the devil was getting harder and harder to hunt. After a period of hunting, the demons in the demon world became vigilant. No more orders. As long as the demons below the 12th order will hide under the protection of the 12th order demons, will not be placed easily. This also made everyone uncomfortable. If you can't hunt demons, you can't continue to earn points. And every time you hunt down a demon, you can let the world's creatures draw a lot of energy from it to break through the boundaries. But now, demon learned. Some demons even began to pretend to be weak and attracted people. Then the high-level demon tried to fight back secretly. It's over. It's over, you won't be able to hunt down demons in the future, right? Not only the 12th order demons, but even the 13th order, 14th order, and 15th order demons have begun to search the world for intruders. Hey! The difficulty of this world is too high, although it is also a fortune, but if you don't grasp it well, the sentient beings will fall into it. Will the rankings be dropped from now on? What the hell is Qin Mu doing? It's been 3 days. On the big screen, the changes in the demon world are being broadcast live. All the audience couldn't help but worry. Next is the real battle. The demons are aware of the presence of an intruder. If one is not careful, it is very possible to steal the chicken and not lose the rice. At the same time, everyone found out that Qin Mu's points on the points leaderboard. Still no change. Still 0. More curious about what Qin Mu is doing. Missed the first wave of opportunities before. Now it's even harder to hunt demons alone. At this time, look, everyone, Zhou Qing and Zhuzh Tian actually aimed at an 11th order demon, and they are ready to do it. Suddenly, an audience member pointed at the screen and shouted in surprise. The others looked up. Only seen on the screen. A secluded place away from the devil's gathering. Zhou Qing and Zhuzh Tian were commanding the creatures they evolved, and they were hiding their bodies and auras. Aimed at an 11th order demon. Prepare for another assassination attempt. Both of them are the existence of Tianjiao list. Zhou Qing evolved the Zhou civilization, which belongs to the same category as the civilization evolved by Lin Ji. The level of evolution exceeded that of Lin Ji by several times. This time, 3 ancestral witches of the 11th rank were dispatched, lurking nearby. The evolution of Zhujian is the civilization of Buddhism and Taoism. 3 11th order Buddhas with extremely strong attack power were also dispatched. A full 6 statues of the 11th order combat power are just to hunt down this demon. As long as we can hunt down this 11th order demon, we can rush to the first place in the standings. Zhou Qing and Zhujian are very excited now. Wealth is in danger. They are now second in points. As long as the hunt is successful, you will get a one-time reward of 100,000 points. Rush to the top of the standings. We are getting closer to this championship. However, the 6 ancestral witches and the Buddha gradually approached the 11th order demon. When I was about to use the thunder method to kill with one blow. Accidents. I saw the demon grinning. With a ferocious expression, this seed has been pretending for so long, and finally someone has been fooled. You group of invading bugs, die for this seat. In an instant, it erupted with terrifying energy, turned into 6 parts, and blasted towards the hidden ancestral witch and Buddha. Boom! After 6 hits, the 3 ancestral witches and the 3 Buddhas were knocked out in an instant, and they were seriously injured and vomited blood. The strength between the two is not at the same level at all. This devil! Finally, he no longer concealed it, revealing the terrifying atmosphere of the 12th order. Zhou Qing and Zhujian saw this. Looked at each other. Not surprised. Looking a little excited. As long as we can hunt down this 12th order creature and get 1 million points, we can definitely win the championship. 12th order creatures are extremely difficult to hunt. But in their perception, there is no demon in a radius of 100 miles. There is only this single 12th order creature. Use the secret explosion technique to hit the 12th order. The two immediately passed a battle order to Zhou and Buddha. During this time, they hunted down several 11th order demons. Get a lot of energy. After absorbing these energies, these 6 creatures, you can instantly hit the 12th order level with the explosive secret technique. 6 statues of the 12th order, as long as the fighting speed is fast enough. This 12th order creature can definitely be hunted down. 6 terrifying 12th order breaths burst out. The 3 ancestral witches and the 3 Buddhas blocked the demon's retreat. Just when they thought they were going to win, this 12th order demon showed a contemptuous smile. 6 ants, actually want to hunt down this seat. The voice just fell. Its breath skyrocketed again. Impressively rushed into the 13th order. 14th grade. 15th grade. After reaching the 15th level, it stopped. The city lord of Blood Moon City, you invaders, hunted and killed 8 demons under this seat, and today is your time to repay your debts. Say it. It displayed a magical power on the spot. The power of the 15th order suddenly emerged and went straight to the 6 creatures. After a few seconds, 3 ancestral witches and 3 Buddhas were killed on the spot. Bomb to scum. Hall of Civilization. Final room. Zhou Qing and Zhujian withdrew from the world to which they belonged, and returned to reality. Zhao Zhao's. He lowered his head and said nothing. The faces are extremely ugly. They didn't expect it at all. The strength of this demon is actually so perverted. Reached an astonishing 15th order. A face-to-face, they killed the main force they dispatched. The strength of both of them was seriously damaged. After losing 6 11th order creatures. Next, they will not have the strength to fight again. It is impossible to attack the championship again. And in the main hall, everyone saw the sudden change. First stunned. A variety of emotional followed. Good guy. Isn't this demon too perverted? Dressed up as a pig to eat a tiger? 15th order dressed as 11th order. Who dares to continue hunting these demons now? Once caught, there is only one way to go. It's a pity for Zhou Qing and Zhuge, if the opponent's strength is only 12th rank, maybe they can really get 1 million points. For Zhou Qing and Zhuge, everyone was very sorry. In today's points rankings, they have been ranked second. If steady, it's not impossible to compete for the title of champion. But the opportunity was completely lost. At this time, look! What is Qin Mu doing to stop him? Someone suddenly screamed. Only seen on the screen. Qin Mu, who had never done anything, finally separated his mind and entered the world of demons. Chapter 138. In the tech universe, Qin Mu was suspended in the world of Zuxian, that is, above the cage. It lasted 3 days. The weapon laboratory finally completed the research and researched the legendary concept-level weapon blueprint. Qin Mu was the first time. Then according to the description parameters on the weapon blueprint, the strong force was mobilized and the corresponding manufacturing was carried out. It didn't take long. A drop of crystal clear, unremarkable water droplets appeared. Its whole body does not have any energy fluctuations. But there is a strong force. Incredibly smooth. Probing waves are being launched every moment, collecting the energy fluctuations of the entire world. Concept-level detector finally appeared. Qin Mu's expression was also a little excited. Staring at absolute zero, absolutely smooth, without any droplets of vomit. Directly called out the Zuxian sword guarding the eastern part of Zuxian world. At this time, several years have passed in this cage. The 3 old men tried many times, but they still couldn't break the cage barrier. Finally just gave up temporarily. Instead, he began to study how to make immortals settle down in this world. Several years. In the Zuxian world, there are many sects. There is a great need to restore the scene of the former immortal world. Them now. Don't worry about the crisis of the end of the world anymore. The only difference. It is in this world that there is no freedom. Subsequently, Qin Mu thought about it and passed on a will. Zhu Xianjian, come out and see me. To the east of the platform of the Zuxian sword formation, a giant ship suddenly started. Out of the map. Jump out. Become a streamer. In an instant, he came to Qin Mu. It kept vibrating and chirping, and seemed to be very excited. Zhu Xianjian, meet the Emperor of Heaven. Qin Mu looked at the azure giant sword in front of him and nodded. Granted 770 at the concept level weapon droplet. This thing is a concept level weapon. Under the Supreme God, nothing can be broken. This time I give you a task. Qin Mu got his hands on it directly. After the water drop was transformed, it was integrated into the sword of immortal execution. The reason why it was given to Zhu Xianjian. Mainly because the immortal execution sword was built with strong force as the core. Fits droplets very well. And the current Zuxian land is formed from the platform of the Zuxian sword formation. Even if Zhu Xian temporarily left with the sword. With the defense of the other 3 swords. It is also enough to suppress tens of millions of immortal cultivators. Follow the order of the Emperor, and your subordinates must collect more energy. The voice of Zhu Xianjian came out. Facing the alien tunnel born from the void. It didn't hesitate and jumped directly into it. And Qin Mu followed closely, separated a ray of mind and entered the demon civilization. Hall of Civilization. Main Hall. After all the audience saw Qin Mu's tech universe opened, and took out a giant sword from it. They were all stunned. Could this be a new technological creation developed by Qin Mu? A giant sword of several meters, does he want to use it to hunt demons? I'm afraid it's not easy to kill now. Even if the air carrier comes, it is extremely easy to be counter-killed. I missed the golden hunting period, and now the demons are on guard. There seems to be something wrong with this technological creation. The crowd kept discussing and exchanging. In the mood. Still with some hope. Every time Qin Mu appeared, it brought them a surprise. The earliest black giant city, the battleship Quyue. The Cyan Tower, strangely suppresses the demon god. And that majestic and magnificent palace, transformed into a huge air carrier. This time the giant sword. Maybe it will show the power of exquisite technology. Hall of Civilization. Office of the Organizing Committee. Feng Ping's expression brightened after noticing Qin Mu's movement. The things that this kid has come up with are endless, but now the devil world. He glanced at the demon world with a diameter of 1.5 million kilometers. Shook his head. As the upper god, he could clearly sense that in this world, all demons were already prepared. At the same time, the top demon of the 22nd rank has even given an order. Start anti-hunting invaders. Demons are tyrannical and extremely brutal. Naturally, it will not sit still. This sword is too ostentatious. Subsequently, he saw the immortal execution sword that was flying fast over the demon world, and his brows couldn't help frowning. Zhu Xianjian has been flying swaggeringly. No intention of concealing his whereabouts at all. Continue like this. Definitely get the devil's attention. Maybe there will be a high-level demon shot. As predicted. Live synchronously. Demon World. After sensing the existence of the immortal execution sword, dozens of demons rushed out from several areas. GGG people outside the world, how arrogant. It seems to be a dead thing. From that sword, there is no breath of life. Whether it's dead or not, destroy it and talk about it. The 14th and 5th order demons grinned, while chasing towards Zhu Xianjian. But soon, they discovered an astonishing fact. The speed of Zhu Xianjian is too fast, they can't catch up at all. Even if they had displayed their innate skills, they couldn't keep up with the speed of the sword of immortals traversing the sky. Seeing this, Feng Ping's eyes lit up again. He probably understood why this sword was so reckless. The speed of this sword even exceeded the speed of a 19th order demon. After a while, he still shook his head. In this demon world, there are 22nd level demons of the highest order. 22 demons are extremely powerful. Although he has been sitting in several big cities in the demon world. But the demons such as the 20th order under its seat. Countless. If it attracts the attention of these high-level demons, this giant sword may be dangerous. At the same time, Zhongyuan Province. Association of Civilizations. Li Quncan was looking at Zhu Xianjian intently. Exposing the color of amazement, this sword is probably known for its speed. On this sword, full of top, cap, technology craftsmanship. All kinds of exquisite designs, streamlined shapes, plus all kinds of unknown weapons loaded on them, were deeply attracted to him. Hey! President, is this sword crazy? And it went straight to the demon city. Suddenly, a staff member behind him pointed to the live broadcast and exclaimed. Li Quncan, who was immersed in the creation of science and technology, came back to his senses. Notice the front of the Zhu Xianjian. It's a huge city. Demon City. It is also one of the 9 great cities in this demon world. The number of demons in each city has reached more than 2 million. The key is, these 9 big cities are all occupied by a top-level devil of the 22nd order. The strength is extremely defiant. He hasn't broken through to the upper god, so he will take the initiative to provoke the existence of the 22nd order. Li Quncan's face changed slightly, and he was also a little surprised. In his opinion, Qin Mu is now ranked 3rd in the Tianjiao list. But after all, it is the median god. There is a world of difference between the middle god and the upper god. And this sword, it's just for speed. If you encounter a 22nd order demon, you must destroy it on the spot. Did you happen to pass by? He couldn't help thinking. But the idea was just born. I saw the immortal execution sword on the screen, heading towards the demon city not far away. He called out, "I am the sword of immortal execution under the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. On the orders of the Heavenly Emperor, I came to slaughter the city today." The sound roared, spreading around the world. It made the entire heavenly demon realm boil. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura that made the world change color also erupted from the center of the city. A time. The demonic flames are soaring to the sky, covering the sky and the sun. A large number of demons walked out of the demon realm and gathered outside the city, staring at the Zhu Xianjian not far away. Among them, hundreds of rank 21 demons and dozens of rank 21 demons stood among them. Smiled. Hall of Civilization. In the main hall, the audience was shocked when they saw this scene. Good guy. Isn't this immortal execution sword afraid of death? It went straight to the demon city. This is the big stronghold of the devil, and other people don't even dare to approach it. Hey! It's over, it's over. I feel like this sword of immortal execution is going to be torn to pieces. What's it like being stared at by 2 million demons? Everyone looked at the monstrous scene of magic flames. Even across the screen, I can't help but feel my scalp tingling. This immortal execution sword is probably going crazy. Only dare to go straight to the opponent's base camp. However, facing the demons pouring out of the demon city, the sword of immortal execution slowly floated in the air, and the cold and arrogant voice continued to come out. I am here to slaughter the city on the order of the Emperor of Heaven. Which of you will come to die first? Everyone hears this. I just think that Zhu Xianjian is afraid that his brain is really a bit abnormal. Another terrifying technological creation. It is also impossible to defeat the top creatures in the world of the upper gods. And the demon of Tianhe Mo City heard the words. Even more furious. Dozens of 14th order demons rushed out, displaying innate magical powers and various attacks. Go straight to Zhu Xianjian. But the next scene. However, the audience in the main hall could not help but widen their eyes. I saw Zhu Xianjian coldly snorted. The sword body trembled and screamed. Violently blooming blue light. Boom! From somewhere on the blade, a huge cannon was directly released. Go towards these 14th order demons. The particles rotate at a high speed in the muzzle of the cannon and move at an extreme speed. Driving the space, it seems to be torn apart. The speed of this cannon. Incredibly fast. In an instant, they met this group of 14th order demons. Boom! At the same time as the particles trembled, a force that ripped everything out came out. Crazy smashes and annihilates all the matter encountered. Bear the brunt. It is the attack of these 14th order demons. Under the pull of strong traction, the particles trembled wildly, causing the attack to disappear instantly. Immediately after, the particle cannon landed and fell precisely and accurately among these 14th order demons. Boom! A series of chain reactions occurred. Void vibration. On the ground, almost in the blink of an eye, a huge terrifying pit appeared. And these demons. Not even a scream was made. Burnt out on the spot. In the main hall, the original noisy sound disappeared instantly and became extremely silent. Chapter 139. A long time. Everyone in the main hall was boiling. Damn it! This shot just gave everyone a second. Hey! These are all 14th order demons, this point. How do you calculate it now? Look, everyone, the ranking of the standings has changed. First. This shot just now made Qin Mu's points rush to the first. With the exclamation of the crowd. On the standings. There has been no movement in the ranking, and finally there is a change. Qin Mu was originally in the last place with 0 points. But now. However, because of the attack of the Zuxian sword, it surpassed the 4.97 million points of the first place Wang Yu and Song Hao. with 3.7 billion points, ranked first. That's right. That's 3.7 billion. This is an outrageous number. It was so outrageous that no one thought of it. For a short time, with a single blow from the immortal sword, a huge amount of points were obtained. Killing a demon of the 11th rank can get 100,000 points. If you kill a 12th order demon, you can get 1 million points. Killing a 13th order demon can earn 10 million points. And beheading the 14th order demon, you can get 100 million points. 37 demons of the 14th order just now. All of them were completely wiped out by the cannon of the Zhu Xianjian. Let Qin Mu get 3.7 billion points in one go. Ranked first. And this blow. It also made the demons of Tianhe City completely furious. Demon flames. The demons of the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th steps came forward one after another. Surrounded and killed towards Zhu Xianjian. All sorts of terrifying attacks were carried out. The faces of the people watching the live broadcast changed greatly again. It's over, there are 2 million demons gathered in the demon city, and the sword of immortal execution is completely abolished. It's a pity that such a powerful technological creation has such strength. Why is it so arrogant? Yeah, isn't it bad to poach and kill demons? Although it has won the first place, this strange technological creation. It's a pity that this technological creation. The people looked sad. Even Chu Tianhe, who had been watching in the crowd, couldn't help shaking his head in pain. He is very aware of the gold content of the technological creations that Qin Mu evolved. The technology and craftsmanship condensed on this sword. It is not inferior to the previous Black Giant City, Lingxiao Palace, and the Blue Tower. It's really a pity to be destroyed. However, only in Tianhe City can you kill so many Tier 14 demons at one time. He stared at the screen, his eyes twinkling. He thought he understood Qin Mu's thoughts. He thinks. The reason why this sword is so arrogant is because it wants to kill more demons at once. As news of the intruder spreads. In the demon world now, it is difficult to find a single low-level demon. Most of them are hiding under the shelter of the big city. And after this blow, Qin Mu basically established the victory. Unless other contestants can also come up with the ultimate move against the sky and kill a group of top-level demons. Sacrificing a technological creation to win the final championship is also worth it. Figured this out, he nodded silently. If he were, he will do the same. However, the next scene made his eyes widen again. I saw Zhu Xianjian surrounded by many demons. Still unhurried, a cold and arrogant voice echoed between heaven and earth. I repeat, I am the sword of immortal execution under the throne of heaven and earth, and I am here to live in the demon city of destroying heaven. According to the order of the Emperor of Heaven, kill 2 million demons in the demon city. The voice fell. All demons are provoked again. More and more demons roared and roared, displaying the innate magical powers of the demon race and rushing up. But then, the immortal execution sword squeaked sharply, suspended in mid-air. The mechanical components around the body are constantly dismantled. Hundreds of thousands of mechanical elements, separated from each other, began to assemble again rapidly. Turned into a huge warship. Suspended in mid-air. High-energy particle cannon, activate. Around the hull, hundreds of particle cannons fired in unison. Neptune's particles vibrated in it. It is exactly the same as the cannon that killed dozens of 14th-order cannons before. Under the pull of the strong action, the particles are spinning rapidly. In this state, the particles can release extremely terrifying energy. This inflicts huge damage on the enemy. Deficient creatures. Even under this cannon, it will be annihilated in the air and turned into the smallest particles. Boom! 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 Soon, hundreds of particle cannons fired in unison. Blast towards the demons that came from the package. A huge roar shook the sky and the earth. Bear the brunt. Is the nearest demon. Just like the previous 14th order demons. No matter how high their rank is, they still can't stop this cannon. Wherever the particle cannon passed, high energy vibrations annihilated nothingness. The attacks, bodies, and consciousness of the demons all began to collapse and shatter. 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th. Even the creatures of the 19th and 20th orders cannot fight against the particle cannon. All were buried under terrifying fire. Chu Tianhe saw this scene in the live broadcast. I couldn't help swallowing. A little scalp tingling. He didn't expect it at all. The combat power of the technological creation, Immortal Execution Sword, has actually reached this level. Hall of Civilization. Office of the Organizing Committee. Feng Ping was also staring at the scene of Zhu Xian's slaughtering sword. His expression was full of shock. 20th Order. The strength of this technological creation has definitely reached the 20th Order. He couldn't help taking a breath. There are no 20s. It is impossible to have such a crushing combat power. The particle cannons of the battleship Zuxian kept roaring, and every time the cannon roared, hundreds of demons were annihilated. Not a single corpse was left. Could it be that Qin Mu has been hiding his strength before? His eyes flickered, and he couldn't help thinking. The previous 4 rounds of group matches, Qin Mu has not used all his strength. Even the 4th round of alien invasion, Qin Mu also just sent an air carrier to intercept it. This terrifying technological creation did not appear. It's a pity that this giant sword will probably be buried here. Feng Ping raised his head, stared at Tian Mokeng, and sighed lightly. Qin Mu is stronger. After all, it is only the median god. And the world he temporarily chose was the world of the upper gods. Inside the demon city, in addition to the 20th order demons, there are also 21st order and 22nd order demons. There is still a gap that is difficult to bridge between the world and the median god world. Central Province. Association of Civilizations. Li Yunkan was watching the final with everyone. Zhu Xianjian's performance did not exceed his expectations. Qin Mu, who can directly rush to the 3rd place on the Tianjiao list. Naturally, it is impossible to be besieged by those low-level demons of the 16th or 7th order. To his surprise, in the attack method of this technological creation, there seems to be a technological principle that he can't see through. The particles vibrate, tearing everything apart. It is completely different from the attack method of the extraordinary civilization. It is precisely because of the existence of this technological principle that this sword can exert such amazing combat effectiveness. What a technological civilization! How did he develop these principles? Staring at the exquisitely constructed battleship Zuxian, Li Yunkan couldn't help but let out a sigh. He serves as the president of the Civilization Association. I have seen countless extraordinary civilizations and ordinary civilizations. Autism is proficient in the civilizations of the heavens. But for the ordinary civilization of science and technology. But know very little. Qin Mu did it all by himself. The technological civilization that ranks among ordinary civilizations will evolve enough to crush extraordinary civilizations. He was even more determined to hire Qin Mu to teach at Chongyuan University. As long as he can hit the upper gods before the age of 30, he will be invited to teach. He thought silently in his heart. Although Qin Mu is now ranked 3rd in the Tianjiao list, the Shenhuo value has reached 990,000. 19. The upper god is not so easy to break through. If you want to condense the upper gods, you must meet the corresponding requirements in addition to the divine fire value. It also needs vast knowledge of the upper gods to condense the godhead of the upper gods. Besides, there is also a huge amount of energy to impact the realm of the upper gods. In the process of impact, if there is one step that goes wrong, it's possible to lose one. This is also the reason why the upper gods are extremely rare. If you can become a high god in one day, you can serve in major universities and important institutions. The people who are now ranked first and second on the Taiku Tianjiao list have been trapped in this stage for a full 5 years. Still failed to hit. Qin Mu should have the opportunity to successfully attack the upper gods in the next few years. Li Yunkan was thoughtful and muttered to himself. At this time, a staff member interrupted his thoughts and exclaimed, "President, look, this technological creation has used a new weapon." Li Yunkan's expression brightened. He raised his head quickly and looked intently. I saw that the battle situation on the screen became more and more white-hot. The city lord of Tianhe City, the strongest 22nd order demon in the city, saw the unscrupulous massacre of the immortal execution sword. Face protection. Frost all over. An order was issued, all the great leaders, take action together and destroy this iron lump. The voice fell. Dozens of Tier 21 demons flew out and met the high-energy particle cannon. They have displayed the magical powers of the demon race around them. Not only was it not annihilated on the spot. Instead, with the terrifying energy, the power of the particle cannon was blocked. Gradually approaching the battleship Xuxian. And the battleship Xuxian saw that the high-energy particle cannons were ineffective against them. He sneered, "If you can see what the Emperor has given you, you can die without regrets." At the same time, at the core of the entire battleship, the strong force is madly driven. In the center of the battleship, a cyan generator slowly rose. In its center, there is a still water droplet. Crystal clear. Smooth as a mirror. There are no fluctuations of advanced energy. But in the moment of appearing, it attracted the attention of all demons. In particular, the city lord of Tianhe City felt the hair on his body stand on end and his back became cold. The threat of death, a wild warning in its heart. Chapter 140. The water droplets vibrate in suspension. Seems unremarkable. But standing in front of it, the city lord of Tianhe City actually had the urge to escape. Intuition deep inside tells it. As long as it escapes a little late, it will die here. Roar. Thought here. It roared. Issued an order to the demons under his command to launch a fierce attack. TO2. It turned around, and ran into the distance. This thing is too weird, why don't you go and find the other 8 city lords and deal with it together? In the demon world, there are 9 great cities. The city lord of each city is the top powerhouse of the 22nd rank. It didn't dare to joke about its own life. Start to run wild. And behind it, a massacre began quietly. I saw water droplets slowly floating up. It is made of countless particles, and it has an extremely terrifying quality. Under the control of Zhu Xianjian, it turned into a streamer and shuttled among many demons. Incredibly fast. Immediately after, a bizarre scene appeared. After the water droplet touched the demon's attack, it was unscathed. And hit the body of the devil. Boom! At the moment of the collision, the demon that was in contact with the water droplets instantly shattered into a particle state. Completely disappeared from the world. The water droplets are still as smooth as a mirror, crystal clear. Without any damage. 1. 2. 3. Soon, hundreds, thousands of demons were buried under the high-speed water droplets. No weapon magic can stop this drop of water. Their speed is also incomparable to high-speed water droplets. As long as it is rubbed by water droplets, it will explode into particles on the spot. It turned into a blood mist and dissipated in the air. The horror of the concept-level weapon was revealed for the first time. Under the Supreme God, no one can resist the impact of water droplets. Pulled by a strong force, countless particles are closely connected. It makes the water droplets the hardest and most terrifying substance under the Supreme God. It can detect all the information of a world by means of particles. At the same time, can also smash entire star systems. The demon world with a diameter of 1.5 million kilometers is naturally not a problem. When killing these demons on the battleship Xuxian, the energy storage device started with a bang. Begin to absorb these demonic energies scattered in the heaven and earth. This is also the real purpose of God's explanation. Let it store as much energy as possible. At the same time, in the tech universe, on the world of Xuxian, Qin Mu took back a ray of mind from the demon world. With a concept-level weapon, there should be no danger to the sword of immortal execution. There is the immortal execution sword collecting energy, and then you can prepare to attack the upper gods. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself. That's right. The reason why he made Zhu Xianjian so arrogant is to collect the energy of the demon world in an open and honest way. This time is the final assessment of the battle of civilizations. It is impossible to collect the origin and land of the demon world. But, as a contestant, he can completely use the competition system reasonably to slaughter all the demons in the demon world. Collect the power of 50 million demons. Use them to impact the upper god world. Subsequently, his mind moved. The system was summoned, and the simulation deduction function was turned on. System, deduce the best way for a higher god to become a god. The system lights up. He quickly responded, ding. The simulation deduction function has been activated, and the parameters of the host realm and the current technological universe are being collected. Ding. The parameter search is completed, and the best way to become a god is starting to be deduced. Immediately after, the system started running fast. In the interleaving operation of massive data, one step after another is simulated to impact the upper gods. Qin Mu looked at the fast-moving system and nodded slightly. Next, all he needs to do is wait. Waiting for Zhu Xianjian to collect energy, and system deduction. And with the expansion of the technological universe, in a few days, his divine fire value will also rise smoothly, reaching 1 million. Hall of Civilization. Main Hall. Everyone was staring at the scene of indiscriminate slaughter on the screen. After the droplets appeared, the scene became a bit outrageous. Firstly, it was the city lord of the 22nd rank who left behind 2 million demons and chose to flee. Subsequently, 2 million demons rushed towards the battleship Xuxian, but were slaughtered frantically by the water droplets. Where the water droplets go, no matter how high the demon's rank is, they are all turned into blood mist. Even those 21st order leaders. There is also no way to stop the water droplets for a second. On the screen, there are scenes of demon bodies bursting and dissipating blood mist everywhere. Ferocious. He is cruel. This is outrageous. Good guy, the standings are about to explode. What kind of weapon is this? Can even kill the 21st order demon. Hey! Technological creations are so terrifying. Should I change careers and evolve into the technological world? Wang Yu and Song Hao, those people on the Tianjiao list, I'm afraid they are going to despair at this time. There are still 6 days until the end of the game, and they still have a chance. A chance for a fart. The audience was shocked. All eyes were focused on the water droplets. The water droplets are unremarkable, and there is no extraordinary breath emanating from them. But there is an unprecedented massacre going on. Every shuttle will kill a lot of demons. Their perception of technological creations refreshed again. The scene in front of him formed a sharp contrast with the hunting methods of Wang Yu and others who had been ambushed and assassinated before. More and more people are interested in scientific and technological civilization. And among the crowd, Chu Tianj swallowed his saliva, his whole body focused on the water droplets. Already slaughtered almost 1 million demons. He suddenly had an unreal feeling. He has overestimated Qin Mu's technological creations as much as possible. But I didn't expect. Still far underestimated. He had thought. With the demon's fury, the sword of immortals one is more fortunate and less fortunate. But the appearance of water droplets. But let the 22nd Order City Lord flee on the spot. All the remaining demons were madly killed without any resistance. Suddenly, Chu Tianhe remembered what Qin Mu had said before. He couldn't help muttering to himself, there is no upper limit to technological creations, as long as the theory is broken, the combat power can grow by leaps and bounds. This is also the biggest difference between technological civilization and extraordinary civilization. The evolution of technological civilization. Take the route of lighting up the technology tree. And other extraordinary civilizations. You need to step by step and break through the realm. Comparing the two, each has advantages and disadvantages. 18. In terms of combat power growth, technological civilization is simpler and cruder than extraordinary civilization. There is no need for a complex boundary-breaking process. As long as the theory is broken through, more powerful weapons can be created. Hall of Civilization. Organizing Committee, Office. Feng Ping stared at the water droplets, his heart pounding faster. Breathing a little too quickly. With the eyesight of his top-level god. Also did not see through the principle of this water drop. It is one whole body, and its whole body is like a mirror, without any energy fluctuations. But it has terrifying lethality. All creatures of the 21st Order can be killed. Feng Ping let out a long sigh. He probably understood why that 22nd Order demon would take his way and escape. This drop of water. It was so scary. At the same time, he has also seen changes in the points leaderboard. At this time, Qin Mu's points have been well deserved in the first place. The value is even more explosive, reaching an astronomical figure. It can be said. This final, there is no suspense. It is impossible for other people on the Tianjiao list to catch up with Qin Mu. Zhongyuan Province. Association of Civilizations. After seeing water droplets, Li Qunquan's expression was extremely excited. Science and Technology Civilization, this course must be opened. He couldn't help clenching his fists. Qin Mu has proved with practical actions that technological civilization, evolved to the extreme, can completely compete with extraordinary civilization. The appearance of water droplets. It made his idea even more firm. This drop of water seems to come from the same source as the Immortal Execution Sword, so under the control of the Immortal Execution Sword, it can exert such terrifying power. Li Qunquan raised his head. Looking at Zhu Xianjian, he pondered, just what is its principle? Obviously there is no fluctuation of extraordinary energy. From start to finish. He did not sense the fluctuation of extraordinary energy. The power system of scientific and technological civilization seems to be completely different from the existing extraordinary civilization. Even as the president of the Civilization Association, he could not see through the technological principles contained in it. And at this time, on the screen, the slaughter of the demon city is coming to an end. The frenzied killing of the water droplets caused the demons in the demon city to decrease sharply. High-speed water droplets. 2 million demons will be slaughtered soon. The energy scattered in the sky and the earth was collected by the battleship Zuxian. And after doing all this, the battleship Zuxian launched with a bang. Turned into a streamer. Flew into the distance. Li Qunquan sensed the direction of the battleship Zuxian. His brows couldn't help but wrinkle, it's actually going to another big city. In the current standings, Qin Mu's name is far ahead. Although there are still 6 days left. But it is impossible for anyone to surpass Qin Mu's points. It can be said. Qin Mu is now number 1 even if he is lying down and doing nothing. This final. There is no suspense. He doesn't want to accumulate energy and hit the upper gods, right? I thought about the behavior of the battleship Zuxian just now. A thought suddenly appeared in Li Qunquan's heart. Immediately shook his head. The realm of the upper god is far from being comparable to that of the middle god. The impact process is extremely complex. Without the guidance of famous teachers and complete preparation, it is almost impossible to succeed. On the Teiku Tianjiao list, the two Tianjiao ranked in front of Qin Mu. It is for these reasons. No breakthrough yet. The Hall of Civilization, in the final hall. People who are always watching the standings. The change in rankings was quickly noticed. And after seeing Qin Mu's skyrocketing points, 10 people, including Wang Yu, fell into silence. They worked hard for 4 days. Crazy hunting. The highest point has only reached more than 4 million points. But when Qin Mu came, directly produced an impossible astronomical number. The gap between them is really too big. Although there are still 6 days. But they have no chance of overtaking at all. Their top-level combat power is only 11 or 2. Forget it, let's find a way to fight for the second place. The first place has 100 copies of the Origin, and the second place also has 10 copies of the Origin reward. Who would have imagined that in this competition, Qin Mu, the evildoer, actually appeared? In despair, the crowd quickly changed their minds. Start competing towards second place. Especially after Zhu Xianjian slaughtered Tianhe City. Today's demon world has been completely chaotic, and more demons have begun to fall alone. They have more opportunities to hunt down those demons of the 11th and 2nd orders. Only, they soon discovered that things were not as simple as they thought. In the demon world, the madman Zhu Xianjian didn't mean to stop at all. Immediately went to the second big city. A horrific slaughter unfolded. Wherever the water droplets pass, no grass grows. The city of 2 million demons. Slaughtered again. The leader of the 22nd Order demon fled on the spot without looking back. Thereafter, Zhu Xianjian kept running non-stop, continuing to run wildly in the demon world. Whenever he sees a demon in exile, he kills him on the spot. The number of demons in the whole world. A crazy descent began. At the beginning, the creatures they sent still needed to be sneaky before they dared to hunt and kill. But gradually, several days passed. Fewer and fewer demons can be seen. The creatures they dispatched by 0.1 can even walk in the demon world openly and aboveboard. I can't find it, where's the devil? Wouldn't they all be killed by that weird technological creature? With a radius of 100 miles, you haven't seen a single demon. The West has a 12th order demon who is alone, no one will rob me. Go ahead, this demon is a 15th order. The creatures sent by Wang Yu and others walked on the earth. Look around. Whenever he saw a demon, he would go up and kill him desperately. Of course. Seeing those high-level demons, they could only choose to retreat for the first time. But in the whole world, the 50 million demons are decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye every day. On the 9th day, Wang Yu and the others found that they could no longer find the devil. Demon world. In a dungeon, the 9 demon kings gathered together, their expressions full of unease. It is the lord of the 9 big cities in the demon world. It is also the top powerhouse who actually controls the demon world. However, under the successive presence of the sword of immortal execution, the 9 great cities were destroyed. Witty them. Let the men go to death and delay the time, only to change the chance of life. At the same time, created a dungeon, summoned the surviving demons on the ground, and hid here. And outside the dungeon, a large number of hidden magical powers were used, as well as various protections. For fear of being approached by the giant sword. In today's underground city, gathered 18 million demons surviving in the demon world. The 9 demon kings gave the order to die. All demons must stay in the dungeon at all times, and are prohibited from going out and revealing their whereabouts. Violators will be slaughtered and killed on the spot. Chapter 141. Under this ban, all demons dare not take half a step. But he has been curled up in the ground, making many demons complain. We 18 million people, do we need to be afraid of those outside invaders? I heard that the Demon King is afraid of a sword, but I want to see how terrifying this sword is. My dignified 19th Order Demon Clan is actually hiding in the ground in Daxia and Japan. It is my duty to recast the glory of the demon race. In the dungeon, there were complaints and commotion everywhere. Most of them have never seen Zhu Xianjian and water droplets. They all felt that the 9 Demon Kings were too angry. Some militants even directly found the Demon King and asked to lead troops to encircle and suppress the invaders. However, face these calls. 9 Demon Kings directly selected a few who were the loudest and killed them on the spot. After killing chickens to warn monkeys, he warned again, now that my demon race has suffered a disaster, whoever dares to mention resistance, don't blame me for being ruthless. In the underground city, there are layers of protection. Even the creatures of the 25th Order may not be able to find the dungeon they built. Their idea is simple. Hot. Keep going. Hot enough to leave the giant's sword. As for resistance, as long as they think of the terrifying water droplets, they instantly lose their desire to resist. As soon as the weapon came out, it traveled at the speed of light, and it died when it was touched, making people desperate. No more demons encountered water droplets, but also for nothing. After the 9 Demon Kings threatened, the commotion in the dungeon was brought under control. 1:26. Above the underground city, a roar suddenly appeared. Immediately after, the entire underground city trembled violently. I am the sword of immortal execution under the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, on the orders of the Heavenly Emperor, come here to slaughter the city. When the 9 Demon Kings heard this cold and arrogant voice, their complexion immediately changed drastically. Quickly check the protective formation and various hiding methods. It turned out that these were all intact, and there was no breath leakage. What is the problem? The 9 Demon Kings looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you. His face was extremely ugly. A long time. Only then did someone grit their teeth and say, who is it that leaked the wind and brought this disaster star? The dungeon is extremely hidden, a place of refuge created by the Creator before the fall. Ordinary creatures are simply impossible to find here, unless someone leaks it. But during this time, not a single demon has ever left the dungeon. There is no possibility of leakage. A time. In addition to being frightened, all the demons were full of doubts and puzzles. And on the ground, the immortal execution sword transformed into a battleship form and was suspended in midair. Looking down at the ground below, beneath this land is a huge underground city. Holds 18 million demons. Surrounded by hidden magic circles. If you simply scan with your divine sense, even a 25th Order creature will not be able to find this place. 19. Water droplets are called cosmic probes. In addition to having the ultimate hardness and density, it also has the function of exploration. In its body, countless particles are entangled with each other under the strong force. It carries a particle signal receiver. As long as there is an electromagnetic feedback of any substance between the sky and the earth, it can be sensitively transmitted back to the water droplet and thus be sensed. As long as there is matter, there is an electromagnetic feedback relative to it. The water droplets can completely simulate the appearance of the world through these electromagnetic feedbacks. In fact, when water droplets enter the world, everything in the demon world is invisible. Because the detection method it uses is completely different from the extraordinary civilization. Those so-called hidden magic circles and protective measures cannot block the particle feedback of electromagnetic information at all. And this scene, also seen by the audience in the main hall, they were extremely surprised. Slaughtering the city? Zhu Xianjian said that he wants to slaughter the city? Could it be that there is a city under this earth? I said why there are fewer and fewer demons, so they don't really hide in the ground, right? According to the calculation of points, Zhu Xianjian has only killed 32 million demons now. Hey! The weapons of technological creations are too perverted, killing so many in just a few days? Doesn't that mean that the remaining 18 million demons are all hiding underground? The audience was amazed. Under this earth, they did not sense the presence of demons at all. They all looked carefully. As predicted, Zhu Xianjian then aimed at the ground and activated the high-energy particle cannon. Red light flashes. The ground shook violently. One demon after another escaped from the inside and moved towards Zhu Xianjian besieged away. See this scene. Everyone was a little surprised. Execution sword. Really found the hideout of these demons. Hall of Civilization. Office of the Organizing Committee. Feng Ping also saw one demon after another escaped from the ground. Heart flutters. His face also became ugly. Actually, ever since Zhu Xianjian sacrificed water droplets and started slaughtering demons frantically, his heart was bleeding all the time. This demon civilization was purchased by him privately, spending 10 million world coins. I wanted to use the Battle of Civilizations as the final venue first. In his opinion, the contestants all are median gods. If he kills a few hundred low-level demons at most, he will only lose a negligible amount of demon energy. But now, the immortal execution sword appeared in the world, slaughtering demons crazily. In just a few days, 32 million demons were slaughtered. Subsequently, the demons were scared to be killed by the sword of immortal execution, and they all hid in the dungeon. As a top god, he naturally saw through their hiding places at a glance. And the protection around this dungeon is extremely hidden, and even the creatures of the 25th order cannot find it. Just when he thought he still had 18 million demons left, Zhu Xianjian wandered around and found the underground city again. Outside the dungeon, there are formation defenses all over the place. How was it discovered by Zhu Xianjian? He frowned tightly, full of doubts in his heart. During this time, he observed the sword of immortal execution all the way, and did not see any detection method activated by the sword of immortal execution. But it is accurate, in a huge world with a diameter of 1.5 million kilometers. Found this dungeon. Could it be that this water droplet can sense the existence of living beings? He raised his head and stared at the water droplets on the screen. I saw that the water droplets started another massacre under the urging of the battleship Xuxian. 18 million demons madly attacked the battleship Xuxian. In a blink of an eye, it was killed by the high-speed shuttle of water droplets. 1, 2, 3, hundreds, thousands of more and more demons fell, turned into blood mist particles, and dissipated between heaven and earth. And their energy was all absorbed by the battleship Xuxian. Feng Ping looked at this scene and his body trembled. Lips trembled slightly. My heart started to bleed again. The world he bought with 10 million world coins. Soon to be slaughtered by Qin Mu. The essential. Zhu Xianjian collects energy, which is also within the scope of the rules of the event. There is still 1 day left before the finals are over. That is to say, there's still a day left for the sword of execution. These energies can be harvested. This moment, Feng Ping hoped that the time would pass sooner. Let the finals end as soon as possible, he can expel all the contestants. Protect the world he bought with 10 million world coins. Run away? The 9 demons of the 22nd order have run away again. Suddenly, Feng Ping saw the slaughtered demon army. The 9 demons launched the 22nd order speed and ran away. Don't look back. Horror was written on his face. Taking advantage of the time that 18 million demons procrastinated, they abandoned everything and just wanted to run away. Hurry up and don't get caught. See. Feng Ping couldn't help clenching his fists and muttered to himself. At the same time, Tech Universe. The sound of the system sounded quietly. Ding! The plan for breaking through to the upper gods has been deduced, and 193,742,089 plans have been deduced. Ding! The best breakthrough plan has been screened out. Immediately after, the system shines brightly. A complete and extremely complicated breakthrough plan was instilled into Qin Mu's consciousness. 770 in this breakthrough plan. It describes in detail the various bottlenecks that may be encountered and the possibility of failure when attacking the upper gods. There are also matters needing attention on how to condense and sublimate the divine personality and impact the realm. It can be said to be an encyclopedia of breakthroughs. As long as you make a breakthrough according to this plan, in just half a day, you will be able to hit the upper gods. The breakthrough of the upper gods is actually so complicated. After checking this plan, Qin Mu couldn't help but sigh. Just simulating the deduction route, there are more than 100 million kinds. It can be seen how low the probability of breaking through the upper gods is. If it is unguided, it is extremely difficult to break through the bottleneck of the upper god by relying on one's own exploration. Fortunately, he has a systematic deduction function. From these hundreds of millions of schemes, the optimal scheme can be screened. Avoid all kinds of problems in the breakthrough process. Next, we have to wait for the energy required for breakthrough. Qin Mu took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, the passage to the demon world was opened. Separated a ray of mind and entered it. As soon as he entered, he saw the scene of Zhu Xianjian slaughtering the underground city. Concept-level weapons, water droplets show terrifying lethality. The speed of destroying demons is very fast. A shuttle, hundreds of demons fall and perish. And the energy after their fall. All of them were also collected by Zhu Xianjian. Look! Before long, the energy of 50 million demons in this world can be absorbed by him. It's a pity, this world without a master can extract about 5 copies of the power of the source. Qin Mu looked at the world with a diameter of 1.5 million kilometers under his feet and felt a little regretful. This is the final venue of the organizing committee. He can't be too arrogant. After all, stay in the front line as a person, and see you in the future. And on the other side of the demon world, Wang Yu and others are taking the creatures they evolved, watching the scene in the underground city from a distance. Don't dare to get close. In the dungeon, demons of the 17th and 8th tiers sprang from time to time. Each of them can destroy them. Face this battle. They are Tianjiao, but they don't even have the qualifications to intervene. Chapter 142. And with the killing of droplets. On the points leaderboard, the value of Qin Mu has exceeded the limit that can be displayed. Far ahead. A long time. Wang Yu and the others looked at each other and let out a light sigh. It's a sin to live in the same era as Qin Mu. The creation of science and technology is too terrifying. How is this water drop made? It is even more terrifying than the innate spiritual treasures in the Supreme God world. With Qin Mu's strength, he is definitely on the Tianjiao list, but I didn't expect him to be so low-key. 10 people sighed. Looks a little sad. By now, they have completely extinguished the idea of competing with Qin Mu. The point is that you can't even fight. The slaughtering efficiency of technologically created water droplets is terrifying. Like a tireless machine. Gradually, there are fewer and fewer demons in the dungeon. 18 million demons were gradually slaughtered. The whole earth. The screams of the demons were getting weaker and weaker. Demon world. In an ordinary mountain, the figures of 9 demons fled into it, and immediately activated various protective formations and concealment methods. Dismay and fear were written all over the face of each demon. Dead, our men are all dead. This time there should be no problem. This mountain used to be the place where the Creator preached, and the protection is extremely thorough. There are only 9 of us here, and there is no possibility of traitors. As long as we are here, it is impossible for that alien invader to find us. Hurry up and shield your own breath, it's best to keep the turtle breath from being discovered. The 9 people calmed down their fears. Start to hide your breath. For fear of being found by Zhu Xianjian again. They have encountered Immortal Execution Sword several times, and they have been frightened by the Immortal Execution Sword and water drops. I just want to live and escape this catastrophe. And in the office of the organizing committee, Feng Ping also noticed this scene. The bleeding heart has been slightly relieved. There are still 2 hours, and it will reach 10 days. As long as they can play these 2 hours, the final will be over. He took a deep breath and muttered. Actually, he now desperately wants to save these demons. These 9 demons of the 22nd rank are all creatures from the world of the upper gods. Contains vast energy. Even for him, it is extremely important, and it can make the world have a small jump. However, it's only been an hour. The battleship Zuxian turned into a stream and came to the mountain where the 9 demons were hiding. Feng Ping couldn't help swallowing. Feeling some scalp tingling. A bad premonition resurfaced in my heart. This executioner sword. It can't be passing by, can it? Subsequently, the voice of Zhu Xianjian came out of the screen. You 9 turtles, you have the ability to come out and fight with me. The direction the battleship was aimed at was the mountain where the 9 demons were hiding. See here. The last hope in Feng Ping's heart was also shattered. Look. These demons can't escape death. It was just that he was puzzled as to how Xian Zujian had found these demons. These 9 demons have already reduced their aura to the lowest level. Plus the protection of this mountain. Extremely difficult to find. But the sword of execution found them with perfect precision. And in the mountains, the demons shuddered when they heard the voice of the sword of immortal execution. His voice trembled a little. What should we do? Shall we go out? Don't panic, it may be telling us that our hiding method is so thorough, it is impossible to be discovered. Yes. It might just be passing by. Hold on, it can't see us, it can't see us, it can't see us. The 9 demons who were terrified encouraged each other. Resolutely refused to go out. And outside the mountain, Zhu Xianjian also gradually lost his patience, and snorted coldly, since you are unwilling to come out, then let's be buried with this mountain. Done. The water droplets rotate at high speed. Go straight to the mountain. Immediately after, a very shocking scene appeared. I saw water droplets hit the mountain peak, at the moment of touch. The mountain shook violently and began to fall apart. Keep breaking down. After just one breath, the entire mountain was completely annihilated into a particle state. Dissipated between heaven and earth. And the 9 demons in the mountain peak. It was annihilated together with the mountain peaks and walked very peacefully. No pain at all. Feng Ping saw this scene. He couldn't care less about the pain, and his eyes widened. This technological weapon is not only aimed at living beings. A mountain vanished in an instant before his eyes. Full of shock. Originally, he thought that the water droplets were terrifying, only aimed at living beings. But now it seems. This water droplet is simply a world-annihilating weapon. All objects it touches will be instantly annihilated into powder particles. If Qin Mu used it to aim at the demon world, wouldn't it be possible to instantly destroy this world with a diameter of 1.5 million kilometers? Thought here. Feng Ping's heartbeat couldn't help speeding up. At the same time, Zhongyuan Province, Association of Civilizations. Li Qiankan also saw this scene and was extremely amazed. World-destroying weapon. Definitely a world-destroying weapon. It's not an exaggeration to call it the first divine weapon under the Supreme God. He stared intently at the water droplets. Obviously there is no energy fluctuation, but it has such a terrifying power. The demon civilization of the upper gods is in front of it. Like paper. This weapon even surpassed all the magic weapons created in the civilization of the upper gods that he had seen before. At this time, beside him, a staff member came up and said, "President, Qin Mu's ranking has changed again." Li Yunkin was stunned. Immediately turned around and looked at the immemorial Tianjiao list. On the Teiku Tianjiao list, Qin Mu, who was originally ranked third. He actually jumped up and rushed to the first place. The divine fire value has even reached 1 million. This is also the upper limit of the median god. But in the information in the first line of the Tianjiao list, the last few words made his expression change slightly. First place, Qin Mu, the evolved world of science and technology, with a divine fire value of 1 million and a world diameter of 5.12 million kilometers, is impacting the upper gods. The Teiku Tianjiao list is updated in real time. And the impact of the upper gods, it takes a long time to retreat. Therefore, on the immemorial Tianjiao list, the status information of those who impacted the upper gods will be displayed in real time. These few words. Let Li Yunkin frown. The fire value has only reached 1 million, and it is too reckless to directly attack the upper god. Since ancient times, no matter who it is, the impact on the upper gods needs to be fully prepared. The impact is divided into 3 stages, the process is very dangerous. Still need someone to help protect the law to correct. Because once the impact fails, the realm will fall and the world will decline. Seriously, it fell on the spot. Many of the worlds without owners now failed and fell in the process of impacting the upper gods. Thought here. Li Yunkin turned around and said in a deep voice, "Come through the Teiku Tianjiao list and check the situation of Qin Mu's world." The origin of the Teiku Tianjiao list is mysterious. It accommodates countless worlds in the sky of the ancient gods. Whenever someone wants to attack the upper god, the Teiku Tianjiao ranking will broadcast its breakthroughs live simultaneously. As the general meeting of the Civilization Association, they can use the Teiku Tianjiao list to check the breakthroughs of each Tianjiao. Keep an eye on their breakthrough progress. Help when necessary. Those with successful breakthroughs will be invited by them to teach at Chungyuan University. Soon, the staff of the Civilization Association mobilized the relevant information on the Teiku Tianjiao list and displayed a vast world on the screen. Li Yunkin raised his head. What caught my eye was the boundless expanse of space. 5.12 million kilometers in diameter. At the center of the universe, sits the 33 heavens. In the deep space, the sky is dotted with stars. There is an obvious Yubai in the world that has evolved from an extraordinary civilization. And Qin Mu is suspended in the sky with a diameter of 300,000 kilometers. Prepare to impact the upper god. The world under his feet actually suppressed 10 million immortal cultivators. Li Yunkin quickly found out that he was in the world of Zuxian, and was a little surprised. In this world of immortals, the most terrifying creature among them actually reached the 23rd order. Compared with the demon world, it is one step higher. And the strength of the creatures in this world is generally higher than that of the demon world. How did he imprison so many immortal cultivators? Is this a robbery of a high-level god world? Li Yunkin couldn't help swallowing. This tech universe by Qin Mu. It's so mysterious. It is clear that he has not broken through to the upper gods, but he has imprisoned many creatures in the world of the upper gods. At the same time, Tech Universe. Zhao Zhao's was about to attack the upper god. Qin Mu raised his head and glanced at the golden light shining in from the sky of the ancient god. Brow wrinkled. Above the Tech Universe, the Teiku Tianjiao list is constantly flashing. The above shows that he has reached the first place on the Tianjiao list. And also sent him a message. His breakthrough process will be broadcast live simultaneously. As long as those who are on the Teiku Tianjiao list, you can see his breakthrough process, so that others can gain insight and experience. This Teiku Tianjiao list is a bit artificial. Qin Mu frowned. The appearance of the Tianjiao list is to inspire Tianjiao on the one hand. At the same time, every person who hits the upper gods will broadcast live to the rest of the Tianjiao list. Help others gain experience. Promote more people to break through to the upper god. Subsequently, Qin Mu took a deep breath and temporarily put aside distracting thoughts. Start focusing on breaking through. Between his eyebrows, a four-color godhead slowly rose up. The four fundamental forces in the entire universe have also been pulled and are constantly converging. The first stage of impacting the upper gods, instilling knowledge of civilization. He muttered a word. The vast knowledge that the system had passed on to him before had all been blocked in his mind. Then reach out. Point on the four-color godhead. All kinds of knowledge of scientific and technological civilization merged into the godhead like a trickle.